What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker in this house, and I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. That was More Women Drone Pilots by Vikas Music. As you guys know, you've seen that one before. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It is the last day of July. This year has passed, in some ways, incredibly expeditiously, but also in other ways it feels like it's been a crawl. I can't believe that it's only been like, what, 6 months of Trump? It feels like it's been 6 years. It's weird because time is passing fast, but it's also at the same time completely slowed down with all of the machinations of Trump. We're about to be on our 7th month. Like we're finishing 6 months, getting into 7 months. Craziness. Anyway, but yeah, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast. 11:29 a.m. I'm late. I'm obviously a little bit late. It's 76 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks, and I have guests in here right now. You won't be able to see them. You might be able to actually see them when they pass by me. There is a documentary team in here, but folks, we are live. We're alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. All right. Document this. They can't see the chat. Okay, stop throwing up ass shaking emojis. Anyway, document how you don't game. Actually, a Chinese company has actually reached out to me. A Chinese company has reached out to me to game, to give me money to game potentially. So we'll see. There might be some gaming coming up very soon. Also, yeah, 1 more month till China. I know. I'm very excited. We got so much going on. There's so much travel coming up in the upcoming months. It's kind of crazy. They clapped Mike from PA. Yeah, I saw. He got. We'll briefly touch on that. I'm not going to focus on that too much. I don't really care necessarily. But okay. Personal news-wise, folks, personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast last night. What did I do? Not really anything. Just hung out, did a little bit of self-care. Nelk deleted the Bassam Yusuf podcast. Wait, what? Why did they do that? That's weird. Okay, well, in any case, I don't know why they did that. I'll ask them. But I did some self-care last night. You're trending on TikTok? Or what am I trending on? What am I doing that I'm trending on TikTok for? But yeah, I did some self-care last night. I did one of those like those masks. I was in the bath. I drew a bath, and I had a great time. Watched a little bit of Fire Force. I keep saying it wrong. Fire Force. Passed out. Woke up early. Linked up with this documentary crew that's here right now, and then went to Ball Up. Took Kai to the park. Went to Ball Up. Actually lost a bunch of games, which is pretty devastating. But I think it's partially because I am on antibiotics and my game suffers. My basketball game suffers. But one of the beauties of being physically active is even when you are losing a game of basketball, it does not matter. Because you still at least got out there and you got physical and you got a little bit better. So, yeah, I'm trying to maintain my routine, maintain my schedule, in spite of the health complications that might come about. Did you feel the earthquake this morning? No, I did not feel the earthquake this morning. But, yeah, that's neither here nor there. What is this Q Cinderella Pepega moment exposed? What does this mean? Oh, this? This is a perfect demonstration of Qt's understanding of how equal shares works. New FBI building in Wellington, New Zealand. What's your take? I don't know. Wait, what? Why is the FBI in New Zealand? Thanks to you and chat encouraging me, I was able to squat 405. That's crazy. I can't do that. Congratulations. But yeah, there's a lot of news to cover. In terms of personal news, that's all I got. What is this? Oh, this is a nice. This is so cute. Kaya. Oh my god, not me. I'm not cute. But this was great. This might be one of my favorite. This might be one of my favorite things of this variety that you guys have made. Like a fan edit that I've seen. That's fire. You see this? Please have this guy on stream.
President Mini Trump.
Oh, I love this. Okay, this is in line with my new favorite guy. Who there's like an Indian dude that's also kind of around this size who just eats like, I just caught him eating like looking like a Oompa Loompa. He like dresses up like a Oompa Loompa, and then he eats like a massive croissant. I can't believe they made a mini Trump, dude. That's crazy. They made a tiny Trump, bro. That is wild. God, oh yeah, damn. This one is going viral. This audio is going viral. People are using this.
Dude, some of you need to shut the fuck up. At least get your bearings straight, okay? And just have the decency to shut your fucking bitch ass mouth.
Huh. Me listening to Hasanabi, my favorite streamer while I work because it helps me relax and focus. Fire vid that dropped. Really good breakdown on how Zoran did better than Bernie. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Yeah, a lot of people are apparently posting this original sound now.
God damn, dude. Some of you need to shut the fuck up.
Love my morning coffee and daily Hasan affirmations.
God
why do you knit so
dude.
tightly?
Some of you need to shut the fuck up. At least get your bearings straight, okay? And just, god damn.
Chat, why is Hasan always yelling at my boyfriend while he's working? It's funny.
God damn.
What is this? Every time Hasan opens his mouth to defend Bernie and AOC. There had to be one of these, you know? Comment section for that was chill for the most part. Low-key, this is true. I just took the bar exam yesterday and I couldn't have gotten through this helly summer without you. Hell yeah. Congratulations, Jay Mershon. She's been posting nonstop about you. This person has been? I don't know why. What is this? Every time Hasan opens his mouth to defend Bernie and AOC after they vote yes on something deplorable that say that they're a stepping stone to building socialism, the staunch capitalists who vote no on every progressive policy, only words, never actions, and voted yes for genocide for a year and a half until it was impossible to do it anymore. Not AOC, of course, because girl boss. What? I don't know. I mean, sure. Yeah, I love defending. I love being a shipper for the Democratic Party. No, it's just like people are so funny because like they get mad at that, but like I criticize AOC all the time, especially about the things that they think I'm not criticizing AOC on. And then I suspect that when you go, hey, you're actually wrong about this, he literally did an extensive piece on AOC's like bad decision against the defensive weapons shipment ban provision. These people just like double down and go, nah, don't care. This doesn't correspond to the meta. But yeah, new Jube teaser. Jank is doing, oh my god, Chunk Weigert doing Democrats and Republicans. Okay. Wow. Are you going to address accountability for white lesbian streamers from Sean the Black? What happened? What happened? What is this?
we, as the like left of center movement, including liberals, have spent the last
What
8
happened?
months.
What is this? Don't sludge Sean the Black chat. Yeah, no, Sean the Black is the GOAT. What is it? What is chat talking about? What happened? What is this? What's going on? What's the issue? It's about Lolo? Listen to the clip, you dork? Sure.
Radically changing everything about the way we approach politics for straight white dudes. We've radically changed the way that we approach politics as a whole. It's been released 6 years. No, but like we've specifically named it, right? We've named it for the past 8 months since the election. They're saying, okay, we are only going to hyper fixate and focus on only how we attract straight white men. Young straight white boys. And people got mad at the very clear like the assumption, the idea of maybe talking to black people. The idea of talking to black people, right, was so radically and fundamentally off-putting to white leftists, but they were totally fine with radically restructuring the entirety of the media ecosystem around politics, around straight white men.
I agree with this, but the one caveat I have is that white supremacy is such a powerful force that I think like young black and brown kids, young black and brown men also literally positively respond to white supremacist like adjacent or white centric content in a really devastating way. This is part of the reason why. Wait, is he calling you out? No, he's not calling me out. What do you mean? I don't do this anyway. When have I ever literally been like, no, why don't we care about the feelings of white men? I don't do that. I think that is the reason why, as a matter of fact, that's the reason why the Trump movement has become this like much more diverse movement. Like American fascism is not as segmented by racial boundaries as we would normally expect it to be, if that makes sense. In some ways it still obviously is, because like yes, black people don't fuck with Trump, broadly speaking, right? But there is certainly a diversity element that did not exist before, I think. And I would go so far as to say it did not even ever exist in any other historic fascist movements. Like, you don't have just like some collaborators. You just straightforwardly have loyal soldiers, loyal servants of white supremacy that happen to not be white. I mean, the most famous neo-Nazi right now is a Hispanic dude, right? Sure, white is a social construct, it's completely made up, but the most famous neo-Nazi in America currently is literally a dude whose last name is Fuentes, okay? Nicolas Fuentes. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, you got Dinesh D'Souza. You got Kanye West trying to do his thing. I don't know. I mean, he's not getting a lot of, I don't know where he is, but it's not like the David Dukes of the world any longer, if that makes sense. Like, it's the whole, yeah, Stone Toss is Puerto Rican. Stone Toss is a very famous Nazi comic, right? He's fucking Puerto Rican. Like, it's just, in a weird way, white supremacy has become more diverse as a direct consequence of how diverse America is. But on the inverse of this, like, people do respond to white-centric content and white-centric commentary, not only because the definitional socio-political construct of whiteness is constantly expanding to encompass that comfortable 60 to 66% of the population, no matter what, and therefore more and more people bracket under the banner of whiteness. But also at the same time, I think people just like respond to that kind of edgy humor more positively. This doesn't mean that you should lean into it. This doesn't mean that you should, you know, create a permission structure around like being horrible little bullies to people on the virtue of someone's the color of their skin or their, you know, ethnicity, their background. Of course not. But I think it's important to still ultimately recognize like where, like when we're messaging, because that's what we do here, right? Myself, Sean the Black, everyone does this. The only caveat I would say is that like it's unfortunately an unavoidable force that you have to be cognizant of. And I mean, this is silly for me to say to a young black man. He already is cognizant of this, regardless. He lives it every day.
Totally fine with that. Legacy media throwing away everything that they've known to be like, we need specifically and primarily a Joe Rogan of the left to talk to only straight white men, and everybody's fine with that. Everybody.
See, that's the reason why I added the caveat, because like Joe Rogan's audience, I'm willing to bet, is fairly diverse, right? It's not just straight white men. Like, it might be like straight white male centric politics, but it's not. It's not. It's just like there's hella Hispanics in there. There's hella Latinos in there. There's black people in there. You know what I mean? It's definitely more on a, it's definitely more divided on the gender side than it is like racial politics. American politics is so busted, man. It's so busted. It's so broken. It's hard. It's hard to put a finger on it. But yeah, no, I'm not missing the point Sean is making. I agree with the point that Sean is making. The point that he's making is the exact same point that I made as well in the aftermath of the 2016 election, when they did this exact same thing in the aftermath of the 2016 election, where everyone was like, what happened to the white working class vote? Where are the white working class? Why did the white working class go and vote for Donald Trump? Blah, 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 blah. We got to win these white working class people back. It's like, it's stupid.
He's fine with the journey to find the one piece of politics, which is how do we create the Joe Rogan of the left? Nobody has any problem with that. But when you have just the slight assumption, when you have the notion, the mere suggestion of, hey, let's talk to black people, people act like you killed fucking God. Like, what are we talking about here? Are we insane? And that's not indicative of white supremacy?
Hispanic dudes positive, but not many black dudes fuck with Joe Rogan. No, black dudes fuck with Joe Rogan too. Dude, everybody fucks with Joe Rogan.
Nobody bats an eye at, yes, we need to radically shift how we just to talk about media as a whole to center straight white men. But when it comes to FD being like, hey, let's go to church and talk to black people, people are like, how dare you? How dare you?
It's ironic. Oh, wait, why would people think I'm like disagreeing with Sean on this? This is literally what I've been saying nonstop. This was a big weakness for Bernie Sanders. This is something that I also personally recognize. You cannot expect people to literally listen to your message and understand it and internalize it just on the basis of your message being good or your policies being good. You got to go to where people are. You got to talk to people directly. Okay? This is certainly a weakness on the left. It's something that I talked about in the aftermath of the Zoran analysis and the Zoran victory within the Democratic Party primaries, as a matter of fact. If you recall, I said one of the things that Zoran needs to do is, and one of the things that the DSA needs to do, one of the things that like a left movement needs to do is to tap into young black men in particular who already feel rudderless, who feel discouraged about their future within the Democratic Party, and try to get them to participate in the political process, but from a left position. You know? Like, this is a real problem. This is a real issue. You know what I mean? Genuinely. Anyway, we gotta blast off.
How dare you saying that we need to market and talk to the issues that black people face? Yeah, you liberal. You freaking liberal, you wrecker. How dare you say that we need to talk to what black people face?
It's like in a weird way, it still goes along with it's still kind of like it still kind of goes back to the idea that like any sort of racialized politics is instantly supposed to be like liberal coded or something. It's not. Like, black people are working class too. You got to talk to them, you know? You got to. This is not, and this country has a long history of revolutionary black politics. It's been gutted and destroyed through violence, like direct state violence, right? Assassinations, prosecutions, and then there's a decent amount of co-opting as well. But ultimately, it is something that any working class movement has to focus on, you know? That's it.
No, black people should just suck it up and be happy with the free healthcare, right? Then like the election happens, be like, wait, no, we have to speak to the needs of white people. We need to speak to the needs of young white men. Why is nobody talking to and reaching young white men? We need a Joe Rogan of the left that speaks directly to their issues. And people are like, hey, can you speak to black people's issues?
Why I was concerned about the way white leftists reacted to the Zoran Columbia story, arguing that Zoran could put African American as the same saying Elon Musk is the wealthiest African American. Give me flashbacks to how Bernie supporters acted in 2015. Oh, I know. I talked to FD Signifier about this as well. Guys, that is literally bait. That was literally bait. If you're in this community for 44 months, you have to recognize that that is just bait, okay? First of all, I know people are gonna get mad at me for saying this, but we do live in a fucking white supremacist society. So at the end of the day, there is gonna be some biases being demonstrated there, some blind spots coming out of a place of privilege, right? When someone even jokingly says that, okay, if it's an ally, you can have a normal conversation with them and be like, hey man, that's like not funny, okay? It's just like kind of weird to say, and that's fair. But recognize that that was bait placed in the media, in the New York Times, specifically to invoke this kind of sectarian division, this racialized division. That was the whole point. That was the whole point, so that people, especially like Gen X black people that are understandably pretty tuned in to, any sort of like white supremacist takes, are going to go, oh, these guys don't give a fuck about us. That's why the Bernie Bro stuff was so prescient. Like, it was so successful for a lot of people. That plus like the turnout machine. I think Sean is placing an emphasis on the application of responsibility of white leftists to consistently self-reflect and check themselves when they're perpetuating white supremacy. This chat sometimes does that through the woke of the day thing whenever they hear a POC voice, so like you mentioned, saying that's liberal coded. That's not, more often than not, that is literally done on the basis of not someone who is adding to the conversation in a productive manner. Okay? And there's always going to be, in a large tent, there's always going to be fucking people that go, this is not within my comfort zone. Okay? This is an unfortunate reality with coalition building regardless. Okay? It's for people who are concern trolling and are demonstrating a narcissistic desire to be heard when we're talking about something entirely separate. You feel me? I think people understand exactly where that comes from. You understand it for other things, but I think you probably have seen me do that. You probably have seen me do that for something you care about that you think was a valid point, and then of course you go, oh wait, hold on, this is like inappropriate. This is inappropriate that he said this is a woke of the day.
Issues? Fuck you! Fuck you! Get out of here! We're not talking to you! Like, what are we talking? Like, is that not crazy?
I haven't blasted off yet. I'm gonna do it right now. Look, the reality of the matter is, if you want to bring in, okay, if you want to bring in people that are born into a system where they've never had to reconsider their stances and take certain things for granted, and understandably have developed like you know, a white supremacist opinion or a transphobic opinion, you are going to encounter biases. You're going to encounter microaggressions, things of that nature. Okay, trying to sanitize that would, if I were to try and sanitize every minutia, everything that happens both in this massive community and just in general on the internet, I would not be able to get across anything that I want to get across. I would not be able to cover anything that I want to cover. You know what I mean? And it would be utterly unproductive overall. This is the reason why there's a method to this madness, if you will. It would be a permanent stun lock, back and forth. But the goal for me is to, the goal for me always is to get people who are in the margins to no longer have these kinds of biases over the course of a long, extended period of time. And that's part of the reason why this community has grown so much over the past 8 years. Because everybody, at the end of the day, has some kind of blind spot born out of their privileged position. I understand that, and it would be incredibly hypocritical of me to act as though that is not the case for every single person's starting position. Are you talking about yourself here? Of course I'm talking about myself as well. What do you mean? Of course. All right, liberals finally come to terms with Gaza starvation. Your community isn't safe for marginalized people. See, this is what I mean. This is like, this kind of stuff is ridiculous. Like that's okay, sure. It's not, you know. You've just been duped into thinking that it was for 21 months when you were a supporter for 21 months. Like, that's what I mean. Like that's a ridiculous statement. That's a ridiculous statement. This is not a completely safe space. Of course it's not. This is this is an open environment where people can just fucking come in and say whatever they want. Okay? And it's never going to be, there's an arena full of people in here from all different walks of life. But if you consider this to be a stadium full of people, if you consider this to be like not safe enough for you, you know, that's it. I have nothing to say to that. Okay, well, I'm sorry. Anyway, liberals want to come to terms with Gaza starvation. What else was I gonna do? I got stun locked so early. That's crazy. Hold on. Trump. Terror. Kamala comeback. That's and more. Get in now. I think one of the things that takes place, and I'll take ownership over my own actions in this, is that like a lot of chatters will get their notes from me, and in the process of getting their notes from me, they might not be equipped with the same level of knowledge or the same personal experiences that I have, right? And therefore, they will turn around and you know, behave in the same way that I'm behaving, right? And they'll blast it on someone that, like, they'll use it in an environment where it's not appropriate to use it. Like, they'll just be like, "Oh, you're being woke of the day," when someone is making like a valid claim, right? Without truly understanding like why I sometimes push back on people pressing on certain issues. Like when that person said this is not a safe space for minorities, it's like, okay, I mean, sure. And I think that's the issue, where there's a lot of dogpiling as well. That takes place, and then that pisses people off, especially when they are making a valid concern. And I'm sure, like, I'm a human being at the end of the day. I have privilege, I have biases, I have blind spots. I'm sure I fucking misfire too. I mean, I do, and then I try to take ownership over it and recognize it when I do, right? But I mean, you don't let people be tired as it things out. Oh my God, do not relitigate this discourse. Don't start that. But ultimately, what I try to get across is that people are imperfect, myself included, and we should be more understanding of people when they bring up concerns, but also simultaneously, there should also be a recognition that, like, there are definitely people that are on their own journey of learning and might get something wrong, or might even come across as like annoying or shitty, but it's not the same as like a person reinstating white supremacist values. And it's not necessarily someone just being like, there's a racial pecking order here, but instead it's what is this? What the hell is this red bubble thing that you sent me? Your girl watches The Office, my girl watches Hasanabi. We are not the same. That's crazy. Okay, no, I need a better meme. Pull up Sean the Black. I think you missed the mark a bit on the point I was making, and we can have a convo about it on some point in the future for sure. I haven't blasted off yet. You are an introduction to leftist thought. You cover the news from a perspective that isn't usually seen in the media. It's up to chatters to take what they learn here and do more growing outside of here. Do more reading, do more organizing, keep growing. Yeah, exactly. Use this to blast off, lol. What is this? No. The she is the moment cold? That's so stupid. I can't believe the White House posted that. Why are they even doing that? Like, what? Who is that for? Would you ever go on Kill Tony? Probably not. I don't think they would ever ask me to go on anyway, though. All right, I got one. Okay, we're doing this. All right, we got one. It was more so about when minorities talk and the response they got. Yes, in most circumstances, I think people don't realize, like, they either see the afterthought or they see like the worst possible version of this. But like, you know what comes to my mind about like not placing minority opinions in the forefront of my conversation? That one crazy lady who came in here and was like, well, I'm a Native American and I think we should get all the Mexicans out. It's like, what are you fucking saying, dude? I don't give a shit what your background is at that point. Like, what do you mean? Like, do you see what I mean? Do you remember that one lady who was like, I'm indigenous. Like, I'm a Native American living in California, and I think we should get all the Mexicans out. Do you think that this is reflective of like indigenous politics? Do you think we should be doing standpoint theory in that situation? When I shit on that person and say your background should should literally have you saying the exact opposite of this position that you're currently demonstrating. Like, is that fucked up? Is that me reinstating white supremacist values or whatever? More women drone pilots, incarnate chatters have to stop viewing identity as the whole ballgame. Exactly. It's also additionally ironic because, like, she was like, I'm indigenous and I think we got to get the Mexicans out. It's like, okay, well, yeah, they're indigenous too. Like, what are you talking about? Like, half of the people you're saying we got to get them out are not the white Mexicans. They're the indigenous Mexicans. Anyway, when people say listen to minority opinions, that doesn't mean you have to listen to everything they say. It just means doesn't immediately brush it aside. No, I mean, I don't. Or at least I try not to. This feels like a bad faith argument because most of the time you're disproportionately shitting on liberals of color in a tone I've never seen you use for open white supremacists. Wait, what? This is what I mean. This is why I don't do this kind of stuff. It's got to be bait, right? Are you serious? Liberals of color? I shit on liberals of color more than I do open white supremacists? I can't tell you what I think should be done to open white supremacists. I get banned. The fuck? You said absolutely. Yeah, okay. All right, well, good luck to you, chatter. These kinds of chatters are exactly how Hillary Clinton sabotaged Bernie's image in 2016. I need people to understand. I need people to understand something. This kind of this kind of conversation is not like, it doesn't work. It's just, it doesn't. There's no way to, like, I'm glad that person demonstrated exactly what I usually push back on. Like, that statement is just incorrect. Like, you know what I mean? Chatters is like, yo, excuse me, you've been so bigoted to Cory Booker for being a supporter of Israel's genocide. More so than what I've said about Randy Fine? You know? Are you crazy? Are you insane? Like I said, I can't say what I think about half of the open white supremacists because, you know, you just have to imagine what I'm implying, okay? Anyway, was there a little F? I'm a brown Muslim man from Britain, and I have to say the way you speak about British people is definitely problematic. Yeah, fucking hell. Are we covering Love Island drama today? What is Love Island drama? New Harry Enton video. All right, I gotta stop fucking responding to chat and move on. I'm sorry, guys. I think this is a little unproductive. I mean, it's good to do some housekeeping every now and then, but at a certain point, this turns into everybody going, here's my pet project. And the irony is, this is something that I have put my foot down on many times throughout my streaming career. And it's been an issue when I had 35 people in the chat, and it's been an issue when I had 35,000 people in this chat. And if I were to listen to the 35 people back then and try to sanitize everything that I'm doing and try to do commentary in a way that suits the expectations of some of the most sensitive people in this community, for good reason, by the way. They're not sensitive for bad reason. They're sensitive for good reason. Then this would not be a force. This community would not be as successful of a force and have impact and change so many people's minds slowly but surely. On the one hand, people say, oh, well, Hasan presents an introductory to leftist politics and has like gotten my brother out of the alt-right pipeline and all this stuff. But also on the other hand, they're like, but he still has so many different issues in terms of like expressing, in terms of expressing bigoted opinions. He's a fascist. He's, he is far harder on liberals of color than he is on white supremacists or whatever the fuck. Like, it's just, that's, it's ridiculous. Like, I'm not going to abide by that. If it's not for you, I perfectly understand. There are plenty of communities that will cater to your expectations. Anyway, let's get into it. Germany. Process to recognize Palestine state must begin now. Even they got Germany speaking out.
Germany says the process to recognize a Palestinian state must begin now. Berlin adding that Israel is increasingly in the minority over the issue of Palestine. The move comes just hours after Canada said it planned on recognizing the state of Palestine at the UN General Assembly in September. For more, we can go across to Nick Holsworth standing by in Berlin. Nick, good afternoon. Just how significant is what's coming out of Germany today?
Germany is the last bastion of Israel defense, so it is fairly significant when you got, this is like, it's like America #1, Germany #2, Israel #3 in terms of defending Israel. So, when you got even Germany being like, oh, we are going to move to this state recognition, yeah, that's fairly significant. I will say, that is not an insignificant move, okay? That's shocking. Even though, let's be real, and I've talked about this already, all of these statehood recognitions are coming with a shit ton of qualifiers, and they're actually not moving the needle as hard as it's supposed to, and it's pretty messed up overall. But I think it implies that the environment has changed quite a bit. On the one hand, I'm wary because it is a PR stunt. I don't trust Western nations at all. But on the other hand, I do think that the permission structure has shifted so dramatically that these guys are engaging in this to appease the masses, to appease the discontent that they are experiencing, and they have to respond. America doesn't, because America's not a democracy, and America has a fuck you gonna do about it kind of attitude, right? Whereas, like, European liberal democracies at least symbolically have to defend democracy and liberal values. So I think that they're just trying to find an outlet where they could just be like, yeah, we are also responding to the increasing public pressure that is mounted against us due to this Israel stuff by saying we'll offer state recognition with these incredible conditions, of course, which renders the state recognition useless. Because a lot of the Palestinian state recognition actually comes from like these ridiculous qualifiers. Hey, Sean the Black, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. Where a lot of the state recognition qualifiers are demilitarized Palestinian state, run by the Palestinian Authority, which is incredibly unpopular in the eyes of the Palestinians. It's not a real democratic process at all. The Palestinian Authority is a de facto arm of the Israeli security apparatus. It is the second least popular entity in the region in the eyes of the Palestinians, after Israel, of course. And also the idea that they're supposed to be demilitarized makes the process of full-blown ethnic cleansing imminent. It only just like, it basically says no longer can Israel do full-blown ethnic cleansing right now in the Gaza Strip, but they can continue doing the same process that they've taken place through a sequence of checkpoints, annexation, land grabs, pogroms that they've engaged in the West Bank. That's basically what they're saying, which is Israel's goal ultimately. I mean, how can anyone avoid or deny the reality that Israel's goal is the greater Israeli project at this point? You can't deny it. It's undeniable. That's precisely the reason why they're even making this inference, making this state recognition known, right? Why? Because Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign has gotten so unimaginably horrible that it has created this massive amount of public pressure that politicians have to respond to at this point. It's become unavoidable. Like I said, you have to become undeniable. You have to become unavoidable. If you want to let your voice be heard, if you want change to happen in the Western world, you just have to keep up the pressure. And all of a sudden, all that pressure amounts to state recognition with like these conditions. It's not enough. You have to keep pushing.
Presents a massive shift in German foreign policy. Support for Israel is built in to the German constitution for 80 years now. Since the end of the Nazi regime in 1945 and since the beginning of the German Federal Republic, which was founded in 1949, support for Israel has been part of the ground laws, as they're called in Germany, and indeed criticising Israel, that's allowed, but any anti-Semitic expression is punishable by law of up to 5 years in prison. So the fact that the German Foreign Minister, Johann Wadephul, is considering supporting a two-state solution, supporting a Palestinian state. He said it would be the end of the process rather than the beginning of the process, is extremely significant. And he's flying to Israel today to hold a meeting with his Israeli counterpart, Gideon Sair, later this afternoon. So the fact that he's released a statement before he flies to Jerusalem is extremely significant. It's putting the Israelis on notice that Germany's position has shifted.
Nick, thank you very much for the update. Nick Holdsworth reporting there from Berlin. Let's go across to Jerusalem now. France 24's Noga Tarnopolsky is standing by. Noga, this is a bombshell shift in tone from Germany, and it follows similar statements from other G7 states. Has there been any reaction?
There's been vicious reaction from Israel. The first country to make this announcement was France, and Israel responded by via the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister by accusing President Macron of being a collaborator with Hamas terror, no less, of rewarding murderous Hamas terror by recognizing a Palestinian state. And clearly this is part of a well-coordinated diplomatic tsunami plan to pressure Israel.
Everyone is Hamas. I mean, of course, Israel is Hamas. Who isn't Hamas at this point, you know? Germany is Hamas. Germany saying this is so funny. What are... Benjamin Netanyahu's going to come out and be like, this is the most anti-Semitic thing that Germany has ever done in its long history. Nothing is more anti-Semitic than the recognition of a Palestinian state. Nothing. I repeat, this is far outdoing the Holocaust in magnitude. conditional state recognition is worse than the Holocaust is what we will hear. Oh my God. "80 years after the Holocaust, and Germany is returning to support Nazism." I mean, it's not as bad. It's not. This is not as bad as I was joking about. What I'm joking about is like someone saying this is worse than the Holocaust. Okay, he's not saying that. He's saying this is the equivalent of the Holocaust. Oh, Jesus Christ. Not letting Israel do the Holocaust is basically one Holocaust, okay? That's crazy. It never stopped. As I have argued before, Germany supports Netanyahu for the same reason it birthed Hitler. Both promise to be Western bulwarks against the Untermensch, the rebellious subhumans who dared to threaten empire. I mean, it's true. Bro, Israel literally invited members of the AfD, Alternative for Deutschland, to the anti-Semitism conference. Okay? They do not care about actual neo-Nazis. They love actual neo-Nazis. The only thing they care about is when people say, hey, you should stop doing a Holocaust. That's when they go, this is the most anti-Semitic thing anyone has ever said. You are basically, you denying me the right to literally do a live stream Holocaust is basically one Holocaust, okay? That's what it is. Yeah, they had to cancel the anti-Semitism conference in Israel because they invited too many anti-Semitic white supremacists, okay? That is what we're talking about here. They just have no leg to stand on. It's just ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It's totally and utterly ridiculous. It's like when people go, oh, dude, you know what's really problematic? Not me being racist, you calling out my racism. That's what's pissing me off. That's the real issue here. It's like, no, I think it was the original racism that's the real issue.
It's not just the UK and France and Canada and now Germany, a country with which Israel has uniquely close ties, who are discussing the possibility and the eventual necessity of recognizing a Palestinian state. But as our colleague Nick just said, the German minister is doing so on his way to Israel. He's about to arrive in Jerusalem. And we also have Sweden. The prime minister in Sweden called for suspending the European free trade agreement with Israel. So these are all extremely serious matters. They indicate the complete collapse of Israeli foreign policy that we have seen under Prime Minister Netanyahu during this war. I mention his name in particular because Netanyahu has long presented himself to Israelis as, and I'm quoting now from his many political campaigns, as in another league, in a more elevated diplomatic league, as the one specialist who really...
Bro, it turns out, even by European standards, okay, after centuries of death, destruction, extraction of natural resources from the global south, slavery, even with all the bounties of colonial empire, even the Europeans have like a distaste for maximum death and destruction, like doing a 13th century style siege on a captive population that has fucking iPhones and can literally elevate the problem directly to the doorstep of every single person in the Western world is untenable. Who would have thought? Okay? It turns out, regardless of the multi-billion-dollar influence peddling operation and advocacy groups that you have cultivated over a long period of time, over multiple decades, in an effort to align so perfectly with Western foreign policy in this resource-rich region. There is only so much death and destruction that even the most racist, Islamophobic people will allow, okay? We are there. We are there. There is no starvation of children that is appropriate in the eyes of the Western world, so much so that even liberal politicians in America have to respond to this and be like, okay, I don't know how we got here, but oops, we can't do this any longer, okay? That's it. I can't even, like, I thought, and I say this as someone who constantly talks about how fucking depraved we are here in the West, right? In the comfort of our homes. But I thought even this would have been packed up a long time ago. I thought that there was only so much death and destruction that people would be on board with. I literally thought, you know, the entirety of the hospital system collapsing in the Gaza Strip was enough. I thought it should have been enough. This should have ended a year ago. This should have been ended a year ago with prosecutions coming in instantly. It is crazy that there is still people holding out hope that, you know, you can complete the ethnic cleansing. You can complete the ethnic cleansing campaign. It's crazy. I had a fun interaction today. Older Jewish woman sits out with a sign that says "Free Palestine, my city" almost every day. An Israeli dude goes and starts harassing her, so I step in. He then tells me that I'm Hamas and I look like an Arab. He does what the typical Israeli does and spits at my feet. Then I tell him I'm Jewish, to which he says, "You are no Jew," and walked off. I called him an anti-Semitic pig as he walked away. Classic. That's the craziest thing, because look. The time is, the attitude shift is so dramatic. I'm telling you right now, people, even liberal Zionists, are gonna point to guys like that and basically be like, oh, they're just like extremists. They don't represent us, okay? It's coming. It's coming because the association of Judaism with Israel only worked as a defensive posture when everybody thought Israel is awesome. Now that everybody knows Israel is not awesome at all, oh my God, everything that Israel now represents is no longer like the pharmaceutical industry and like making the desert bloom and being the most gay moral democracy in the fucking region or whatever, and instead ethnic cleansing and the starvation of children for some kind of like loose association with religion that is a false conflation to begin with. Now that is the only thing that Israel is known for, understandably, I think Jews in the Western world are probably going to forcibly separate themselves from this association and actually look negatively upon this association in the future. Now, not yet, and there are still plenty of people who personally hang on to this notion that you can continue defending it. Okay, you can continue defending Israel. You can continue defending Israel. You can keep going back to the old tricks and be like, look at the enemies of Israel. They're all barbaric. They're monsters. They're monsters. They're monsters. But I don't think it's going to continue. I think for the average person, they have completely checked out. Okay, they've checked out. Not gonna lie, you do more work defending the rights of Muslims in the West than any actual Muslim speakers out here. And yes, because they're fucking bought and sold. Okay. Also, what do you mean actual Muslim? Listen, regardless of my lack of regardless of me being a bad Muslim, okay, it doesn't matter. My name is Hasan, so they don't let me get away with that. They don't go, yeah, this guy is this guy's not a real one. Okay. Oh my God, Kaya's fucking snoring so loud. It is crazy.
And be Israel's face to the world. All of that is crumbling very, very quickly right now.
And Noga, I'm just curious, what are ordinary Israelis saying about this shift in tone that's coming from right around the world? Do they feel alone now?
I think Israel.
Do they feel alone now? I mean, dude, I don't think shit, Israeli society broadly thinks about these sorts of things any longer. I think they've just they have found a perfect thought terminating cycle here where they just go, oh, it's anti-Semitism. Okay. It's such a powerful, powerful motivator because anti-Semitism has been a fucking blight for thousands of years. And anti-Semitism still certainly exists, okay? So, because of that reason, I think it's even more powerful than when white Christians in America talk about white Christian persecution, okay? Because there is a validity to the marginalization. That is the reason why I think it is virtually impossible to get people in Israel to understand why they are being considered as a fucking pariah state. Having said that, however, just as though white Afrikaners started slowly but surely coming to that recognition that they had become a pariah due to their apartheid, I think a lot of Israelis will eventually say, hey, we gotta fucking stop this. Like, this is crazy. And if they don't, it's done. Even if they do, it's done. Zionism as a project is, in my opinion, over. It's been over. This is the death knell of Zionism as a project. It's so funny. I tweeted this thing that is not exactly the most... it's not like the... I mean, this is like... I'm limited by the word count on Twitter, right? I said one phone call is all it would take to stop Israel's genocide. If Israel doesn't comply, shut off weapons transfers. If Israel looks to get weapons elsewhere, put a sanctions package. And if that fails, invade Israel militarily. This is why all it takes is one phone call. And a lot of people got very mad at this. They said, this is childish, this is childish, this is childish. Okay? This guy, for example, said, this alone should disqualify this guy from any serious discourse law. He's just a frat bro who, at the end of the day, is an entertainer first and foremost. And even that is a stretch. I said, U.S. presidents to stop Israel with one phone call under Reagan, George H.W. Bush, and even Biden in 2021. What made you feel so confident in your stupidity? Leave your hug box immediately. And I don't understand because, like, it is objectively untrue. I'm the one in a hug box. You are surrounded by yes men. Won't talk to actual educated people with differing viewpoints who would legitimately challenge your stream. You cry when friends make slight jabs at you. You ban motherfuckers. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. He follows Tectone. I don't know who this guy is, but I just don't understand. Like, none of this is relevant to my point. I don't... Chat is the biggest op. What do you mean? No, I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, none of this makes sense. For fuck's sake, you can't even watch videos criticizing you. It's like, dude, you have a childish brain, okay? You have the brain of a child. You have the brain of a child because we're talking about, like, foreign policy. You say I'm wrong in my assessment. You say it's a childlike way of understanding foreign policy. And it's an oversimplified thing that I'm saying there, right? One phone call. It's not literally one singular phone call. Okay, it's as close to one phone call as it can get. Having said that, however, you don't address the point that I'm making. This is what is so frustrating about trying to do political commentary in this field, right? Because I'm trying to have a normal conversation on the issues, but people immediately go back to being like, no, you're stinky and I don't like you. And the reason why I don't like you is because of all of these things that I just fucking made up. Like, okay, answer my question. If you think one phone call is so ridiculous as an assessment, answer the question. Why has one phone call been all that is necessary to stop Israel's bloodshed in the past? It doesn't make sense. It's so silly. This is not... Like, you didn't answer the argument. This right here is a perfect demonstration of the fucking discourse and how stupid it is. when you try to have a conversation about politics with people who don't actually care about the politics at all, who basically have decided what their political perspective is simply on the boundaries of who they like as a content creator and who they hate as a content creator. Okay? Yeah, Biden stopped Israel with one phone call in 2021. How did that happen? It's just a faucet of irrelevant things, okay? That guy has 0 tweets containing the word genocide until he responded to you. The U.S. wields enough power over Israel as client state to get it to change course, as has been demonstrated repeatedly. Almost the entire world agrees that Israel should stop occupying the Palestinian territories. On its own, Israel is small and can't resist a global consensus. The only reason Israel behaves the way it does is unfailing U.S. support, which it won't be able to reliably count on indefinitely. Exactly. And that is the reason why it's so important for people like yourselves, people like myself, to continue pressuring politicians, to continue pressuring the administration, even though it seems impossible, even though change seems impossible. Okay? You have to keep pushing. It's that simple. Because every step that you take, damn, why didn't you ever have a take like that, Lamau? Wait, what? That's the same take. That tweet is basically the same exact tweet that I just described the steps as to why it would take one phone call to stop. What? Yes, it is a joke. You've said it forever. Oh, okay. SRGFX, thank you for the 25 get the subs. What you might be saying is that the phone call is not possible this time because it could be the end of Israel. It is really on the brink. What it has done can't be undone. Everyone would attack Israel without U.S. backing. What? No. No, that's not how this goes. Okay? That's not how this goes at all. No, the funniest criticism of this that I saw was people being like, oh, I thought Hasan hated military intervention. Now he wants to invade. Hasan hated the Iraq invasion, which was illegal. So he hates the classic. He wants to invade the Jewish nation state. It's like, dude, they are literally doing Nazi shit, okay? If there was ever a valid military invasion, it would be this one. It's never going to get to that point regardless. My point is, it never has to get to that point. Because that being the maximalist position implies that one phone call is all it would take. That's the whole point of this fucking tweet. That's it. Anyway. Man, people who celebrate D-Day don't understand that, you know, the force that they were... Why are they dunking on any of this? They're not dunking. They're just, like, yelling into a void. Okay? People are lashing on you because they know you were right since October 7 and they weren't. It's pathetic behavior. No, I think, like, people are doing that because they also can't contend with open defense of Israel at this point. So instead of openly defending Israel at this point, they still have to, like, they have to grab on to anyone they can and to be like, oh, well, this person is anti-Semitic, I think, please. Or this person is crazy. His opinions are crazy. It's just like they can't contend with the reality shifting at an alarming rate around them as more and more people come to the terms with the reality on the ground. So they have to just like lash out at people who are right all along. That's it. It's no different than like what Matty Iglesias is doing. But because Matty Iglesias is a professional adult that works in media, he obviously has to take a different tone than people who are still holding out hope for some kind of defense of Israel by just simply attacking Israel's critics.
Israelis feel extremely alone. The country is more and more isolated, and increasingly in ways that regular Israelis can feel. Israel has been distanced from the rest of the world during this long period of war, in part because foreign airlines have stopped flying here. It has become more and more risky to be an Israeli abroad. To be heard speaking Hebrew has become a draw for in some cases, real violence. And remember that the Israeli Prime Minister, this same magician of diplomacy, now faces indictments from the International Criminal Court. So he can barely travel abroad. He used to be a standard bearer for Israel. I do think that it's important to remember that a two-state solution, until fairly recently, was the official position of the Israeli state. The state of Israel said, we want to live side by side with an eventual state of Palestine. It is Prime Minister Netanyahu who, in a fairly recent statement a few years ago, said, over my dead body, will there be a state of Palestine? He turned this issue into a taboo when it is almost by definition an Israeli interest to be able to live side by side in peace with Palestinians. And now this taboo that he created is being used against him and is being used against Israel by allied leaders who were searching for some way, any way they could pressure him, now that the Trump administration appears to have decided to give him almost blanket support.
Well, we'll see if that does shift once those discussions with Steve Witkoff start. Thank you very much for that, Noga Tanopolsky, reporting there for us from Jerusalem.
What's going to happen when it goes back to the exact same method? I got called a capo today by the president of my alma mater, Jewish Alumni Association, after trying to dox a girl for shitting on someone for wearing an IOF shirt at the local gym in my college town. After you try to dox a girl for shitting on someone for wearing an IOF shirt. Yeah, I mean, look, listen. The more discourse shifts against Israel as politicians and the media play catch up to where the public attitude has been for quite a while, right? Because that's what the media is doing. That's what the politicians are doing. They're playing catch up. The more its defenders, Israel's defenders, will cynically try to attack its critics, okay? They cannot contend with the walls closing in. That's it. That's it. It's in its death throes. Zionism as a project is in its death throes. Israel is a pariah state that even politicians are being forced to recognize as a pariah state now. And while they take their sweet ass fucking time, with like these incredibly convoluted and restrictive conditional recognitions, okay, that will open up a permission structure for people like ourselves to continue our advocacy. That's it. I never thought that I would see the day where, I mean, you know, this kind of commentary is silly, but like, the Pod Johns sound like me a year ago, you know? Like, you got Pod Save America, you got Obama's speech writing team, and its podcasting circle that is fairly influential, right? They are now talking like I was speaking a year ago. That, I think, is a signal of the attitude shift. That's why we say One day, everyone will have always been against this. Trump is now also trying to weaponize the tariffs again against Canada. Trump hints no Canada trade deal over Palestine recognition. Ridiculous. It still feels like people are trying to qualify their statements by being like, Israel was right to respond on October 7th the way they did, but now they've gone too far. Yeah, that's fucking bullshit, okay? That's bullshit. The idea of like claiming, you know, Israel has a right to defend itself. Or but Hamas, like these kinds of qualifiers are ridiculous, okay? No one has a right to do a genocide. It's that simple, which is why so many people refuse to say it. So many people still refuse to say Israel's an apartheid. So many people refuse to say Israel's doing a genocide. The reason why they can't say it, Bernie Sanders, okay, is because Israel does not have a right to a genocide. No one has a right to do a genocide. There's no justification for it. So because Israel is currently doing a genocide, and many people are recognizing it as such, okay, many more people are recognizing it as such, especially at this point, people that are still holding on to this notion of Israel just like kind of getting ahead of itself and only accidentally, oopsie, doing this ethnic cleansing campaign, are speaking to a reality that doesn't exist. Yeah, I saw a Boston Celtics player's sister going off on someone defending an Israeli player that wants to educate Americans on what's really happening. Yeah, I saw. I actually liked her response to this as well. Anna Horford, okay, the sister of Boston Celtics power forward Al Horford goes on a nasty rant against Danny Avdija for supporting his home country, Israel. And then it's an Israeli flag and then a shy emoji. Danny is a hero. If you don't know him, he is up-and-coming Israeli all-star player who plays for the Portland Trail Blazers. Everyone show him support. This was the tweet. Danny Avdija says he's willing to educate people in the U.S. Not everyone understands 100% what is happening in Israel. We're a very small country. We are a small country. And there are people who live in bubbles in their countries. Many are interested. And I always explain the whole situation. Anna Horford says, this is like a Nazi trying to justify the Holocaust. You can't both sides what Israel's doing. Israeli denial and lack of accountability will be studied for decades to come. The NBA is made worse by his presence. Okay? Denny is 100% Albanian, man. Yeah, I don't know this dude's background, but she responded and I really liked it. She said, heroes don't support genocide and apartheid. Outdated Zionist propaganda doesn't work anymore. The world sees you for who you are. Respect. It's a tiny nation. Israel, tiny nation. Why you come after Israel? It's tiny nation. His dad played for Yugoslavia? A shame. No way, really? God damn, Tito would be disgusted. Trump warns Jewish donor. MAGA is starting to hate Israel. Not enough. Not hard enough. Okay. The craziest thing that I have heard was a friend's brother agreeing that it's a genocide and apartheid. For that reason, they should exist. Wait, what? A small but vocal contingent of his MAGA base, including younger Republicans and far-right podcasts, have grown skeptical of Washington's relationship with Israel. My people are starting to hate Israel. Trump recently warned a prominent Jewish donor. Yeah, no shit, dude. Anyway, there is a technical reason and a really cynical, really fucked up reason, for the record, why many politicians, including maybe Bernard Sanders, who refuse to call it a genocide, because a genocide is illegal, and aiding and abetting a nation that is conducting a genocide is also illegal. And unless you're AOC and you somehow say Israel's doing a genocide, but we also have to defend it, Most politicians don't want to say the first part because the second part looks fucking stupid when you say the first part. AOC literally says a genocide, but then turns around and is like, but we still have to give defensive weapons to the country doing genocide. Okay, well, you're out of your mind then, okay? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Ridiculous. But that's what it is. That's where it comes from. As if the size of a country determines your responsibility towards international laws and human rights. Yeah. Israel, tiny nation. Okay, well, you're still doing a genocide to 2 million people right now. Okay, and an apartheid to another 2.5. And you refuse to let, like, basically the remaining 10 million Palestinians back into their ancestral homelands. That's pretty fucked up. I don't give a shit what size you are. Also, it doesn't matter what size you are. You got nukes and America's backing you to the hilt. It's just, like I've said, dude, I think there are many things that Israel did wrong in this process. There are many things that Israel did really wrong in this process, okay? But one of the things that I identified early on was the comfort that Israeli envoys experienced for many, many decades, okay? As they were able to freely contextualize why all of this bloodshed was totally appropriate. And if you actually criticized it, you were anti-Semitic, and that would just shut off all kinds of responses instantly, right? Now that that no longer exists, they thought they could still get away with that bullshit. And because of that, when they couldn't get away with it, they got incredibly fucking arrogant. I'm sorry, but if you're that fucking arrogant, obviously Americans who don't give a shit are going to turn around and go, oh, I don't know about this. This is, what do you mean? You've gotten billions of dollars in weapons, big dog. What is happening here? Let's dial it back a little bit. Yeah. Rogan has gone full woke. I don't,
And then they're kicking students out that like write articles they don't like.
Yeah, that's nuts.
I mean, I talked about this before when he first covered this.
Isn't a university supposed to be a place where someone's allowed to express themselves
Right.
and have
Non-violently?
opinions? Yeah, it's
This is the average American's perspective, though. Even the average American who doesn't necessarily give a shit about like what Israel is doing all that much sees like the death and destruction, thinks, this is not great. But then more consequentially, more significantly, Americans fucking hate censorship and cancel culture. And then all of a sudden, the position of defending Israel revolves around an endless amount of cancel culture and an endless amount of violations of the First Amendment, like actual real violations of the First Amendment, not simply saying, oh, you made me feel bad and now I'm going to yell at you, but actually prosecution from the government. Americans see that and they go, okay, well, this is extra ridiculous.
so they're writing something down and they're not calling for violence
Right.
either, and they're getting challenged. That's supposed to be how it happens. You get challenged, smarter people have better
Yeah.
arguments, or your argument stands.
Right, discourse.
Yes.
It's supposed to be a place for discourse.
That's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And you're deporting people because you don't like who they're
Right.
criticizing, like that gets kind of shifty.
Yeah. Podcasters, especially, are not beholden to the administration to the same degree as like a Charlie Kirk is. Okay? And for that reason, they will basically pull out. They're like rats. They will pull out when they see things that they think are unconscionable. The free world has a moral responsibility to Palestinians in distress. Flood Gaza with food, says Richie Torres. Wow. He got woke, dude. They cheer for genocide and Star Wars people, but once the damage is done and the impact is irreversible, they divorce themselves from the depravity and act like they had the moral position all along. That's crazy, because... That's crazy to me, because, like... Because I feel like Richie Torres was... I mean, I'm blocked by him, by the way. I feel like he's been the #1 attack dog for Israel in Congress. What's going on, dude? What an attitude shift here. What a fucking attitude. What changed, Richie? Bitchy Torres? Oh, you got scared you're gonna get primaried? Is that what happened? And you still, I hope you do. But yeah. This is why, by the way, this is part of the reason why I said it's not just about AIPAC dollars. Okay? It's not just about the money that these politicians get from AIPAC or other Israel advocacy groups. Okay? Do you understand? It's also, more importantly, a direct consequence of America's foreign policy needs and how much they can support that without increasing public scrutiny. That's why public pressure matters. Because when it becomes unavoidable, public pressure becomes unavoidable on this issue, and you are known for being the champion of this issue, the champion of starving children in Gaza. Okay? All of a sudden, you're out there alone. And no amount of AIPAC dollars will save you. Richie and many others are there, okay? They are recognizing the attitude shift. They're recognizing how much the public is grossed out by Israel and Israel's actions, and defending Israel can put you underwater, especially in the Democratic Party. Okay? That's it. That's where we're at. So if they want to, actually, like I said, since they have sidestepped every bridge and every exit ramp, every opportunity that they had to say the right thing, to change their trajectory, to change their attitude on this issue, okay? Right now, if you're coming out and being like, oh no, how could this have happened? Oh no, all this shit. If you're saying that right now, that's not enough. You have to literally go out on a limb and be a radical politician. You have to go out on a limb and say, this is a genocide, this is unacceptable, okay? To make up for lost time. You have to start outflanking centrist Democrats, okay?
Images out of Gaza have shocked the world. You got starving children, desperate crowds of people seeking food, and the unbelievable gaslighting by Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, who demands that we believe him and not our lying eyes. Here's an example.
Israel is presented as though we are applying a campaign of starvation in Gaza. What a bold-faced lie. There is no policy of starvation in Gaza, and there is no starvation in Gaza.
So this conflict, this issue, it comes with a lot of history. It's very emotional. It's politically fraught here in the United States in particular. And there are, as are so many of these seemingly intractable political problems here in the United States. So what we are trying to do here at Pod Save America is create a new space on this channel for debate and conversation that brings together everybody from the left, the Never Trump right, all the pod bros, all the neo-lib shills, all the abundance pill dorks, everybody in between, to have a conversation that tries to help us figure out some answers to these problems.
What? Unlikely to happen. Would you consider sitting down and talking to Cory about what made him change his mind? Cory? Cory Booker? Who said his mind has changed? Cory Booker 2 weeks ago was ass grabbing with Benjamin Netanyahu. His mind has not changed. What, are you kidding me? What's Cory Booker? I think you meant Richie Torres. Senator Sanders' resolution to block offensive arms sales in response to civilian casualties in Gaza and the ongoing humanitarian crisis there fails in the Senate 27-70, but notably 12 Dems voted yes that didn't support a similar resolution in April, a notable shift. It's up to 27-70 The depravity is clear, okay? The Democrats are fucking depraved. The Republicans are already evil monsters. We already know that. But the fact that the Dems have only gone up to 27 at this point is crazy. Here's what Cory Booker did. 17 Democrats voted no, effectively a yes vote for more bombs on Palestine. Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, there it is, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Maggie Hassan, Hickenlooper, Padilla, fuck, of course, Peters, Rosen, Schiff, Schumer, Warner, and Wyden. 3 convening absences were Gallego, and Mark Kelly and Eliza Slotkin. Yeah, Slotkin missed this vote because she's too busy on, she was too busy going on the Colbert Report. California is so fucking cooked. Yeah. It appears Slotkin skipped 2 votes to block arms sales to Israel tonight to go on Colbert. Good stuff. Incredible. Remember how she was talking to Crystal Ball about this? Where it's like, oh, this is something I will consider. It turns out she was considering escaping. That's what she was considering. We'll talk about the Colbert Report stuff in a second, okay? You're right, though, on the legality of labeling a genocide, but then sending aid, it would stop them. Exactly. That's why. And not just defensive, not just offensive weapons. It would be illegal. It should be illegal. It is illegal to send Israel any aid right now. Under our pre-existing laws. This is why we kept repeating the Leahy law over and over again when Biden was the fucking president. It's ridiculous. Anyway, here's Trump literally defending Israel again because Canada is posturing towards state recognition for Palestine.
Trump suggesting he won't make a trade deal with Canada. Trump posting on Truth Social, quote, Canada just announced that it is backing statehood for Palestine that will make it very hard for the U.S. to make a trade deal with them. Canada faces a 35% levy on imported.
Where do I direct my anger? Like they bombed every building, every hospital, every single refugee camp, death did nothing. Why is food the issue? I have repeated this over and over again. Denial of aid is irredeemable in the eyes of legal authorities. It is the most overt version of ethnic cleansing. Okay? Under legal circumstances, you can actually engage in this horrifying calculation of collateral damage. This person was a priority target. Maybe he wasn't supposed to be a priority target, but we assessed it and we thought he was a priority target and we killed 50, 60 people alongside him. That can be defended. Not to say it's defensible, it's still immoral and ridiculous, but that is still something you can technically defend under international humanitarian law, okay? There is a level of plausible deniability. There is no level of plausible deniability for refusal to render aid to a civilian population that you are bombing. If they simply killed everyone in Gaza by bombing them while simultaneously allowing aid to go in to the Gaza Strip, there would be less anger. I'm telling you right now. There is no defense for refusing to allow aid into an area that you're bombing. There's no legal defense for not having any safe zones, for example. Like areas that you do not bomb. There's no, you can't defend that. It is indefensible. You will never find an NGO or any sort of legal institution that will try to defend it. That's why Israel denies that it's happening. Okay? Israel doesn't deny that they're blowing up fucking houses and shit. They do it in broad daylight, but they deny that they're refusing aid into the Strip. The reason why they have to deny it is because it is completely illegal. It's like the one thing, it is the one thing that is a non-starter for every NGO, for every fucking international human rights lawyer, for every single advocacy group. It is for every single organ of justice on the international scale. It does not matter. You will never be able to defend it. It is indefensible.
Goods if it does not strike a deal by tomorrow's deadline.
Canada has joined the growing list of nations.
It is the red line. And of course, the images of the depraved starvation campaign of Israel is obviously going to make people very angry. I just don't get it. Why don't Dems oppose genocide completely, at least for political gain? Why do they intentionally hurt themselves? Because they're old, and because they're echo chambered, because they're cynical, because they understand that this is American foreign policy and it will not move an inch until it is impossible not to, okay? I mean, dude, they threw the election away because of their refusal to acknowledge that Israel was committed to this genocidal campaign. It's because it's a formative part of American foreign policy in the region. That's it.
Changing their stance on the Middle East conflict after recent pictures seem to support evidence of mass starvation. Canada now says it plans to recognize Palestinian statehood. The UK and France have made similar announcements, which could affect a future peace process. Canada's Mideast policy is now at odds with President Trump, who said their announcement could impact the chances of reaching a trade deal with the U.S. Human rights groups are using strong new language about what's happening in Gaza. Deborah Patta has the latest and a warning: the images are disturbing.
The war in Gaza has reached a tipping point as images of starving children have shaken the world. But a growing number of organizations, including the UN and on Monday 2 Israeli human rights groups, are not just accusing Israel of deliberate starvation, but of a far graver crime.
Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip.
It's a charge Israel...
I'm frustrated because on the one hand, it is still exceptionalism. It is still supremacist to only fucking say, oh, finally it's here. Now that like Israeli NGOs are also recognizing it. But also on the other hand, from the optics game, I do think that it becomes even more indefensible for many hanger-ons and many people in the margins that just simply refuse to recognize the reality up until this point. So I'll take it. It's the same thing. It's the same principle that I have, because like on the one hand, I have to be pragmatic. Okay, I have to be pragmatic. We all have to be pragmatic, and we all have to recognize that this is a step in the right direction. It's a good thing that like the Israeli NGOs are also admitting this reality, even though it's fucking 22 months in. It will create more pressure. Having said that, make no mistake, it absolutely is Jewish supremacist and exceptionalist to overall refuse to recognize these atrocities when the Palestinians say it. Okay? When the Palestinians talk about their own conditions, everybody turns a blind eye. When people like myself try to highlight the plight of the Palestinians by directly showing you exactly what the Palestinians are saying, okay, they say, you're crazy, shut the fuck up. They try to deplatform people like ourselves. Only until it's an Israeli official, or only until it's an Israeli NGO that openly recognizes it 22 months in, do people go, okay, I guess it's happening. It's bullshit. You know? Terrorists, until, what, B'Tselem says so? Okay. But you didn't give a shit when B'Tselem recognized the apartheid.
Vehemently denies.
It is baseless. There is no intent. Key for the charge of genocide.
But in a new report published by a respected medical journal, The Lancet, a group of health professionals said it was time to break the silence on genocide. Their findings, made since October 7, 2023, are damning. Life expectancy has reportedly fallen by 35 years. Gaza has the highest number of child deaths of any conflict zone, and
By the way, the very fact that many smart people still refuse to call it a genocide, even though it clearly is one, is because of the additional complications that come along with that designation, that legal designation. And that's precisely why you should keep pushing people to say it, including Bernie Sanders. Okay? That's it. Because the moment that people recognize the reality that it is a genocide, okay, is the moment where all cards are off the table. You can't deny, you can't give aid to Israel, you can't defend Israel. There's no more defending genocide. You're a genocide defender at that point. And up until that moment of recognition, you were a genocide denier. That is precisely the reason why still so many liberal Zionists, from Bernie Sanders to the J Street guy that Mehdi Hasan debated, they just refuse to recognize it. They just refuse to say it's a genocide. But just like they refuse to recognize the war crimes or the ethnic displacement or the plight of the Palestinians up until 22 months in, they will inevitably recognize that as well. So I don't understand how these guys don't even think about their own personal fucking futures, where they just kind of throw that out. They just don't realize how this looks. You look like a fucking fool right now when you say, oh, I've come to the conclusion that everyone has been on for the past year and a half. Okay. Great. But now you're still trying to be a setback. Now you are still trying to present yourself as a hurdle for further initiatives to be taken to stop this bloodshed. You look like an idiot right now. You're going to look even more like an idiot and an immoral monster down the line. You already are, but people will come to that recognition.
report concludes starvation has been relentlessly used as a weapon of war. For CBS Mornings, I'm Deborah Patter in East Jerusalem.
The level of human suffering in Gaza is intolerable.
In another major blow to Israel, Canada announcing it'll recognize a Palestinian state, citing the crisis on the ground.
By the way, the other part of the reason why people can't say fucking genocide is because if you say it's genocide, then what Ansar Allah is doing is valid and just. The Houthis in Yemen, okay? What Hezbollah is doing is valid and just in Lebanon. They're not doing anything anymore because they're done, but all of a sudden, because it is, by the way, it is, literally, and all of a sudden, what we did to stop the Houthis from trying to stop Israel's genocide, all of a sudden we're the bad guys. You understand? We are too closely associated as a belligerent in this conflict. That's the problem. I have no idea what movement means here. Dems in Congress are welcome to sign on to bills to stop the transfer of offensive weapons to Israel, but orgs attempting to rebrand need some type of accountability. J Street aggressively lobbied against the ceasefire for months. They did, which was crazy. Shouldn't they at least have to explain why they did so? Why they threatened members of Congress who supported a ceasefire in October, November, and December of 2023? There's two things being conflated here. Political coalition building around the specific demands and reputation laundering. Again, the issue around genocide is not a linguistic litmus test. It's that the label confers urgent legal and moral obligations. It has meaning. It is not a purity test or whatever. If one can't meet the baseline agreement, then there's deep disagreement as to what is going on. Read the statements coming from liberals who are supposedly joining in on the movement, in air quotes. Many of them, though not all, still have a demand Hamas disarm and surrender. This is not a change of position. It's simply rebranding support of genocide. I am all for strategic compromise, but there's an obvious risk by watering down demands to offensive carve-outs in bills everyone knows will never pass We are not building meaningful opposition, but instead engaging in reputation laundering as a get-out-the-vote strategy for the midterms. Yeah. And Democrats who literally cast aside their electoral chances because they were fucking tied to the hip to Israel are gonna do it again here. They're gonna be like, oh, dude, you're being silly. You're being ridiculous. Not sure why you're being so obtuse about this. A senator can vote against weapons shipments without saying genocide. You could attend a protest without saying it. Political movements win through addition, not by demanding everyone say the exact same thing. This is beyond fatuous. No one is demanding senators not vote against Israel if they don't use the word genocide. It isn't clear what this alleged gatekeeping would even look like. What I'm saying is failure to meet this baseline, this very baseline demand indicates PR, not substantive opposition. You're spiking the football over an ultimately meaningless vote. People are still being shot by the dozens every day, and the genocide is unabated. Many Dems, though not all, are very obviously using this opportunity to launder their own complicity. That is not progress. That's exactly what's going on. And no, Tommy doesn't suck. No, stop. I'm not saying this because like I talk to them from time to time. It's not the reason. The reason why, like, Tommy Vitor himself, okay, is, I think, amongst powerful people within the Democratic Party, Tommy Vitor has a lot more influence, commands a lot more influence than someone like myself does. Okay? I think Tommy Vitor is on board. So is Ben Rhodes. Like, people that have played a formative role in Obama's foreign policy. Ben Rhodes, right? He's also one of the pod Johns, one of the pod bros. They're on board. They see it. They recognize it. Okay? They recognize it, regardless of their past actions under the Obama administration. You're joking, right? No, I think they fucking recognize what is going on. They literally sound like me a year ago. Okay? That's important to acknowledge. That's important to recognize. Okay? But having said that, they should push even further. They should push even further. And not only should they push even further, they should be on board with applying pressure to Democrats who are simply cynically using this as a way to be like, we know it's not going to pass, but this is a great opportunity for us to make it seem like we're on the right side of a popular issue without any sort of real interest. Without any sort of real interest in changing the outcome for the Palestinians. That's why I always say, I don't care what someone's like background is or what they've said up until this point, as long as what they're saying from this point on is unconditional support to the Palestinians and an immediate end to this genocide, then it's fine. We can talk about where you were and what it took for you to get here after. Okay? So my criticism of people right now revolves around the many who refuse to take that fucking leap, who just do this still wishy-washy bullshit, who still present themselves as a hurdle against the emancipatory needs of the Palestinians while recognizing that there is a death and destruction campaign, a genocide. You're saying he doesn't suck because he has more influence than you? No. No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying Tommy Vitor doesn't suck because he recognizes what's going on. He is, and he does speak out against it. And I'm saying it's important for someone with that much influence, a lot more influence within powerful circles than myself, to actually be consistently communicating this. Because, let's be real, no Democratic senator is ever going to hear me, okay? They're never going to hear me, even when I'm talking to them directly. It's in through one ear, out through the other. They see me simply as a pathway to reach out to these, like, rudderless young men, and that's it, okay? But they do listen to Tommy Vitor and the Podjons in general. But again, I agree with Adam Johnson, I say quite frequently, that it's not simply a choice word. It's not like, this is not a semantics argument. Genocide is a legal designation. It is a legal designation, and they know it's a legal designation that comes with additional complications for people who do want to still continue supporting Israel. Kaya. Place. What is Bernie's argument that it isn't a genocide? How does he justify this? He already said it yesterday. He said, oh, it's a legal term. I don't do legal back and forths or whatever. We leave that up to the experts. It's like, no, you don't. You don't leave murder up to the experts. That's a legal term too. You know? There is no problem with saying that an invasion is illegal when it's a foreign adversary. We don't say, oh, let's leave it up to the experts. He keeps saying you can call it whatever you want, but the people are asking, why aren't you calling it genocide? And it's just a way for him to, I think, like, to move away from that conversation. Anyway. Also, it is kind of silly to say, let's leave it up to the experts on calling it a genocide. Experts are calling it a genocide. The fuck?
Canada has long been committed to a two-state solution. An independent, viable, and sovereign Palestinian state living side by side with the state of Israel in peace and security.
Israel condemning the move as rewarding Hamas terrorism. But the world's reacting to images like this. Gaza in the grips of near famine, according to UN experts. And efforts to deliver more food by air and land proving difficult, chaotic, and often deadly. A new UN video showing gunshots near...
What is this? Carney has signaled and private support will be unconditional. He is moving the sails on a boat at the podium. These kinds of leaders need our support and motivation. Use your base and the pod bros, etc. to help them gain speed. What? Exactly, which is why Carney is working behind the scenes to entrap Israel. If there's a leader right now who can, it's Carney. We have to encourage him to keep grinding on this. Let's support whomever is taking real actions, especially the people who congregate meaningful political power. You matter a lot here. I don't know about that, dude.
A crowd desperate for food Wednesday. At least 85 people have been killed trying to get aid in the last day, including at least 13 this morning, according to the Hamas-run Ministry of Health in Gaza. Israel rejecting accusations its troops opened fire, saying they only fired warning volleys. Meanwhile, the hunger crisis only growing worse. At least 150 dying from malnutrition, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. More than half of these children. The US Special Envoy in Israel today, an American volunteer doctor in Gaza, urging him to come and see for himself what's happening on the ground.
Mr. Witkoff, just come here right now.
Well, what we're seeing now, what we understand is that Steve Witkoff is going to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to discuss the ceasefire, the return of hostages alive and dead, and also how to alleviate the suffering in Gaza.
Good evening. President Trump's special envoy has met Benjamin Netanyahu as international pressure grows on the Israeli leader to end the war in Gaza. In scenes that have become all too familiar, officials in Gaza say at least 91 people were killed while trying to get aid in the past day. Not only is Steve Witkoff trying to salvage ceasefire talk.
Wait. Hold on. The one phone call tweet has invoked some negative reactions. Avi Bitterman says, the I'm Not Dying for Israel crew would ultimately, if push came to shove, be quite happy to send Americans to die for Israel. By for Israel, this is obviously a cheeky way of saying for the purpose of invading, killing, destroying Israel or something along those lines. The point is that I'm Not Dying for Israel sentiments are meant to be an anti-war Israel signal, when in reality it's not really anti-war as much as it's anti about who's on the other side. Yeah, it's about anti-genocide, dude. Yeah, that's the point. Also, it never has to get to that point. That's the reason why I said, this is why all it takes is one phone call. These people are so stupid. It will never get to that point, okay? Unless, you know, This guy's a doctor? Really? What the fuck? The doctor of genocide. No one got your point? No, they're being deliberately obtuse because it's indefensible. It is indefensible. That's the reason why they are trying to be deliberately obtuse. Okay? It is apparently an article of faith in some circles that Biden could have stopped the Israeli invasion of Gaza at any point with one phone call. Seems false. When pressed on this, it turns out the proposed one phone call is a threat of American ground invasion of Israel. Once again, this is reductive, but it's really interesting. Not only is this reductive, but it's pretty fucking basic stuff. I'm not saying it's just one phone call. I'm saying as to why it's about that one phone call. Okay? Because we're supplying them. Without our weapons, 70% of all munitions Israel has used, both offensively and defensively, have come from the United States of America. It's done. It's over. These are not fucking internet dweebs, chatter. These are not internet dweebs. These are like Hosberists themselves, like the Avi Bitterman account is a Hosberist. This person is a fucking Vox author. What are you talking about? Like, this person writes for Vox, okay? They're a relatively known, it's not their fucking 45K reach. Shut up. What are you talking about? This is a person who literally writes for a reputable liberal institution, okay? That's not just like a random dickhead on Twitter. We can stop the Israeli invasion of Gaza by ourselves. Invading a nuclear power is, I guess, in some sense, a true claim about the world, but I do not think it's usefully simplified to with one phone call. Israel should not be in Gaza. Netanyahu has no plan. He does not care about the lives of anyone there and is not achieving any conceivable legitimate war goal. I wanna start talking to these people directly. Okay? We should cancel aid. I don't think, though, I don't think that will actually change Israel's behavior substantially. Well, you're admitting it then. But because this situation has an enormous number of lives at stake and is very important, it's a good idea to be serious about what actions we can take. And it's incredibly frustrating to have interactions with people who take it as an article of faith that it'd be easy. It is easy. No, Biden could not have ended this with one phone call. It's not 1982. I like that she also, because she's a Vox author, she knows the history. Okay, it's not 1982. Is it not 2021 either? Yeah, an arms embargo and sanctions would probably do the trick. Oh, no shit. Oh, so you do agree with me. Oh, I got it. Oh, no. Oh, my God. It turns out you do agree with me when someone else says it. Yeah, no shit. Also, invading a country, a nuclear country, militarily is very different when we're talking about Israel versus Russia. Russia is a foreign adversary. No one actually wants to invade Israel militarily. It would never get to that point because Israel is an extension of America's imperial project. Israel does not exist without America. Holy fuck. This admission here basically means, oh, you're right, I just don't want to agree with you. That's it. That's what for so many centrist liberals who want to defend Israel, it's literally about not giving a fucking an earnest, yeah, you were right all along and I was fucking wrong all along. They have to literally try to desperately find something in their pathetic, egomaniacal, self-centered worldview where they just have to basically turn around and say, yeah, I think this person, you made a good point, which I personally said was a bad point earlier. Yeah, it's basically this. While you may have been correct all along about Israel's commitment to exterminating the population of Gaza, you were also someone I disliked due to petty political sectarianism. So in essence, it was your fault that I had to oppose you. Is literally, you were right all along, but you were rude about it. I didn't have to be rude about it. You were just in opposition to the right position at a time when I would have needed your support. At a time when we all would have needed all of your support. Biden probably could have used his other sanctions to pressure Israel. Oh yeah, Biden can and should have done wildly more. We have a lot of leverage, and we're not even close to deploying it effectively. One phone call is a childish and false view of how that leverage works, but it does exist. The phone call is that. The fuck do you think it means when I say one phone call? Do you think Biden or Donald Trump in that phone call is going to be like, hey, Bibi, I love you. How's the weather? That's not what they're going to say. They're going to say, stop it. You know what that means if you don't. She literally agrees with me 100%. These are supposed intelligent writers for liberal institutions. No wonder they lost the election. No wonder they're losing public support. Yes. It's so fucking dumb. They literally do not have a choice. The following month, retired Israeli Major General Yitzhak Brik went even further than Galan. All our missiles, the ammunition, the precision-guided bombs, all the airplanes and bombs, it's all from the U.S., Brik said in an interview in November. The minute they turn off the tap, we can't keep fighting. You have no capability. Everyone understands that we can't fight this war without the United States, period. And if they're such an insane rogue state that we cannot tell them to stop doing things we don't want them to do on our dime, the solution doesn't seem like it's giving them tens of billions of dollars in additional funding as Biden did in real time. I'm gonna actually save this. Am I wrong to think that if they choose to, by the way, you know what the other cynical side of this is that's really stupid that these people don't fucking realize because they're too dumb to see anything beneath. They're too dumb to see anything outside of their fucking horse blinders. My argument is the one that is against anti-Semitic fascists, okay? Because if you develop a worldview, and many liberals have done this, right? Where they've developed this worldview where like, we just simply can't stop Israel and we just simply have to keep giving them unlimited money. What do you think is the reason? Because if it's not America, which has all the fucking power here, and refusing to stop it, then what is the reason? Is it Jewish mind control, perhaps? Is it the power of hypnosis? Is that the reason? Because that's what many people think now. Because you have designed a narrative that makes no fucking logical sense. What do you think is the reason then? I know what the reason is. I say the truth. It's because America likes what Israel is doing. But liberals who also personally are beholden to Western chauvinistic framework, who also want to defend Israel and also defend the Democratic Party or the American institutions, literally cannot openly say America wants this to continue and that's why it's continuing. They have to say, no, Israel is a sovereign state. Israel is a totally separate sovereign state. They can do all of this stuff without us. They can't. Israel knows they can't do it. That's why it takes one fucking phone call. That's it. Because if it doesn't take one phone call and if it's not America actually allowing Israel to do all this shit, then what's the reason? What is the reason? What is the reason? You have no answer for this. Liberalism does not have an answer for this. Liberal Zionism does not have an answer for this. And that's why if you leave that puzzle with a piece missing, people plug their own fucking puzzle piece on there, and that puzzle piece always is Jewish mind control. That's it. That's what a lot of people are arriving at the conclusion on. It's a dangerous one because it's untrue and also bigoted. People are opening the floodgates of fascism in this country, anti-Semitic fascism in this country, and so many liberals are basically championing it without realizing what this spells for their future prospects. It's additionally fucked if you're also a Jewish Zionist in this country. There is functionally no difference between what Nick Fuentes says and what liberal Zionists say. The only difference is liberal Zionists like what Israel is doing, and Nick Fuentes claims he hates it because they're Jews, okay? That's it. That's it. They're saying the same shit. Their defense is the same, or in Nick Fuentes' case, his offense is the same. And the more they cast aside people that do not abide by this framework, that like Israel is this false framework, okay? I can't say Nick is in the wrong here, Cap. No, of course he's in the fucking wrong, dumbass. What are you talking about? Of course he's in the fucking wrong. He's saying the same shit that liberals are saying. The only difference is he's ostensibly against it. Okay? He is ostensibly against it. But the fundamentals are the same. That we just have some unspoken loyalty to Israel. That's what he's saying. And that Israel is doing this for all Jews. His different fundamental, his major difference, of course, between like Nick Fuentes and Jake Tapper is that Jake Tapper says Israel's doing this for Jews and it's a good thing. Nick Fuentes says Israel's doing this for Jews and it's a bad thing because Jews are bad. That's the only difference. But they're saying the same fucking shit. That's why so many people cope and say, oh, it must be. That's why so many people cope and say, it must be blackmail, because they can't recognize that America likes what Israel is doing. America allows Israel to keep doing what it's doing. So it must be that our big, beautiful politicians that otherwise would be based in anti-Semitism build must be getting blackmailed by the Jewish Mossad. That's it. That's the whole point. And it doesn't mean that like Mossad or the CIA doesn't engage in blackmail. Of course they do. But the real reason is not AIPAC. The real reason isn't blackmail. The real reason is because this is American foreign policy. Okay? This is a part of American foreign policy. They do not care that Israel's killing Palestinians. They do not care to give unlimited trillions of dollars to Israel to kill as many Palestinians as possible. They don't care. They want it. It has nothing to do with Judaism and everything to do with American imperialism. That's why it's fucking uniparty. There has to be a reason why they dick ride Israel so hard, though, no? Interpretation. Simply ahistoric. With one phone call. Without our unlimited behave in the belligerent ways it does. They realize this too. The only this kind of deflection, room for insane creates room for insane Jewish blackmail conspiracies. This is silly and simply ahistoric. All right, and then I'm gonna add this I'm predicting you'll be enjoying your food in 15 minutes. No, you're wrong. I'm responding to that person. I'm gonna say this is silly and simply ahistoric. Biden stopped Israel in 2021 with one phone call. Without our unlimited support, Israel cannot behave in the belligerent ways it does. They realize this too. This kind of cynical deflection creates room for insane Jewish blackmail conspiracies. Hasanabi reply guys right now. Yeah, no, they are in this completely untenable position where they're literally saying what Israel's doing is wrong, but we're just like powerless to stop it. Okay, why the fuck? Trump is live talking questions, taking questions.
Mr. President, what has sports meant to you? And did you have a sports hero growing up?
Maybe Lawrence Taylor. I don't know. It could be Lawrence, or I know him so well.
What the fuck? Is that Triple H?
But a lot of sports heroes. It meant a lot. I was always a person that loved playing sports. I was good at sports.
What is this subtitle?
When you were really focused on sports, you thought about nothing else. There was nothing else outside. It kept you, and to an extent, this is one of the reasons I like golf. You get away for a couple of hours. I play quickly and get through it, and for 2 hours you're not thinking about all of the nonsense and all of the important things, frankly, but it cleans your mind. No, I think sports is so important. I think what this council is doing is going to be very important, and it gives you a little exercise, sometimes a lot of exercise. It's a great thing. It's a great thing. Sports are, you learn about people and you learn about how people compete. Now, it doesn't mean that if somebody's not a good athlete, a lot of people just are not good athletes, so they can't compete. But you learn about people playing sports and playing sports with and against some. So I've always loved it. It's been very important to me. These people are inspirations. These are the top people in their individual sports. The council itself, I mean, they have some of the greatest champions, for the most part, the greatest champions in their sport. So they really understand sports, and understanding it's very important. Thank you for the question. Yeah, please. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, can you talk about your plans for the new ballroom that was announced today?
Yeah.
The $200 million, that's going to be paid for by yourself?
By me, yeah. It's a private thing. Yeah, I'll do it, and we'll probably have some donors or whatever, but it's about $200 million. So we've been planning it for a long time. They've wanted a ballroom at the White House for more than 150 years, but there's never been a president that was good at ballrooms. I'm really good. In fact, I looked at one that we just built in Turnberry in Scotland, and it's incredible. We're good at building. I'm good at building things, and we'll get it built quickly and on time. It'll be beautiful, top of the line. We've retained the best architects and engineers, everything else. It'll be built over on the east side, and it will be beautiful. It'll be views of the Washington Monument. It won't interfere with the current building.
Who's the tall gay guy? Harrison Buttkicker.
Near it, but not touching it.
New ballroom is sponsored by Crypto. I love that.
Which I'm the biggest fan of. It's my favorite. It's my favorite place. I love it. but they've wanted it. And you know, when they have big events, you entertain the president of China or the president of any place, and you have big crowds. They've always had to get a
Interesting
tent.
that he said this was his
And
favorite
you've
athlete.
probably
Lawrence
been to
Taylor
some of
sued
them,
by girl he
Bobby. When it
paid for
rains, it's a
underage
disaster.
sex. Oh my God.
And the tent's 100 yards. That's more than a football field away from the main entrance, and people are schlopping down to the tent. It's not a pretty sight. The women with their lovely evening gowns, all of their hair all done, and they're a mess by the time they get. And they've always wanted to have it. And I said, you know, in the first term, I said, you know, if I get another shot at this, I'm going to do a ballroom. I was pretty busy in the first because I was running the country, and I was also fighting for survival with all of the lunatics I had to beat. But it worked out, obviously, it worked out very well because here we are. But I always said I was going to do something about the ballroom because they should have one. So we'll be leaving it. It'll be a great legacy project, and I think it'll be special. You saw some renderings of the initial. I think it'll be really beautiful. No government, Elvis, no.
Between this executive order, trade, Russia, Gaza, but also the family of Virginia Dufresne released a statement overnight in response to some of the comments that you made this week. You said that Jeffrey Epstein stole people from Mar-a-Lago. At the time, did you know why he was taking those young women and putting Virginia?
No, I didn't know. I mean, I would figure it was ABC fake news that would ask that question, one of the worst. But no, I don't know really why. But I said, if he's taking anybody from Mar-a-Lago, he's hiring or whatever he's doing. I didn't like it, and we threw him out. We said we don't want him, you know, at the place. This is a story that's been known for many years, as you know. But it's, I didn't like it that he was doing that. Yeah, please. Say it again.
If Canada moves forward with recognizing the Palestinian state, is that a deal breaker?
Well, we're going to see. No, I didn't like what they said, but you know, that's their opinion. I didn't like that. Not a deal breaker, but we haven't spoken to Canada today. He's called, and we'll see. But we have made a few deals today that are excellent deals for the country. You know, we're taking in literally trillions of dollars for the country.
Why is Triple H there? Because it's Triple
making our
K,
country
baby.
very rich and respected again. We have, you know, I tell these people, and I say it as much as I have to say it, but every leader, I was at NATO, and I was in the Middle East with the three great countries, three great leaders. Qatar, you know, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and everybody said the same thing. All of the NATO countries, essentially, they said that we were a dead country.
Is Howard
1 year ago, we were a
Butkus
dead country.
and
Now we're the
Harrison
hottest country
Butkus,
in the world.
or Howard
Look at you
Nuttlig
people.
and Harrison
We're the hottest
Butkus.
country anywhere in the world. We're doing great. Yeah, do you have
You got Triple K. You got Mine Lolly JD Vance in the
they have
corner.
to pay a fair rate.
RFK
That's
Jr.
all. It's very simple. They have been charging very, very high tariffs to our farmers, some over 200%. And
Who's
they've been
Triple K?
treating our
The
farmers
bald
very
guy
badly.
that
They've been
looks
treating our
like-
country very badly for years.
That looks like
Look,
Tom
we-
Homan
we
after
like
getting a
Canada.
skin
I love
graft.
Canada. I have so many friends in Canada, but they've been very poorly led. They've been very, very poorly led, and all we want is fairness for our country. That's all. You know, they want to be under the.
You mean Triple H? No,
as
Triple
we call
K.
it, the Golden Dome.
KKK.
And I said, well, you know, you're gonna have to pay for that. They want a lot of things from our country, and for years we did it. We basically protect them with our military. They spend very little money on their military, as you know. Not an acceptable amount of money. Yeah, please.
President, the tariffs policy goes into effect tomorrow.
Yeah.
As you know, the federal appellate court today heard oral arguments about whether or not you had the authority to unilaterally.
Looks like they're auctioning off RFK. They're like, here, we got a good one here. He sounds a little weird and he smells horrible, but he's a good one. You should buy him.
Well, we've been winning all along. Just say it.
I just want to ask you, why didn't you invoke this law in your first term? You could have taken in billions upon billions of dollars in your first term, but you waited into your second.
Yeah, because in my first term, I was fighting lunatics like you who were trying to do things incorrectly and inappropriately to a president that was duly elected. And we did do certain tariffs in the first term. If you look at China, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. But when COVID came, the last thing I was going to do is tell France and Italy and Spain and a couple of other countries that we're going to hit you with tariffs. We had to fight the COVID situation when that came. But if you look at my first term, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars worth of tariffs, but you people didn't cover it very well. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. First one, do you plan to re-engage the not deal with Iran, go with direct talks with them, or are you happy with the current situation having no deal with Iran?
Well, Iran has been acting very badly. They were decimated. Their nuclear capability, that potential, which could have happened within 3 or 4 weeks, was decimated. It's been obliterated. The Atomic Energy Commission said the place is just decimated. Now they can start again, but they'd start in different sites because they were hit.
I
tell you what,
today he
the
looks
job
a little
these
purple every
pilots
day.
did
He looks
with their
more purple by the
B-2
day.
bombers, those unbelievable machines, they travel 36 hours without stop. And they hit every single target. Every bomb hit they went right down the chutes. And then, as you know, we shot 30 rockets from submarines that were hundreds of miles away, and they hit every target. So they can start again, but they haven't been saying the right thing. I will say Iran has not been saying the right thing. They have not been speaking nicely, and they should be. Yeah, please. Well, he is. We call him Too Late. He's too late. It's his new nickname. It's Too Late, pal. He's a terrible Federal Reserve Chairman. Not only that, he's building a building. He's at $2.9 billion. It's actually 3.1 if you include other areas that are essentially the same thing. Way over budget. Has no idea what he's doing. And I would say he's probably good at that compared to what he does with interest rates. But, you know, we have him there, and it was a mistake. I put him in, and then Biden extended him. And Biden only extended him because he knew I couldn't stand him. And that turned out to be not a good thing for Biden. Although he did lower interest rates just prior to the election. Didn't work out too well for them. But he did lower them pretty substantially just prior to the election. No, he's a political hack. Not very good. He's not a smart guy, Brian.
Mr. President, sports fans have been very supportive to go back to the original names of the Indians, the Washington Redskins.
Oh, I love that. Love the sound of that. I do the Washington Redskins. I think they should do it. I told the mayor and I told people that they should bring back the name. If they bring back the name, you'll have a lot of excitement. And I mean, Cleveland Indians, how about that? That was an original franchise, 1903 or something, 1906, an original, the Cleveland Indians. And what do? They change the name from Indians. What's wrong with the word Indian? You know who is upset about it? The Indians are upset about it. They're upset about Redskins too. So Redskins, I guess you'd say it was a little bit.
No, I don't know about that. I think like Indians, sure, maybe. You know, there's multitudes. The indigenous communities have different opinions on this designation.
Now,
but definitely not that last one, dude.
Is. What are they to Commanders or something? Is it Commanders? It's not a good name.
Not that it matters. This is an irrelevant fucking distraction.
Wait a minute. No, not you. You.
Mr. President, Kamala Harris, as you know, is not running for governor of California.
I'll say this much. I've heard a lot of Native Americans refer to themselves as Indians. I've never heard them refer to themselves as Redskins. I've never. That's a slur. That's just straight up. That's just insane. A lot of black people, they want to be called colored. A lot of black people. And the other word I won't say, but they like it. They like the slur.
Nobody knew her last name, Harris. They said, we're going to get Vice President Harris. Everyone said, who the hell is Harris? They only knew her by the first name. But no, I thought she was a terrible candidate. Look, don't forget, she didn't really get the nomination. I mean, that whole nomination was strange. She was the first one out. You know, she took a good amount of points with her when she announced. But nobody
the term Redskins is so wild that even when you say white skins, it sounds off. Okay? That's how wild of a term it is. Like, usually when you say something, when you reverse it and like put white on it, it's not supposed to be like, oh, that's a weird thing you just said. But white skins even fucking sounds insane. It's like very visceral.
I find everything in politics interesting.
just crazy.
A skilled person. You know, you have skilled politicians, really skilled politicians, and then you have some that aren't. And she was put in a very tough position, I think. She did have a 6-week honeymoon. They were told me, the pros said, you know what, she's going to have a 6-week, and she did. She was like untouchable in terms of everybody thought great. But she didn't do any interviews or anything, which was strange. Not even friendly interviews with friendly reporters like her, right there, a really friendly reporter. And you know what happened? People said, what's wrong with her? Why isn't she doing? She made a mistake. She should have done interviews. She didn't run a great campaign, but we beat Biden, and then we had to beat, nobody's beaten two. I had to beat two. That's like Dana White, the great Dana White has a fight, and he has a fighter that's getting the hell knocked out of him. They say, well, let's take him out and put somebody else in. Didn't seem fair to me at the time, but where are we? We're in the White House. So, I mean, you know, so it worked out.
Very serious question here.
By your logic, redneck is a slur. It literally used to be, but I don't think you know the actual etymology of it.
Russia, I think it's disgusting what they're doing.
But redneck in and of itself is about a specific subsect of white working class people.
But I think what Russia's doing is very sad. A lot of Russians are dying. You have a lot of Russians, more Russians are dying, but Russians are dying, Ukrainians are dying.
Classist, pejorative.
You know, the United States isn't really involved in that war. It shouldn't be. And by the way, I made a deal with NATO where NATO pays us for everything that we send. We send them ammunition, missiles, etc. And we're not paying anything for that war. But I will tell you this. It should be stopped. It's a disgrace. And the ones that are dying are they're losing 7,000 now. It was 5,000. They're losing now 7,000 soldiers a week, Ukrainian soldiers and Russian soldiers. And they're also losing people now in the towns and cities because Putin's hitting them with rockets. No, I think it's disgraceful. Yeah, we have about 8 guys. So yeah, we're going to put sanctions. I don't know that sanctions bother him. You know, they know about sanctions. I know better than anybody.
Why is Triple H there, bro? He looks like he's asking that same question to himself right now. Triple K is there because he's Triple K. Okay.
Extremely upset. But this is a war that should have never happened. This is a war that wouldn't have happened if I were president. And this is Biden's war. This was a stupid war to get into. Should have never gotten into this war.
Biden's war.
Steve Witkoff is traveling to Israel.
Yeah, going to Israel, and then he's going to Russia, believe it or not.
Representative Margaret Taylor Greene has said that what is occurring there is a genocide. Do you agree?
Oh, it's terrible what's occurring there, yeah. It's a terrible thing. People are very hungry. You know, the United States gave $60 million for food. And it's a shame because nobody, you know, I don't see the results of it. And we gave it to people that in theory are watching over it fairly closely. We wanted Israel to watch over it. Part of the problem is Hamas is taking the money and they're taking the food. But we gave $60 million a couple of weeks ago. Nobody said anything about it. Nobody said thank you. But I didn't need the thank you. I just wanted the people to get fed. And we're helping out financially with that situation. It's a terrible situation. So just to conclude, I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank you for being here. This is a great group of people, and it's a good feeling. You know, when we first came to office, this country was really in trouble. And now we're rich as hell, and we're doing amazing things, and we really are. We're the hottest country in the world, and I like that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Triple H there? It's over. It's over, dude. It's over. Wait, did he not deny that Israel was doing a genocide? Is that what happened? He was invited to be present for Trump's executive order bringing back the presidential fitness test in schools. Oh, I didn't notice that. He didn't say no. I mean,
this country was really in. It's a thank you. I just wanted to people anything about it. Nobody, Israel to watch over people that in the United States get occurring.
What is occurring there is a genocide. Do you agree?
Oh, it's terrible what's occurring there. Yeah.
Oh, he didn't go. It's not a genocide, dude. What the fuck, dude? If Trump says it's a genocide before Bernie, I'm losing it. I'm losing my mind. Okay.
It's a terrible thing. People are very hungry. You know, the United States gave $60 million for food, and
he's just brandonizing. He's brandonizing. The $60 million for food is for GHF. It literally wasn't for food.
Shame because nobody, you know, I don't see the results of it, and we gave it to people that in theory are watching over it fairly closely. We wanted Israel to watch over it. Part of the problem is Hamas is taking the money and they're taking the food.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up, dude. Isn't that crazy that these guys all seemingly have the same exact opinion? Regardless of whatever part of the political spectrum that they're on, it's always, but Hamas, from liberals all the way down to some of the most far-right reactionaries. Everybody always goes, but Hamas, what can you do? Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. Do you guys actually fucking hate Trump then? Like, I don't understand. I guess it's more honest to say you love Trump. You love what Trump is doing in Israel and Gaza. You know? Are you familiar with Boston Consulting Group and their role in designing the GHF sites? Yes, I am. They've also tried to walk back their involvement. A lot of people very quickly tried to walk back their involvement with the Gaza Holocaust Foundation aid scheme that they had designed. So you gave people to Gaza literally $60 million. Come on, how do people believe this? No, he's lying. It's $60 million that they funded with the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which has been this aid delivery scheme that they created to at least have some kind of plausible deniability that, like, Israel was not denying aid, but because they are so fucking bloodthirsty, they just kept killing people every single day. To this day, Israeli soldiers alongside American mercenaries are shooting at Palestinian children that are trying to desperately get aid. There is literally a Green Beret that came back, Tony Aguilar, that came back, who believed all of the nonsense about, like, Hamas is evil and blah, 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 who went out there, who served alongside the IDF as a fucking mercenary and was shocked. Like, a Green Beret that is a mercenary was shocked at how depraved Israel's actions are. He's fucking pro-Israel. He was pro-Israel. Like, think about that. Why isn't that the headlines? I wonder why. I wonder why the only places that he's gotten interviewed is like Democracy Now! Or Senator Chris Van Hollen or people like that. I mean, he has gotten some interviews in mainstream media. But it's shocking levels of depravity that you only read about in history books. He had the Tucker interview today. Okay, we'll look at that later. Yeah, also, it's not even 60 million. It's 30 million. I've been saying this as well. Shouts out to Humeira for correcting this. Trump said on Monday that the U.S. has dispensed 60 million for Gaza humanitarian aid. The State Department, however, has not announced any funds beyond the 30 million. U.S. officials believe Trump was likely conflating the U.S. and Israeli funds. Yes. Most likely it was a half and half initiative because it's Israel and America both funding it. And Trump is such a fucking baboon that he just said, oh, it's 60 million. We're giving 60 million because he's conflating what is most likely the Israeli figure as well. I already covered the Chris Van Hollen clip yesterday. Chatters, you don't have to spam that link. Anyway. Getting back to people being like, people talking back and forth amongst themselves about like who's supporting what and who's not going hard enough on their support for Palestinians. There's obviously a conversation that took place between Mehdi Hassan and Jeremy Ben Ami, who is the president of J Street. Democrats, about how Democrats should evolve on U.S. policy towards Israel, condition or cut off weapons, even Iron Dome. Should Dems use the term genocide if it turns off allies? We'll get to that in a second. As Steve Witkoff arrives in Israel again.
He'll also want to tackle the deepening humanitarian crisis. And an American doctor working in Gaza has urged Mr.
What? What is this? All you have to say is classic redirect. The terrorists are the ones taking the money and the food and killing off the Palestinians? Yeah, exactly. They are. The terrorist state of Israel. And the ISIS affiliates that the terrorist state of Israel has armed to the fucking teeth. The popular forces, as they call themselves. led by illiterate ISIS affiliate drug trafficker Yasser Abu Shabab. Those are the guys who actually loot the fucking aid before it gets to the point of delivery. That's when Israel even allows the aid to get to the point of delivery. But I don't know if that's what you're talking about. But that is what's the reality, okay? That is what's going on, actually. But don't worry. 6 months later, you'll arrive at that fucking conclusion, too, when you go, oh, how could this have happened? Oh, I am, lol. I'm being sarcastic. Okay.
Mr. Witkoff to come and see the situation for himself. And a warning, this report from Sky's Sally Lockwood contains images of those injured in the violence and also malnourished children.
These are scenes it's hoped Trump's envoy reports back to Washington. A hospital in Nusrat.
No, Yasser Abu Shabab is not a New York Crimes article writer. He's a Wall Street Journal article writer. He's an article head. Even though he's fucking illiterate, literally dropped out of 2nd grade. Why are you so triggered today? Tooth pain still? No, man, I'm fucking triggered by stupidity. Like, dude, you want to know why I'm still so mad? One, because of what's in front of me, okay? What I've covered for the past 22 months, every single fucking day. That's number one. Number two, even as people come to the recognition that we have been at, okay? Even though people are coming to that recognition slowly, far too slow, their expectation is like that we take them seriously when they turn around and say, oh, well, it's your fault that it took me this long to realize that Palestinians are human beings and they're being starved to death. It's fucking insane. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I welcome you with open arms. I'm so sorry that I made you feel weird. I made you feel weird when you kept defending Israel. I'm so sorry that you had to do genocide denial because your feelings were hurt or because you were scared about the language that I was using. Oh, no. You were a Holocaust denier? Oh, man. How is this any different than people being like, I got bullied into being a Nazi? People got, the woke side got too woke, and then I became a Hitler-heiling Nazi. Okay, fuck you.
In central Gaza, receiving casualties, reportedly killed and injured, trying to get food from an aid site run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. This father crying over the body of his eldest son. He had a master's degree in political science and international relations, he says, and he died looking like a corpse, crawling to find flour. And this is a story we are seeing every day. People dying trying to get food. People dying because they haven't had any for too long.
I only went to this aid point because my children were starting to look for food on the ground in the street. I've lost 25 kilos. Until now, there's nothing. I have to collect whatever grains and chickpeas I find thrown on the ground. I grind them and eat them.
We're receiving reports like this every day of people dying at aid sites in Gaza. Aid sites backed by America and Israel. Donald Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff is back in Israel for the first time in 3 months, meeting Benjamin Netanyahu, and Israeli media is reporting he may pay a visit to an aid site in Gaza while he's here. It's little coincidence Steve Witkoff is here now. A small but vocal contingent of Donald Trump's base is growing increasingly angry over Gaza. It's felt America, Israel's closest ally, is the only country with the power to pressure Netanyahu to change course. And in an unprecedented move, Arab nations are calling on Hamas to lay down their weapons and surrender control of Gaza.
This is why it's annoying when the Arab League comes out and is like, the Arab League comes out and as the cowardly allies of Israel and America that they are, and go, hey, after an unprecedented amount of violence, after this live stream Holocaust that has unfolded against all Palestinians, the death toll probably in the hundreds of thousands at this point, we still don't know. What you should do is surrender your arms and make it easier for Israel to kill you, kill the rest of you. Like, what are we talking about? It's ridiculous. It's also ridiculous when this conversation takes place for Ukraine. And I'm consistent on this position. One of Russia's major points that they've pushed for with Donald Trump was Ukraine to demilitarize. That is completely unacceptable. That is completely ridiculous. And I said it as such. People think, oh, Hassan, you're so pro-Russia, you're so pro-Russia. What the fuck do you mean I'm pro-Russia? It's ridiculous. It is insane. You have no sovereignty without arms. So now you got the Arab League saying this. And people don't understand that the Arab League plays this formative role here. They plays the role of America's interest. They are expressing America's desires and Israel's desires here. But of course, people who are not super tuned in to what is going on, that are trying to contend with what's happening here, will go, oh, well, they're Arabs too. Yeah. Moen Rabbani wrote on this. Now that France and Britain, both members of the United Nations Security Council and G7, have indicated they are prepared to recognize the state of Palestine, the dam has burst. Today, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney indicated his government too intends to recognize Palestine during the upcoming session of the UN General Assembly in New York, and a growing number of Western states are adopting or preparing similar positions. It is far from certain whether any of these governments will actually follow through on their statements of intent, and by attaching various conditions to their plans, they've already provided themselves with an escape clause, should they find it necessary to use it. Given that a two-state settlement has been the official position of every one of these governments for several decades, and that a majority of states have already recognized Palestine years, if not decades ago, the question arises as to why Western states have waited so long to recognize the state, without which their proclaimed strategic objective is an impossibility. One reason relates to their domestic politics and the profound transformation of Western public opinion. Brian Tyler Cohen calls the left anti-Semitic. What? I mean, that's... There are a lot of liberal content creators who have cozied up to the likes of a sex pest like Destiny and have been noticeably absent from the conversation when it comes to Israel. Okay? They've been noticeably absent from that conversation. Who cares? One reason is because, like I've also said, the sea change in Western public opinion. The shift has been building over many years, and this is the harvest of a continued, persistent efforts by countless individuals and organizations to bring about changes in official policy. In large parts, thanks to their campaigns, the impact of the Gaza genocide on their public opinion manifested itself much more rapidly and much more broadly than would otherwise have been the case. It is safe to conclude that this change is now irreversible, similar to that experienced by South Africa after the 1960 Sharpeville massacre. In response, governments, this is his Substack, by the way, that he is just like putting out piece by piece. In response, governments have felt compelled to act. Most have chosen the symbolic and comparatively cost-free approach of recognition. They have done so in large part to avoid adopting concrete measures like an arms embargo, trade sanctions, or diplomatic isolation. But in doing so, they've also demonstrated that the pressures generated by protracted public campaigns can and do produce results, and can indeed force governments to change course. And that is precisely why I say this is good, because it expands on the permission. Okay? It shows people, it gives people confidence that their voices do matter a little bit. And when you give people a little bit of confidence, they're going to continue putting pressure. No one that was pro-Palestine, whether before October 7 or after October 7, was going to fucking turn around and go, all right, I guess it's time to get back to brunch. Palestine has never been a brunch liberal issue. As a matter of fact, there are a couple things that I point to in advocacy, in American politics, in the Western world, where someone takes a position that most people refuse to take. Criminal justice reform is one of those issues. When I see someone that is actively advocating to reduce sentences for criminals, to make sure that they have a more humane treatment in prison, I immediately know you're taking on an issue that no one is going to be on board with. Palestine is the other one. Trans issues, to a certain degree, is also in this category. where there are still that gets a little bit convoluted though, because there are liberals who fake behave like allies and will focus on the optics alone. But like those are some of the few issues. Homelessness too, yes. Like some of the most fucked over people in American society. When I see someone who actually cares about these people, I know that they are taking on a role that most people would not take on. These are some of the most voiceless people, okay, in perpetuity. So, this is precisely the reason why the pro-Palestinian crowd is not going to somehow magically stop. They're not the brunch crowd. They're not going to go, okay, well, we got our wishes. There is state recognition for Palestine. No, people are still getting killed. Children are still being starved. There's no way that these guys are going to stop. As a matter of fact, you're giving them confidence to continue. And you should. You should never stop the pressure until Palestine is free. The continuation and intensification of these campaigns is therefore now more justified and necessary than ever. They will now even be more focused on compelling these governments to take active measures to end their complicity in Israel's crimes, to bring these crimes to an end. Just like I said, in 2021, it was a turning point in my experience over the past 12 years that I've been a, open advocate for Palestinian emancipation as a professional media personality. I saw an attitude shift in 2021. It wasn't just because of Israeli depravity in one of their many sieges. It was also because NGOs in unison, including B'Tselem, openly recognized Israel as an apartheid regime. This was a major turning point because this opened up the floodgates. This expanded the permission structure of what you could say without immediately being fucking shut down. Slowly but surely, people tirelessly kept working. Many Palestinians that live in diaspora, many Palestinians that communicate the desires of their immediate family members that are still living in Gaza or the West Bank, they turned around and kept up their advocacy, and slowly but surely that momentum built. That momentum kept building. Eventually, after October 7, a lot of people tuned into what was going on in Israel. They were shocked. They were horrified by the atrocities that they saw. Okay? But then Israel very quickly dropped all pretext that this was like a justifiable war. And in that process, over the course of the past 22 months, more and more people that have paid attention to the death and destruction that Israel is committed to have begun to recognize that perhaps, maybe, these guys are exterminationists and they had no reason to do any of these things. And in that process, they learned about the apartheid. In that process, they learned about Zionism. In that process, they learned about the way that Israeli society views these actions. Okay? It's that simple. It takes a long time, but as long as people continue the pressure, more and more people will come on board. That's why I don't immediately cast aside people who are like, I'm a latecomer to this. I'm an ally now, but I'm a latecomer to this. I still have some hangups. Because there was a point in time when there was no one. This was an incredibly lonely cause. Palestinians had no one that advocated for them, okay? No one, not even a little bit. That's why I'm always so still to this day shocked by how much support there is for the Palestinian conditions right now. It's obviously still not enough. A liberal Zionist I had once knew IRL recently shared on his social The Guardian open letter for crippling sanctions against Israel. I never imagined I'd see the day when liberal Zionists advocate for BDS. Yeah. Many people did not understand the truth. They did not understand the full extent of the history. But now they do. Toothpaste is out of the fucking tube. Can't put it back in. Cat's out of the bag. A second reason Western governments are not acting on recognition is that Israel's words and actions have backed them into a corner and left them with no choice. For decades, Western governments have treated two-state settlement and Palestinian state not as policies requiring concrete actions in order to bring them about, but rather as political slogans under the cover of which Israel was permitted to turbocharge its efforts to annex Palestinian territory and dispossess its inhabitants with the express purpose of making a two-state settlement impossible. which is precisely what they did. 750,000 Jewish settlers now living in occupied East Jerusalem and also the West Bank. This has made it unmanageable. The two-state solution is a lie. It was just a way to keep pushing the conversation further and further away as Israel continued to displace, ethnically cleanse the land of the Palestinians in the West Bank illegally. It has been a de facto single state, an apartheid state, for quite a while. That's why I call it the so-called peace process. Western governments could deflect pressure to confront its annexationist activities on the pretext that doing so would undermine the Israeli-Palestinian negotiations and thus the consummation of a two-state settlement. The peace process had to be kept alive at all costs. In this Kafkaesque world, the two-state settlement served as a fig leaf for its elimination. As Israel shifted even further to the extreme right, that situation has become increasingly untenable. With the Gaza genocide, it has become simply impossible to sustain as Israeli leaders, all of them today, openly speak of their intention to collectively expel the Palestinians it has not killed yet from the Gaza Strip, to annex the West Bank, and to ensure a Palestinian state is never established. It is official Israeli government policy. In his official statement regarding Canada's new position, Prime Minister Mark Carney explicitly referenced Israel's actions not only in the Gaza Strip, but particularly in the West Bank as justifications. These include accelerated settlement building across the West Bank and East Jerusalem, the E1 settlement plan, and this month's vote by the Knesset calling for the annexation of the West Bank and soaring settler terrorism. That part is actually pretty important. Mark Carney has definitely, regardless of the wishy-washy, both sides bullshit, two-state advocacy that he engaged in, those direct lines of attack against what Israel is doing, naming and shaming the actual fucking policies, was certainly different than what Keir Starmer did, which was the worst out of all of these fucking Western leaders, and definitely better than even Macron, even though Macron had the first Q7. Kid Starver and Macron. What is happening? Jesus Christ, I'm dying. Yeah, the fucking banker actually hit a better line overall. Like its predecessors, Canada recognized that its continued embrace of a two-state settlement and Palestinian statehood while supporting these only with empty slogans had become at best a nonsensical and politically costly. Israeli extremism left Ottawa and other Western capitals with two and only two options: recognize Palestine or endorse formal Israeli annexation. In addition to other factors, last year's International Court of Justice advisory opinion that Israeli rule in occupied territories is illegal and must end and as rapidly as possible would have complicated formal recognition of Israeli annexation. A third reason for the recognition of Palestinian statehood is the failure of the alternative formulated by the first Trump administration, Arab-Israeli normalization as a substitute for the Palestinian self-determination. Rather than promote Arab-Israeli normalization as the icing on the cake of a two-state settlement, the grandiloquently entitled Abraham Accords were designed to weaken, isolate, and ultimately marginalize the Palestinians. And that's precisely what they saw. They essentially aimed to remove the question of Palestine from the regional as well as the international agenda with official Arab support. That is one of the major reasons why October 7 happened. This is something that I have brought up when I talked to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She agreed with me on this as well. I don't know where that opinion went after that, but this is precisely the case. The Abraham Accords left Palestinians isolated with no options other than to fight back. This is precisely the reason why October 7 happened. It was a major, major part of the puzzle. Major part of the reason, beyond the regular Israeli depravity, like the regular policies of Israel that was so devastating for overall Palestinian existence. Okay? That's why I say Trump 1 played a formative role. But the problem is, Biden continued Trump 1. Biden continued the Abraham Accords. Biden could have, at some point, put an end to this. Biden could have demanded that Israel scale back, but it didn't, because Biden is just as pro-Israel as Donald Trump is. That's it.
If Trump's envoy does visit Gaza, it's unlikely he'll see here NASA Hospital, where healthy children are fainting from hunger and those with chronic conditions are wasting away from malnutrition. An American pediatrician working here had this response to the claim that there's no famine in Gaza.
This is an absolute lie. This is absolutely not true, because I've seen that with my own eyes. And I would like to have Mr. Witkoff come here and talk to me to my face, and I'll show him.
Just look at this, an aid lorry arriving in Gaza, and it's pure chaos. This is what happens when desperation takes over. It's hoped America's visit will be a moment that finally makes the difference. Sally Lockwood, Sky News, Jerusalem.
I know the topic of Israel is on everyone's mind. I have an update from Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who I got off the phone with this morning. Special Envoy Witkoff and Ambassador Huckabee had a very productive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu and other officials today in Israel on the topic of delivering much-needed food and aid to Gaza. President Trump is a humanitarian with a big heart, and that's why he sent Special Envoy Witkoff to the region in an effort to save lives and end this crisis. Tomorrow, Special Envoy Witkoff and Ambassador Huckabee will be traveling into Gaza to inspect the current distribution sites and secure a plan to deliver more food and meet with local Gazans to hear firsthand about this dire situation on the ground. The Special Envoy and the Ambassador will brief the President immediately after their visit to approve a final plan for food and aid distribution into the region, and we will provide more details for all of you once that plan is approved and agreed on by the President of the United States. On the trade front, the President secured a historic trade agreement with the European Union that puts America first and fundamentally strengthens the economic relationship between the two largest economies in the world. This deal delivers on two of President Trump's core promises on trade, supercharging America's manufacturing capacity and opening up foreign market access to American businesses. The deal guarantees that American businesses will have unprecedented levels of access to the European Union markets to export our American-made goods.
And now over in the United States, splits have started to emerge within the Republican Party over the U.S.'s blanket support of Israel as well due to the worsening humanitarian situation in Gaza, particularly among members of Donald Trump's MAGA base. For more on this story, we can bring in France 24's former Washington correspondent Ketevan Gojasani. Ketevan, great to see you. Tell us about the splits that's emerged.
Well, look, on Monday evening, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a MAGA far-right representative closely allied with Donald Trump, became the first Republican in Congress to use the word genocide to describe what...
When Bernie says he doesn't want to call it a genocide, he knows the international legal implications that come along with it. Quite simply, they will stand arm in arm. Institutional Dems is avoid the responsibility that comes along with it. Yes, the reason why they won't say it's a genocide is because they recognize their culpability. They recognize that it's illegal to like, it's just impossible, unless you're AOC, to maintain support for a country that you have openly said is doing a genocide. There is no, it's over after that point. It doesn't make sense.
is happening in Gaza. If we can pull up the post she had on X, she said, it's the most truthful and easiest thing to say that October 7th in Israel was horrific and all hostages must be returned, but so is the genocide, humanitarian crisis, and starvation happening in Gaza. She was responding to a fellow Republican representative, Randy Fine, who had tweeted last week, release the hostages, until then starve away. Seemingly talking to the Palestinians. Yesterday, there was another Republican, Thomas Massie. He's more of a critic of Donald Trump, a critic of the pro-Israel lobby, AIPAC, but he is a staunch Republican. He said Israel's war in Gaza is so lopsided that there's no rational argument American taxpayers should be paying for it. These are still minority voices within the Republican Party, especially when it comes to Congress. this, but it is representative of a shift in the base, in the voters of the Republican Party, and a shift of attitude towards Israel. And you see that especially in the broader MAGA world of the podcasters, the YouTubers, those influencers of MAGA world. Last week, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, he was on set with these two pro-Trump YouTubers, the Nelk boys, very popular with young men, with the young MAGA crowd. There was a huge and unprecedented backlash towards the Nelk boys by their own audience, who are basically accusing them of harboring a war criminal and giving him a platform. You have people like Matt Gaetz, the former MAGA representative, people like Steve Bannon, former advisor to Donald Trump, who are saying that support for Israel is becoming a political liability. And there was the conservative radio host, Megyn Kelly, who I think summed it up pretty well this week. She said, Israel has made itself the villain of the world. They have lost support among their dearest friends.
So what explains the shift that we're seeing?
Well, there are several things that could explain this shift. One, you have to already remember that the Republican Party now is a big tent. You have the traditional GOP, the Grand Old Party, the foreign policy hawks. They see the safety of Israel as a security matter, as key to stability in the Middle East, and therefore in the interest of the United States. They haven't really moved when it comes to Israel. Then you have the evangelicals. They see defending Israel as sort of a biblical duty, and while they still strongly support Israel, they are starting to feel very uncomfortable with the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and even more so when you have Israel, for example, bombing the church in Gaza, or Israeli settlers in the West Bank attacking Christians in the West Bank. You had Mike Huckabee, who cannot be considered someone who's very friendly to the Palestinians, saying that these attacks on Christians in the West Bank were an act of terror. Finally, you have MAGA and the far right. For them, there's a little bit of anti-Semitism in that crowd, obviously, but also it's mostly about America first, that policy, which is basically, we don't care what happens elsewhere. Why should we be sending millions and billions to the Israelis to help them when we could be spending it at home? And finally, there's also a growing generational divide. You see that among the conservatives, but also among Democrats. Under the age of 40, attitudes toward Israel are shifting, and they're
I'm telling you, for the younger generation, there's a lot of anti-Semitism out there for sure. But I think there are literally just Trump supporters and right-wingers, just as there are Trump supporters and right-wingers who think like, oh, I didn't realize mass deportation of migrants was going to look like this. There are those who literally are not even like anti-Israel from an anti-Semitic perspective, but are simply anti-Israel on the grounds that they're starving children. You know what I mean? Like, even among like older Republicans at this point.
Shifting very fast.
Ketiman, thank you very much for that. Ketiman Gojistani there.
All right, everybody, welcome to another episode of the Full Sem podcast. This is actually our very first live episode we've ever done. It's an interesting one for our first live, but
We're making history.
We have Steiny here, and I want to welcome Bassem Youssef to the Full Sem podcast. Thank you for being with us. How you doing?
Thank you for having me, guys.
Of course. Obviously, last week was controversial for us, to say the least. We had someone on the podcast, very controversial, as I said, to say it in the least form. What was your reaction when you saw that we had Benjamin Netanyahu on the Full Sem?
Well, I didn't know about I am sorry to say, like, because I'm not your demographic, so I didn't know who the Nelk Boys is, but like I found my DMs exploding. It's like, did you see what the Nelk Boys did? It's like, who the fuck are the Nelk Boys? And then I didn't know that you're that big. I'm sorry. Again, I'm not your targeted demography, so I apologize for my ignorance. So, and then I started following what's going on and the aftermath. And I, being in the public eye for 15 years, I understand what does it mean to be in a very tough situation. and now trying to crawl out of that situation, it's difficult, especially with the backlash, because the bigger you are, the bigger the backlash. And well, I mean, let's be honest, there's a lot of people when they knew that I'm on the podcast, like, yeah, go there, do them, have them. And I said, like, there's nothing to gain from just canceling people without knowing what went wrong. Because I think it is better to actually to learn from what's happening and look at the bigger picture instead of just like, destroying two young people like you, because that doesn't serve anybody, right? It makes people happy that you guys are falling, but the bigger picture is, why did this happen? And why was this, were you used? Part of you is your responsibility and part of you not knowing. So I heard many of the justification that happened saying that, well, it was a great opportunity, and I'm like, wouldn't you like get him on the podcast? I said, yes. If somebody told me, would you interview Netanyahu? I was like, hell yeah, but I'll be prepared. And I think the biggest part of you that you were not prepared, 2 years under like the biggest genocide in our history, you guys had no idea what's going on. If somebody told me, hey, you're gonna be tomorrow on the starting five of the Lakers in the NBA, I was like, that's a great opportunity, but I'm not prepared. I'm not gonna make a fool out of myself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about you platforming someone or someone giving a chance for free speech. You were used, right? And it didn't start with the podcast. It started 2 years ago in March 2023 when you went to Israel, because I know, like I told you, that Israel has increased their Hasbara budget, which is their propaganda machine, with $150 million, and part of that money goes to influence people in college campuses, hire influencers like you, getting them into fancy trips to Israel, giving them this filtered, layered picture that is made up, that is fake. I mean, I watched it yesterday and I was cringing not because like you are showing how cool Israel is or they have nightclubs.
You're saying our Nelk video in
Yeah,
Israel?
yeah. So, because when you mentioned Palestine, do you remember? We're going to a place that is so dangerous now. Palestine. And then you are in a bus, and then like special forces come in and kidnap you, and this kind of like IDF simulation, counterterrorism, and then they're telling you, we have a dog that only breeded in Israel. It can kill a man. And you understand that like the kind of psychopathic behavior of a country that like tells you like part of its like tourist attraction, that we're killing terrorists and we're breeding dogs to kill human beings. And by the way, I don't know, part of the anger is like just last year there was like a kid with autism and Down syndrome that was killed by one of these dogs. And then the next scene is, let's go and see Palestinian family, and the only Palestinian family in this video are just like a bunch of Bedouins in a tent, a guy who's married 2 wives, and he tells you, my whole life is about camels and goats and chicken. And then you find like a 60-year-old one, I just live on pita bread and milk. So even if October 7th didn't happen, you were used in a propaganda machine to tell people this is what you need to know about Palestinians. They're just like a bunch of people with cows and goats marrying 2 people, living in a tent, happy with the pita bread and milk. So you were recruited in March 2023 and you were activated in July 2025, right? So, and I'm saying this because I'm saying this out there for all of the influencers around there, because there's a lot of people got backlash. There's influencers who went there like wearing IDF. It's like, we didn't know what was going on. Like he was like, I didn't know I'm kissing a Jewish wall.
I mean, yeah, I can definitely admit that. I mean, I think we were both just ignorant to what was going on over there. And obviously, I knew he was, I'll be honest, I thought he was controversial, but I was definitely ignorant to what was going on in that area. And I can admit that. And it was definitely, I wish we could have gone back and, had 2 weeks to sit down with someone like yourself and we should have grilled him 50,000, 100,000 times harder, but something we can't get back, and we'll probably always regret
Of course,
that,
but I know you can't get back this like trip in Israel, but I'm just telling you, this was like part of a much bigger propaganda effort, right? And a country that spends $150 million on its image, they are covering something. They when they spread all of this propaganda, it's like we're not starving people in Gaza. You understand that this conversation has been happening for 2 years. First of all, I'm not absolving you from your trip. You guys are not little kids. You are fucking 30 years old, right? People in your age have families and they have a career, and you need to stop. I'm just saying this because you're my little brothers, but you're not little, right? You need to stop infantilizing yourself. It's like, we're just stupid people doing stupid stuff. You're 30 years old and you need to be aware of what's happening in the world, and that your reach and your platforms mean something, and it affects people. And I think the biggest reason why people were so upset for you, not because you brought someone and you didn't contest him, that it is the talking point that he used is the same talking points that have been used for 2 years to kill thousands of people, right? So, I mean, and part of the reason why people were so angry is that, forget even if you don't know anything about the conflict, there was like a total lack of critical thinking. I mean, you guys asked him the one good question when you told them in October 7th, how could this be allowed to happen? Everybody knowing that Mossad is like a crazy, intelligent thing that infiltrates people and put bombs in pages. How did you not see that coming? But also, a critical thinking is, how come an attack was allowed for 6 hours in the most heavily surveilled part in the world? You understand, like in 2019, they killed like hundreds of people just because they approached the wall between Gaza and Israel. You understand? They killed. You have like copters, like drones. You have snipers. Suddenly, for 6 hours, remember what Netanyahu told me? How big is Israel? He told me it's like as big as Rhode Island.
As Jersey, right?
Yeah. Like you understand the distance between Gaza and Tel Aviv is 44 miles. You understand that, like, he was just bragging to you that, like, hey, we went across 3 countries to bomb Iran, but you can't have a single helicopter coming out to defend your people. Like, the October 7th was used in order to tell people, look to the Jewish people that were killed. But you don't understand that you pay $1 million as Americans, as Canadians.
I think that October 7 was hubris and racism more than it was like deliberately a deliberate way to allow Palestinians to kill like Israelis so that they could finalize their ethnic cleansing campaign. There are people who believe this. There are people who think like, oh, it was an inside job, like 9/11, you know? But I know Israeli society. I know what would be allowed and what wouldn't be allowed. They didn't need like 6 hours of killings to take place for them to be geared up for this ethnic cleansing campaign. They didn't. The troop positions, there are like suspicious things that happened on that morning. I think ultimately, even if they knew, which of course they knew, there's no way they didn't know, by the way. The fucking Egypt warned them ahead of time. Unit 8200 was directly surveilling the training that was taking place. But what I mean is, I don't think they thought it would be this deadly. That's where the hubris comes in. That's where the racism comes in. Where I do not think that the Israeli administration, the security apparatus, thought that Palestinians, the Palestinian resistance forces, were capable of doing this much damage. Okay? They thought at most maybe a couple hostages, maybe a little bit of a resistance, maybe a couple soldiers died in the process, and then they can use that as a reason to continue conducting like this final push, this big push. That's where I think the racism and the hubris plays a role. Mismanaging troop positions by focusing them over to the West Bank. because they were too busy doing ethnic cleansing in the West Bank and allowing the Itamar Ben-Gvir forces to continue doing pogroms in the West Bank. That part is real. That's another, again, that's another aspect to the racism. With the assumption, that I think that Palestinians would just never be capable of like holding that many hostages, that many Israeli hostages, break through the security barrier, and successfully conduct a massive military operation. Because like, you have to remember, you have to put yourself in the shoes, in the mindset of like a supremacist. Okay? If you're a white supremacist, for example, a black person being in the vicinity of a white woman is already enough of a scar, right? That's why they fucking hate race mixing. They like cannot comprehend it. They're like, how could this have happened? This is like a stain on the entire white race. Like, the fact that these people that have been kept caged in perpetuity, that have been actively dehumanized, were capable of crafting a military operation that took such an unimaginably high death toll from regular Israeli society alongside the Israeli military was a breaking point for a lot of supremacists, okay? And this includes liberal Zionists as well, because Zionism is a inherently ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think it's also true that the Israeli security establishment felt that Hamas was not a nationalist force but a self-interested political org. They thought they had deterred Hamas through enough military action and bribery without realizing that Hamas could not be bought like the PA. I think that probably is a part of the calculation as well. But this wasn't just Hamas. This was the coalition of Palestinian resistance forces. This was literally every single group. Every single group that has any kind of like military acting in unison. So I think like I think that the yesterday you said 800 civilians died during October 7th, yet I heard Bassem Youssef saying 370. No, it's not 370. It's 800. It's 800 civilians, 400 soldiers. I don't know what he's saying. I don't know why he's saying 370, but it's 1,200 total. Now, of course, in the civilian death toll, we do not know how much of the civilian death toll is how much of the civilian death toll was born out of Israel's Hannibal Directive. Like, how much of that was the helicopter shooting at the cars escaping the Nova Festival, and how much of that was the shelling from the tanks at the Kibbutzim? We do not know. But he might be counting IDF veterans as like soldiers too, which they're not. They're not. It doesn't matter. No. That's what Israel fucking claims. That's bullshit. That's what Israel does for Palestinians. They say, oh, you're affiliated with Hamas, the political party. Like, no. No. Just because someone is an IDF veteran doesn't mean that they were an enemy combatant, chatters. There's a reason. There's a legal designation between a civilian, okay? The proper term, veterans are not active combatants, okay? They're not. Nazi veterans were cool then, right? No, you're being stupid. This doesn't matter. I'm talking to you about, I am talking specifically about the legality, okay? They're not. They're not. It's just not how, it's not even relevant to the point that I'm making, but they're just not, okay? Just as Hamas militants that are in hospital are not fucking valid military targets. They're not. They're not in fucking battle. You cannot just go into a hospital and kill someone who fought alongside Hamas. You cannot do that. Okay? And I mean like an active duty. Like a dude who is literally in Hamas When they are no longer fighting and they're in a fucking hospital, you can't kill them. That's technically the rules. Not that Israel listens to those rules. So it's not even that you're like no longer active duty, that you're a veteran. Like, it doesn't matter. What did this guy say? 90% of your commentary, grok? Did he do a grok hit? Did he try to act grok here? 90% of your chatters use grok to fact check real facts. How dare you? How dare you say that?
To protect those Jewish people. So it's not just like an intelligence failure. It was a deliberate way to let people get slaughtered. And what did he tell you when you asked him what happens? Like, we're still investigating it. Really investigating it for 2 years? You don't know how people for 6 hours continue to kill people? That's why when people...
I mean, the reason why they can't investigate it any further is because, let's be real, the Hannibal Directive that Yoav Gallant admitted was utilized on October 7 means that they killed a bunch of the Israeli civilians, okay? That is literally true. That is undeniable. We do not know what the percentage of the civilian death toll came from the Israeli military itself, but no one can dispute that the Israeli military killed a bunch of Israeli civilians on October 7. This is the reason why they can't fucking do a full-blown investigation. Also because they relied heavily on just lying about what took place on October 7 over and over again. In spite of all of the atrocities, the actual atrocities that took place, it wasn't enough. They had to just like fucking make shit up. Like, oh, they put babies in ovens and decapitated. Oh, what the? This is the, wow. This never happened before. That's crazy. My fucking, what the hell? What the heli? What the heliante? I spat too hard. This has never happened to me before. It's been years, and I've used this microphone for years and years, and I just finally pulled it off of its fucking thing. Just dropped the mic. Years of slowly coming loose, finally came to a tipping point. I was here. Yeah, I know. This has been years and years in the making. Anyway, that's part of the reason. That's the real reason why they don't want to fucking investigate it.
We went on other people's podcasts and they told you, guys, they used the Hannibal Directive. They killed their own people. And I sent you all of the stuff. What was your reaction? Dude, that's conspiracy. Again, people were angry because you didn't read what's going on there, right? Israel uses something called blitzkrieg. You know what's blitzkrieg? It means flash attack. This is what the Nazi did. They do like a very coordinated attack, very quickly, very fast. And it's like very simple messaging. Decapitated babies, mass rape, right? So there's an emotional response. People get so angry, and then after a couple of days, everybody goes back to their Netflix, to their UFC fight, to the NBA, and the people who stay, it's like, wait a minute, that is fucked up. That didn't happen. There's so many plot holes. Already, most of the people has already went back to their lives. So the people who stay and hold them accountable will be called fringe, obsessed, anti-Semitic, conspiracy theory. Like you said, oh, dude, this is conspiracy theory. It's not. And this is why I have like sent you all of the videos so you can be educated. When you were on a podcast and they were telling you, dude, they spit on Christians in Israel. That's like, I was in Israel, nobody spit on me. Yes, of course, because you were in a curated propaganda.
Also, you're Jewish. I mean, Kyle isn't, but like, that's the one thing. Like, you can get away with a lot as a Jewish person in Israel. Like, you have to literally be like Norm Finkelstein to not be allowed into the state. Okay? Now, maybe post-October 7 things might have changed a little bit in terms of like anti-Zionist Jews and like how much they're allowed into the state, but like it's a fucking supremacist state. Okay? And because it's a supremacist state, because Zionism is an ethno-religious supremacist attitude, yeah, when you're Jewish, even if you're like, fuck Israel, Israel can suck my dick, Israel still has limitations on what it will do to you. Okay? It's just true. Like, there is no... That is the reason why Andre X, who is a Jewish from Ukraine, who went to Israel when Russia invaded Ukraine, who became an anti-Zionist activist, can just go to the West Bank and put his body as a Jew in the West Bank between the IDF and the settlers and the fucking Palestinians. Oh, he's from Russia. Sorry, I thought he was from Ukraine. Like, this is the other side of supremacist attitudes. Okay, the other side of supremacy is that the message of being Bassem is a poison pill for a lot of their audience should have been a Gabor Mate or Ilan Pape. Ilan Pape is never going on the fucking Nelk Boys. And I suggested Gabor Mate to them. They didn't go with it. And many people, there was no shot that they were getting a Palestinian, okay? I told them that. Don't say, or maybe a Palestinian. What fucking Palestinian? DJ Khaled? What Palestinian would go on the Nelk Boys after they interviewed literally Adolf Hitler? Are you guys crazy? It's like demanding that a Jewish person, or it's like asking a Jewish person during the Holocaust to go on a show after Adolf Hitler was interviewed. Like, what? That's crazy. You just said comparing them to Nazis was wrong. I'm so confused. Wait, what? IDF not Nazis though, don't worry. What? When did I ever say that? I have been comparing the IDF to the Nazis. I have been comparing Israel to Nazi Germany. I've been comparing Zionism to Nazism. What the fuck? Hello? Are you serious? It's like the #1 thing that people yell at me about, where they're like, "Oh, how dare you do that? That's it's hurting my feelings." They're both fascists. They are both fascist, ethno-supremacist ideologies that have a desire to exterminate the outgroup. If you cannot call Israel Nazis, then there is no reason to learn about the Holocaust. Like, why do we learn about the Holocaust? Why do we learn about the Nazis? Why do we learn about how society became far too comfortable with this kind of extermination, how they turned a blind eye to it, if we can't use it as an example when it's happening in real time? What? That you think IDF does not equal Nazis, but your point was about what? Oh, it was the veterans. Oh, he was like hyper-focusing on, yeah, he was hyper-focusing on the fucking veterans, like non-active combatants. Yeah, I don't think you can deliberately fucking go and kill inactive combatants. If you want to do that, you can do that through the court of the law. And we were also talking about legality regardless. What the fuck? Also, it ultimately doesn't even matter because, like, once again, people don't even understand. Like, people did not realize the severity of the crimes of the Nazi Holocaust until the camps were liberated. People get a pretty good idea of what Israel's doing.
Machine that showed you one thing about Israel. Do you remember when you were like in that bus and there was a guy with a scarf? It's like, oh, that guy with a scarf, like that. I don't know if you or someone of your friends said, he looks suspicious. It's not that cold. So the only representation of Palestinian are either people staying in a tent or a suspicious guy with a scarf. And I don't know who edited that. If it seemed like Mossad edited it, and if you guys have edited that, is fucked up, because it just like it solidifies the same racist tropes about a group of people that...
I mean, Miriam Adelson has been up their ass for a long time. Like, she literally, I think she was the one who made them do the Israel video. He said the Mossad edit.
Being slaughtered and starved to death right now, and then they distract you with questions like, it is Hamas, it's the people, they're not allowing aid in. And you understand that this is the same exact conversation that's been happening for 2 years. They bomb hospitals, it's not us, it's Hamas. Oh, it's us, but there were Hamas underneath it. It's maybe a mistake. Then after bombing hospitals, they bomb schools, and then they bomb entire residential areas, then they kill women and children. And now 2 years later, we're discussing the same question, but like, are we starving them, or is it?
Why are you assuming it was her? No, I know. I forget who told me, but I think she might even literally show up in the video at some point. I also think that she played a role in this BB interview too. Miriam Adelson, Sheldon Adelson's wife, not made them. I mean, like, fucking facilitated it. Facilitated it. Also, she's insanely powerful and also singularly invested in doing Hasbara. And also fucking up the Dallas Mavericks. So...
Hamas starving them. You see the cycle of deceit, the cycle of lies, the cycle of propaganda. So that's why I'm not coming here to say like, oh, they are starving, because I'm not gonna go after each and every single lie that he said, because it's exhausting, and they have been doing that for 2 years. So I'm here to show you the patterns and the bigger picture, to understand that you are sitting with a narcissistic, psychopathic liar that's used to gaslighting people and lie them to them in their faces.
Yeah, I want to say too, yeah, we obviously, one thing that hurt me the most when we had him on was just, I have a lot of personal, you know, friendships and stuff from people of all religions, and a lot of people were obviously just upset, and they were messaging me personally, like friends, and saying, why did you have him on and stuff. So when I told them that...
He means UFC fighters. He means Habib. He means like literally half of the UFC roster that are all from Dagestan, who was like, what the fuck are you doing, brother? What are you doing, brother? Like, that's it. Because every one of those dudes fucking hates Israel.
We're having you on to explain us the bigger picture. They're all very excited. So honestly, we just want to learn about this, and we obviously just...
Imagine Khabib mad at you. I mean... You got to end it before he ends it. You know what I mean? He's going to come after you.
Want to use our platform to educate people.
What do you want to learn about?
I mean, I think it would just be good for you to talk about what Netanyahu said and explain us.
Half Dagestan, the other half anti-Semitic MAGA. Also, Dagestan is anti-Semitic MAGA. So it's full anti-Semitic MAGA then. You just described Dagestan when you said anti-Semitic MAGA. They are literally so fucking far up the MAGA train, dude. Are you kidding me? I've never seen dudes that are more like... How dare you defame the ghost like that? Bro, I'm sorry. I love those guys. They're fantastic. I think they're very cool. I really respect how much effort they put into their work. Okay? Having said all of that, I've never met a bunch of dudes who are so good at fucking grappling, who literally would most likely be like chemical engineers if it wasn't for this tweaker ass focus that they have on wrestling, who are clearly very smart. Okay? They are insanely smart. They obviously are so smart that they recognize how important it is to do PR, for example. They all speak English, like almost perfectly. That all implies that these motherfuckers are in other circumstances, they would have just been like a chemical engineer, okay? I've never seen a group of dudes like this be so fucking pro-Palestine and also be like pro-MAGA at the same time, okay?
You know,
well, one thing I said about the October 7th, like, you know, he and I like the not just October 7th is the way that he dehumanized the whole population. Remember when he told me, how can young people march in the streets with people who
When are you going to Dagestan? 2-3 years. You go Dagestan, you come back, you become good grappler. I would go.
Kill gays. And then he used this like overplayed lame jokes like gays for Gaza is like chicken curry for KFC, and it's just like he keeps saying it in everywhere, and he just like, it sounds stupid. And they tell me they are like they would kill women if they're not in hijab. So this guy who pretends that he cares about gays and women, and I send you the articles, like how they have actually used revenge porn in order to recruit gay people.
Yep. But that's too complicated. Just tell them Palestinians are gay as fuck. There's gay Palestinians. They're all getting killed. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. Like, they don't give a shit about anti-Semitism. You don't have to explain to them that, like, the Israeli security forces are using revenge porn against, like, gay Palestinians in an effort to turn them into collaborators. And it's not just, like, gay Palestinians. They're doing it to straight Palestinians, too. They're doing it to all of them. They're literally blackmailing them and doing revenge porn. They're, like, hacking into their phones. They're actually fucking filming them. Filming and doing gay acts and shit like that. Also, gay marriage is illegal in Israel. It's not recognized by the state. You can't get gay married inside of Israel. You have to go to Cyprus. That's another thing. What else? Also, the only anti-sodomy law that exists in fucking Gaza is a holdover from British Mandate Palestine when the British were in charge. And homosexuality has not been illegal in the West Bank for forever, pretty much. So the idea that like Palestinians are homophobic doesn't mean, even if they literally were like the most homophobic motherfuckers on the planet, that still doesn't justify ethnically cleansing them. That's number one. And number two, the idea that like society doesn't contain multitudes here and they're just like really, really homophobic towards the other Palestinians who happen to be queer is fucking ridiculous. They are just simply using it as a talking point because people don't think about it beyond that. Yeah.
They go into Grindr and Facebook and Instagram. Like I think you have the headlines.
The IDF goes on Grindr.
Yeah. They got and they actually pick those gay people and then they use revenge porn in order to hire them as informants. You have that? Yes. So over the past several months, I spoke to there's a lot of queer Palestinians that actually been used by the IDF in order to actually hire them as informants. And then the same guy who cares about women and children, he already killed more than 28,000 women and children in the last.
Yeah. Also, that's the only time when collaborate, like when they say they're executing gay people, they're not executing gay people. They're executing collaborators, which is, again, fucked up. I get it. I understand. But there has never been, throughout any sort of historic resistance against colonial violence, has there ever been a non-execution method for collaborators. That's never happened. America itself has the Espionage Act. Why does the Espionage Act exist? It's because it was implemented during times of war. Even the United States of America executes collaborators. It's that simple. So it's not like, you know, this is not me saying like this is cool and great. I'm not saying that at all, but the point is there's never been a historic there's never been any kind of form of government that has not executed collaborators, okay? The ANC used to literally do the practice of necklacing, as we talked about already, where they would fill a tire with gasoline and then place it around the necks of collaborators and then light it on fire. Ukraine executes collaborators all the time. Everybody does.
Less than a year and a half. And again, they use revenge porn. There's even a movie about it made by like an Oscar-nominated director. He's a Palestinian, and it's called Hoda Salon. And they
Hamas executed a Hamas commander who was gay. He wasn't executed for being gay, though. Him being gay was not a secret. He was executed for stealing government funds. That's unjustifiable also, but they also don't murder people for being gay. Yeah. No, Israel, what is a collaborator? What do they do? What do you mean? Like, look at Yasser Abu Shabab. He is a collaborator. He is of Palestinian descent. He is a Palestinian that works with the Israeli forces. He gets other Palestinians to also work with the Israeli forces. Is a traitor. What do you mean? What is a collaborator? Do we just not know what words mean now? Dude, Google it. Like, a person that works with Israel to kill Palestinians. Okay?
Talk about like how for very many years they have spiked women's drinks in beauty salons in order to shoot them and film them in compromised position and then use them or use their husbands.
Yeah, they say Sinwar tortured gay Gazans. They mean Mahmoud Ishtiwi, a Salafi Wahhabi dog who worked for Israel. Sinwar did indeed had him killed for good reason. No, like, oh, dude, you need to stop. Okay? You need to fucking, you are so consistently, like, dude, I'm American, okay? I'm in the United States of America. I'm talking to Americans, okay? You need to stop. I don't want to ban you, but god damn, dude, you are so fucking crazy, dude. Just actually, you know what? I am gonna ban you. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. This chatter is so consistently such an annoying fucking burden in the chat. Just a betrayer of any sort of cause. Read the fucking room, man. Read the room. Read the fucking room. Now, I know for a fact you're going to become an enemy. You are going to become an enemy of mine in perpetuity. I know. You have the exact same resilience and attitude that a lot of my former chatters have. I know for a fact. I cannot wait for you to be like an ACP guy later down the line. Villain arc unlocked. Hasan is a collaborator. He's a Zionist. He loves Israel. He loves America because he wouldn't let me fucking run my mouth in his chat. Okay? I know. Let this be an opportunity for you to recognize who you are talking to. Okay? Please. It's so goddamn annoying when people just like you could have explained it normally, okay? You can explain certain things normally. You don't have to literally take this attitude when you're describing certain shit, okay? Just dial it back. This is a long story. No, I don't want to get into it. It's a chatter that I'm familiar with, and he is consistently yelling at me all the time, and has in the past said more insane shit.
As an informant. So you understand the level of pathology and the level of narcissistic behavior, the level of evil these people are doing, and then they have the audacity to come and talk about gay people and talk about women. This is crazy, man. You understand? And when I went and I sent you that stuff in order to look and verify, and this is why the reason we're doing this in live, because I invite anybody to fact check everything that I say as we go on.
So you're saying they're recruiting gay people from Palestine and using them as informants and
That's happening a lot
blackmailing
in the West Bank, yes.
Well, so what about some of the stuff Netanyahu said? I know this is for you is probably basic, but what he said, we asked him if he was purposely starving people in Gaza, and he said Hamas is stealing the food.
It's interesting that we would actually take the war of an indicted war criminal and a guy who's been caught lying many times. Like, for example, when he say Iran is days away from creating a nuclear bomb, and there's...
What do you suggest groups do with infiltrators and collaborators? I agree with you on most. No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. Like I'm explaining to you what the purpose behind it is. Okay, it doesn't fucking matter. It literally doesn't matter. Everyone has done it. Every single resistance movement has done this. I'm even describing to you what the purpose is and why they do it. Okay, you don't have to go beyond that. Okay, you don't have to literally fucking be like, this is the most moral thing to do. It's the best. I love it. Shut the fuck up.
videos of the internet of him saying many times, oh, Iran is like 5 months away, 3 months away. And you understand, when you asked him about like Iraq, oh, he said, oh, that's unfortunate. And yet he has a video saying Iraq is month away of creating weapons of mass destruction.
I've
and you
seen
remember,
that video. I've seen the video of him talking about Iran.
yeah,
for,
so you
since the
see
90s.
you see a guy that like, if you have a friend, Steiny, and if you have a friend that consistently lies to you and you caught up lying, when would it be enough to say, okay, that guy, I'm not going to take anything he says? Now the thing about like him saying we're not starving, it's Hamas. There's also some of the articles that I send you. There is like multiple articles of Israel killing aid workers, UN workers, saying that they are Hamas. You know, they have killed over like, I don't know the number, 100, 200 people of aid workers. They are like lining people in aid lines and then they are killing them. When they tell you,
so people that are not even involved in the conflict, they're aid workers.
I think the number is like, they killed over 180 doctors, or it's just it's the numbers is like so big now you can't even like catch up with the numbers. And I was in London. They were playing the world premiere of a documentary called Doctors Under Attack, and it shows you. It's a documentary done by the BBC, by the way. It shows you how. So there, yeah.
There's over 400 Palestinians.
So and of course it's very easy to say, oh, the United Nations is anti-Semitic. Everybody is anti-Semitic. Everybody is lying, and the only one who's not lying is Netanyahu, right? So those people that.
So like this one, for example, is this like a bombing, or is this just like they're coming and like gunning them down?
They're gunning them down. They're using drones and killing them. There's even like a whistleblower that came a couple of days ago, who was working with the aid groups, and he said like, there's like a little kid who came and kissed our hands because we gave him food, and as he was walking away, the IDF shot him in the head. It's crazy, man.
And this
right?
was like almost a month ago, not only.
Yeah. So
400 people. Those are civilians.
Yeah, but that number gets updated by the minute right now, and it's you can just like you can go through the headlines if you want, but the reason I'm like showing you this is that.
Honestly, kind of impressed with these kids. They got really humbled and are trying to learn. That's difficult to do, brother. They're doing it because their entire audience yelled at them. Okay, if their audience was like, sick, I can't wait to fucking chew on lung darts with their kids. By the way, they're fucking 30. All right, come on. It's ultimately good that this is happening. It's ultimately good that this conversation is taking place, because this audience should hear this conversation taking this conversation should take place. And people are just fucking shitting on Steiny because apparently he didn't say anything throughout the entire process. I noticed he hasn't said anything in the 18 minutes. So
Israel is the only one who has the absolute control of getting aid in and out. And I know that you've seen on the internet, they're showing their soldiers. Here's the aid sitting here. The UN is not taking them, dude.
No, I haven't talked to them. I haven't talked to Kyle at all. I don't know Kyle. I know Steiny, but I've texted him a bunch of people that would potentially be interviewed. People that I myself have interviewed as well. They didn't go with those suggestions. They went with Bassem Youssef, which is fine. I mean, he's great. Like he's a media person, right? So he is good at communicating.
They are killing UN workers and calling them Hamas. If you start calling everybody Hamas, the doctors are Hamas, the kids are Hamas, the UN or older Hamas, there is no way for people to go in and do anything. You see, you know how desperate people are? People are riding on boats and trying to get aid in these flotillas. And one of them is like a comedian that you worked with. His name is Jacob Berger. He's Jewish, by the way, from New York, and he was arrested by the IDF. And one of them, he's the only.
I saw that.
And the only black dude on that flotilla. He was beaten and tortured, and he's American.
Chris Smalls.
Right. So you understand the level of psychopathy that you're dealing with. It's not about like our word against their word anymore, because they have all of these people activated like. They try to recruit you, whether influencers or people in the media, telling it's not starving, it's not happy, it's not our fault. You remember I told you before, it's the same argument they used before. They bombed every single hospital in Gaza. It's not us, it's Hamas. They bombed every single school in Gaza. It's not us in Hamas. They killed 60,000 people. It's Hamas' fault. You see the pattern? You see the pattern?
Mm-hmm.
You know that the most viral video I did with Piers Morgan is when I said like Israel is a narcissistic psychopath, like a boyfriend who fucks you over and makes you think their fault. You know why this like resonated with so many people? It's just because people know this is the narcissistic psychopathic behavior, right? So they are like a bunch of liars, a bunch of killers, a bunch of murderers, and it's easy for them to just like get out of it and say like it is fucking Hamas.
So what is like the ideal situation in that area?
The ideal situation that Israel should not be coming in and occupying a country that's not theirs. And I know that you went there and you were raised all your life saying that this is our country, our place. You understand that Israel started by refugees from Europe, people who escaped the Nazis. This was a European problem. Most of those people were in Ukraine and Russia and Poland and Germany. And then they went through incredible hardship. Why would they come to the Middle East and take a land that belonged to other people? That is the core of the problem. The core of the problem is not just starvation or the daily killing. It is people coming in and trying to take a land from other people. And of course, you grew up as a Jewish person telling you, this was an empty land and we just came in. There was no one there. There were already 2 million Arabs living there before Israel have even been conceived. And in one night, 700,000 people were displaced overnight. On 15th of May 1948, when they declared the state of Israel. You understand the amount, your grandparents are like Holocaust survivors. They wouldn't like another Holocaust to be happening in their name.
Wow.
And they wouldn't, if you have a problem.
You know, it varies. Many people don't like it, but some people certainly do like it. I'm just saying, I don't know about Steiny's grandparents, but
with Germany, go fucking take a piece of land from Germany, man. You understand like where my people are coming from? Like we were just sitting here and you have like a problem in Europe and then you were pushed on us and say like, this is our land now, get the fuck out. You understand how sick this is? You know how unfair this is? You understand?
Mm.
So we can discuss about like what is happening now, the situation. You need to go again, the bigger picture and understand why this happened. Right? Those people who are Netanyahu sat in front of you and saying like Hamas is terrorist. They are the one who actually started terrorism in the Middle East. They're the one who started bombing hotels, bombing people. The amount, like if you just like go in and write the terror, and I invite the internet to actually fact check this, the terrorism of the Zionist militias in Palestine, right? The dozens of people that they have been killing. You know, all of the stuff that they have like, you know, killing pregnant women, decapitated people. This is the exact same thing that they did in massacres like Deir Yassin, there in Sabra and Shatila. They have been, you know, there's a very famous line saying like, every accusation is a confession. Every time they blame Hamas for using human shield, they are the one who's been using human shield, right? They're actually in 2005, the Israeli Supreme Court made a verdict saying you need to stop using human shield because they were using it so much. There's like a recorded 1,200 incidences of them using human shield between 2001 and 2005. That is crazy, man. Right? So every time you see them accusing Palestinians of doing it, they have done it many times before, even more brutal.
Yeah, one thing I see on the internet now too is a lot of Americans are questioning like, is Israel our closest ally? Why are they our closest ally? Why are we sending so much money to Israel? I see it. I mean, even Trump now recently, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, it seems like he's not even agreeing with Netanyahu now. I saw Canada just recognize Palestine as a state.
It's all bullshit.
Yeah, but at the same time, Trump said like, well, I think like Canada couldn't be our partner anymore, which is crazy. You are basically sacrificing Canada, which is actually your closest ally, because of Israel.
Well, what I was going to ask is why why does America consider Israel its closest ally?
No,
in your
America
opinion?
doesn't consider Israel the closest
Well,
ally.
why,
It's the
question is,
American
why is-
politicians.
Right. So why are the American politicians so loyal to Israel?
Well, follow the money, right? 80% of Congress are openly financed by AIPAC, which is the Israeli lobby. So when you finance 80% of your Congress, your representative, suddenly a foreign country is more important than your own country, right? I think you were asked many times, Tiny, are you American first or are you Israel first? And you said, no, I'm American first. You wouldn't like to have your tax money going to a country and using that to kill children while your fellow Americans in places like Texas and North Carolina suffering from floods and not getting the aid they get. I think there is
being real anti-Semitic here, bro. Those are funds that Israel could be using to kill Palestinian children. I'm just saying. You know, it's kind of fucked up. It is so distorted. It is so distorted that like the counter to a fucking war criminal, like ICC arrest warrant applicant war criminal that is conducting a live streamed Holocaust is an Egyptian comedian, an Egyptian American comedian. It kind of shows you that there is no balance in this conversation, because like I was thinking about that, and it's like, even if he were to have like Abu Ubaidah on, like there is no equivalence morally between Abu Ubaidah and fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. There's not even a moral equivalence between. There is not even a moral equivalence between Yahya Sinwar and Benjamin Netanyahu, just on the death toll alone. You know, like there's just no comparison here. There is no one. Like you cannot. Not that you could ever interview those guys anyway. They would literally throw you in jail. But it's just like that should show you the asymmetry.
The graph with the $17 billion only by the way, so far since the beginning of the conflict, not the conflict, the slaughter, since October 2023, America sent Israel more than $30 billion, $17.9 billion in 2024.
Also, Abu Ubaidah is not dead. Yahya Sinwar was killed.
Alone. $17 billion. That's crazy. You know how many schools that you can build with that? You know how many teachers that you can pay? You know how many houses that you can give for the homeless? Why is your money going to a foreign country and using this to inflict the most evil genocide on innocent people? Right?
Right. So why do you think that American politicians are?
No, I'm just told you because of the money. Like the AIPAC.
Oh, because they're being paid to do so.
AIPAC is openly bragging about financing 80% of Congress with $100 million for
Do
each
they
side.
openly brag about that?
Oh yeah. I invite everybody to go into the AIPAC Twitter and see them bragging about it. It's like 98% of the people that we.
It's not just AIPAC. There is so much pro-Israel institutional control because of Israel's alignment and its role that it plays in American foreign policy in this region. There is no equivalent to what Israel's been able to do, because there's no other country that we have utilized in the same way, right? It's not just AIPAC. AIPAC is simply one part of this puzzle. Kufi, Christians United for Israel, is another part of the puzzle, right? But even beyond that, the financial ties directly to Israel by Americans who aren't Jewish, by the way, Jewish Americans as well, but Christian Americans as well. The institutional ties that these institutes of higher learning, for example, have to Israel. Like, it's not, it is a behemoth. It is a massively consequential influence peddling operation, alongside financial ties, alongside Israel's role in America's foreign policy goals. There is no other country that gets this treatment. There just isn't. And the only reason why Israel has been able to create this dedicated network of influence peddling is because of it's because of Israel's role in American foreign policy. No other country has ever even been able to come near this level of influence as well. So it's you got the Mearsheimer opinion, and then you got the Chomsky opinion. Chomsky believes it's entirely because of Israel's strategic location, Israel's strategic role in American influence in the region, right, as a destabilizing factor. And then you got the Mearsheimer, who says it's the lobby, it's the AIPAC lobby, it's all of the different facets of said lobby, but it's both. I think it's both. One does not exist without the other. Israel, being an incredibly important asset to American imperialism in the region, only goes so far without a network of influence peddling, through lobbying, through advocacy groups, through constantly silencing dissent under the auspices of attacking people as like anti-Semites, you know, a censorship operation, being able to literally craft the only piece of legislation that directly goes against the First Amendment in 37 states as a foreign lobby. Can you imagine being like having anti-BDS laws for like Estonia? Like it doesn't exist. This is so stupid. Politicians being demanded to take like loyalty pledges to Hungary. Like, you have to. What do you mean? What? Does, like, the equivalent is right there with Turkey. Turkey is in the region. Turkey is a NATO country. Turkey is the second largest standing military. Could you imagine if there were people like myself running around being like, do you recognize the Armenian genocide? Oh, you do? Why are you being anti-Turkish? Why are you being so anti-Turkish? Do you recognize the Armenian genocide? Why you not love Turkey? Oh, you don't love Turkey? Does Turkey not have a right to exist? Turkey, small nation. No politics here. Oh, I guess you want the Kurds and the Armenians to kill every Turk. You know? That would be ridiculous. That would be fucking ridiculous. Having every politician literally constantly fucking posting about how much they love Turkey. What? That unironically is E's new line of attack. What, Ethan's? I can't even go back to Turkey. What the fuck's this dipshit talking about? If he had the backbone and the moral courage that I had to criticize my own government as he does with Israel, we wouldn't have any fucking problems. What the fuck? Absolute moron. Unless you mean the E is for Eric Adams and not Ethan. Yeah, I'm a nationalist, but also I didn't serve in the Turkish military. And he also said I was a coward for not serving in the Turkish military.
That we promote, they win their elections. And this is the graph that I was telling you about. The U.S. sent $17.9 billion in only 2024. This is how much you can do with that amount of money. And instead, it is going to buy weapons. It's going to settlers in the West Bank, American Jews, maybe, Jews from other places who live there with like very low rent housing. They have better education, better health care than any American here, which is crazy. Why is my money going there? I know, Steiny, I saw you on many of the podcasts saying, like, it is very difficult for for me as a Jewish American live.
He keeps trying to bring Steiny into the conversation, and Steiny does not even remotely entertain it. That's crazy.
And I understand it's difficult, but it was misunderstood because people said this is so tone deaf, this is so self-centered. It's not about you guys, but I kind of understood it I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt that maybe it is difficult because there's a whole genocidal state right now using your identity and using your religion in order to commit unspeakable crimes, right? But also, you need to understand what does it mean to be a Palestinian American right now. You understand how difficult it is to a Palestinian American sitting here, seeing his family slaughtered and starved, and that is being done by their own tax money. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, like, you sending money to your family to, for example, build a bakery, and then you see that bakery destroyed on phone, and then TurboTax takes your money and finance the bomb that fucking bombed that bakery. You understand the kind of mind fuck that those people are living in? Like, yes, anti-Semitism is a real thing, but you understand that it is you haven't seen 3 Jewish people being shot because they spoke Hebrew, right? I have 3 Palestinian friends. They were in Brown University. They were speaking Arabic, and they were shot, and one of them cannot walk for the rest of his life, right? There was like a Palestinian kid, 6 years old, who was stabbed 26 times right after October 7th because of the kind of fear that was launched against Muslim Americans, right? There was like an Indian Muslim kid that was almost drowned in Texas by a Jewish woman. Her name is Elizabeth Wolf, as a hate crime. If the roles were reversed, if those kids were Jewish, you wouldn't hear the end of it. But I'm telling you this, and I can see in your eyes, it's the first time you ever heard about this. This is crazy. This is manufactured. So part of me is angry at you guys for not knowing, but part of me, I have empathy for you, because this is the kind of a bubble that was created intentionally by the media to tell you that all the perpetrators, the people on the other side, are the terrorists, are the evil people, and Israel is our greatest ally. This is prime brainwashing. So you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you say, like, it's difficult to be Jewish, yes, I understand, but it is kind of like you are.
I think I can't speak for Steiny, but I have other Jewish friends, and what they'll say to me is,
yeah, don't speak for Steiny. Why is Steiny not speaking?
what Israel's doing right now makes it tougher to be prideful of, you know, being Jewish.
Yeah, but the biggest thing is
But I don't want to speak for
no,
Jewish people,
but you understand. But you see, the mistake here is like now you're linking being Jewish to being pro-Israel. It's like me linking being Muslim to being pro-ISIS. It's like being proud to be German to be a Nazi, because that is what Israel is, right? And it is, this is a regime, a state, a genocidal state that hijacked your identity as Jewish and then started to tell everybody, if you start to question Israel, you're being anti-Semitic. You know what does that tell you? That being a good Semitic means that you have to approve for starving kids, killing babies, raping prisoners in prison, genociding a whole population, kicking them out. That is what does it mean to be a good Jewish. That is crazy, man. That is actually the most anti-Semitic thing ever.
Do you think, in your opinion, do you think what Israel's doing is making some people anti-Semitic, though?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Let me give you an example. Have you seen those videos of the IDF soldiers dancing with lingeries and toys of babies? Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Any army in the world is run by one thing: discipline, right? If you are in the army and you start posting shit like that, your commanders are either allowing you to do this, or if they don't, they will actually fuck, what the fuck are you doing, right? Because this is the army, right? You're not allowed to just like post shit other than actually the army.
Steiny body language analysis, cock shame. That's what he's doing. You see that? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, I have an opinion, but he should have definitely spoken on this. Because I know his fan base is going to fucking eat his ass. And be like, dog, you didn't say a single damn word. It's 31 minutes in.
Kind of approving to it. So it is by design. I actually asked a professor in London, it's like, why are they actually...
Yeah, I saw the comments. Everyone is like, Steiny's not saying anything. Never seen silence speak so loud. Steiny still clearly speechless after hearing Netanyahu prefers Burger King. Did you expect anything different? Yeah, I did. I did. I thought he'd be a little bit more active in the conversation, even if it's to like disagree with Bassem Youssef. You know what I mean? I did.
Doing that on purpose, like, it's very easy because it is much easier for Israel to be hated and then having them conflate that hate with Jewish people. And when that happens, like, you see, anti-Semitism give us more money to kill our enemies. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's a very, very sick psychology. And the people who are paying for this are Jewish people, right? Because now you are finding yourself inheriting everything that this regime is doing, right? And it is the whole idea about like being a Jewish person is being a pro-Israel. It's crazy, right? You know, like a couple of days ago, Trump pushed Colombia to pay $21 million for support the Jewish people for the psychological trauma. And it's crazy because we haven't heard of Jewish people being
Here's one of those blind spots of yours you were talking about earlier. What's my blind spot? What's the blind spot? Go ahead, say it out loud, chatter. What's my blind spot? Enlighten me. Is my blind spot that I'm not sufficiently pro-Palestine? I can't recognize when someone is pro-Israel. I literally said I thought he would have said something even to disagree, if you noticed. Also, my conversation with Steiny made it seem like he was far more receptive to the pro-Palestinian position than what that Benjamin Netanyahu interview looked like, and certainly this here. But I think he's doing the thing that I have said over and over again at this point, which is that you're a collaborator with a Democrat Party. Yes, I am. I'm a shepherd of the Democratic Party, but also simultaneously single-handedly tanked the election for Kamala. I know. What I've said already is that there's a lot of people who are pro-Israel who at least like recognize, they read the room well enough to just shut the fuck up. And I guess he chose to do that this time.
From Colombia, there are people who lost their immigration status for standing pro-Palestine, not pro-Israel. There's not a single Israeli who, because of his stand from being pro-Israel, who lost their job, got deported, being blacklisted with the company, being doxxed. This is what happened on their side. And many of those, the Jewish people who actually got hurt were the people on the pro-Palestinian side. There are like Jewish professors who lost their position because they stood with the pro-Palestinian side. But they don't talk to you about that. They want you to think it is Jewish people against everybody else. They don't talk to you about the Jewish Voices for Peace, the people who their slogan is "Not in my name." We will not allow Israel to use our name in order to continue with this genocide. They are not telling you about the Israeli bloc that was in all of the university protests, or in all of the protests in London and in Paris and in New York. They want to, again, the same image that they were curated in Israel, the way that they use that propaganda in order to blind you of what's happening. They're not telling you about the other side. So they keep putting you in that box. It is Jewish people against everybody else. It is not true.
Talking about patterns, like you said earlier, some of the documents you sent us that I found interesting was just the history dating back of how long Israel has been influencing America's government.
Yes.
Can you talk to us about some of that?
Yeah, well, it's you have a lobby group called AIPAC, which should, under American law, be registered as a foreign entity, a foreign lobby group, but it's not, and because of its mention, it is registered as local.
The best part about podcasters like this is when they have someone who is aligned with the cause on board, because these guys are not going to craft like anything cynical here to try to force Bassem Youssef into a well, why do you align with Hamas style position, or try to trap him into something that he doesn't believe, forcing him to like concede on a position that he doesn't actually believe so that they can endlessly smear him. That is definitely one of the best aspects of podcasts like this. That's part of the reason why when they have Benjamin Netanyahu on, he gets to just do mincemeat. Okay? But yeah. It's been 33 minutes and 46 seconds. No, do you condemn Hamas questions have come. No, do you, you know, why do you want to kill all the Jewish people? None of that.
It is allowed to raise so much money and act as a local lobbying group, right? And because of that, they are allowed to openly pay all of these politicians in order to write bills and to pass laws to protect Israel more than they protect the United States, right? And people will say, this is conspiracy theory. Are you telling us that Israel is controlling America? It's not really a conspiracy theory, because if you think about it, a country is run by a government and government is run by people. And if you buy enough people, you control the government. Am I right?
Yeah, for sure.
Am I right?
I mean, if not just Israel, if any government was doing that, it would be a problem,
yeah,
right?
I mean, and I send you even a video of like American senators and congressmen having the Israeli flag outside of their room. They are tweeting, I stand with Israel, while there are people suffering.
No, the funniest was, what was it? The funniest was when Ireland was working through the process of potentially doing a BDS or something, and then every single American congressman in unison started talking about Irish trade policy. That was such a fucking funny moment. Does anyone have that tweet of like all of the American Congress folk from both parties just talking about like Irish trade policy out of nowhere? Okay, it was fucking hilarious, dude. They were all, it was not, no, it was hundreds of tweets that was the same tweet. Hundreds of different lobbyists and politicians in unison tweeted out the same fucking tweet, like literal copy paste. It was hilarious. It was so stupid. It's like, what is going on? This is so, like, what do you mean? Oh, here it is. Ireland's proposed BDS policy is deeply troubling and risks damaging trade with American companies. Israel's a key ally to the U.S. Ireland's proposal to boycott, divest, and sanction Israel is blatantly anti-Semitic and will hurt American companies too. Ireland's draft BDS law is reckless and dangerous precedent. Ireland's proposed ban of Jewish-made products is nothing short of anti-Semitic. Lindsey Graham, I hope Ireland will reconsider their efforts economically to isolate Israel, as they are... what? I don't know what the rest of this is. Ireland's proposal to ban products made in Judea and Samaria wrongfully targets Israel and hurts American businesses. Ireland's proposed legislation targets Jewish communities by singling out settlements tied to Israel. Yeah, day 2. I love this. I love when he posted this. Yeah, it was this guy that posted it originally. Wow, I love to see all this organic passion for Irish trade policy in the United States Congress. Day 2 of members of Congress completely independently deciding that they are highly concerned about Irish trade policy vis-a-vis the West Bank. It's like, I mean, come on, dude. What are we doing? What are we doing here? What an organic movement. What an organic movement this was. You don't understand. You see, American Republican congresspersons care about one thing and one thing only. Okay? Nope. You thought I was going to say Israel. No, that's wrong. They care about Irish trade policy. That's the one thing that they care about. Do you understand? Day 2 of members of Congress completely independently deciding that they are highly concerned about Irish trade policy vis-a-vis the West Bank. Oh man, it's so good. Also, this is the funniest. This is what they're posting. This is like such a funny thumbnail for that article. Ireland will regret its anti-Israel boycott. Like, it's like Benjamin Netanyahu saying that angrily. Just as I said, for the record, there are people asking me about, like, oh, what do you think the impact of this interview is? Do you think this will, like, save the Nelk boys or whatever? Just as I said about the Benjamin Netanyahu interview that didn't actually help Benjamin Netanyahu and it only hurt the Nelk boys, I think this Bassem Youssef interview doesn't help the Nelk boys necessarily, but it's good overall for their audience to hear exactly the financial entanglements look like between America and Israel. Like, this is a great educational 1 hour podcast because it helps people who are like against Israel understand truly why they should be against Israel, because many people just like jump on trends, okay? And as I've said, it's fuck Israel o'clock, right? That's what it is. That's what time it is. Everybody sees it. Everybody recognizes it. And I'm sure there are plenty of people that are just simply saying it because they've heard others say it. I'm sure there's plenty of people who just like only have seen maybe a couple of the starving children or whatever, and that was enough for them, and that's fine. You don't have to be a fucking scholar to know that genocide is wrong, right? But this helps a lot of people truly understand what the magnitude of criminality is. This helps people understand like what the incentives are. Okay, what is what's happening here that is the reason for why America is so attached to the hip. It gives them the tools to properly communicate why they're saying fuck Israel.
From floods in North Carolina, there is like a town in Texas that made people sign a pledge to not boycott Israel if they want to have
This is in my experience, that one is the fucking death blow, or used to be the death blow for many people. I've never met a person that has heard that AIPAC has been able to successfully write legislation that makes it illegal to protest Israel, that makes it that makes it so that, like, in the state of Texas, for example, you have to literally sign a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel if you want to be a public school teacher. When they hear that, they go, what the fuck? I'm done. And this is before October 7, by the way. This has been going on for a while. It's more than Texas. I know, it's 38 states in the United States of America.
Flood aid, which is crazy, right? If I told you, hey, your house was destroyed in the floods, why don't you write a pledge to make sure that you will not boycott Egypt? You will get furious, right? So why is this allowed to happen, man? Why is this allowed to happen? Why is...
Oh yeah, that was Texas. That wasn't North Carolina. That was, I think that was Texas, where the Texas state government literally was like, we will not give you aid if you don't sign the loyalty pledge. If you do not sign a loyalty pledge to Estonia, sorry, this flood is going to kill your whole family and we're not going to help you.
Every congressman, every media person is just going there and putting Israel in such like a high place over his own country. If this is not treason, I don't know what it is. Like, do you, Steiny, you pay taxes, right? You guys like doing well for yourself.
Yeah.
Would you accept that your taxes to go to support like a foreign country instead of like supporting your own American fellows, like going into the infrastructure of your own country?
No.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So that's why it's like the bigger picture here, that the system is much more broken than you think. It's not about like me going after every single lie that Netanyahu said. It's about giving you the bigger picture of how this is a very curated, a very, oh yeah, this is American Israel, yeah.
What's this?
This is how much money that they have spent and given $51 million in contribution
to Israel or Israel?
No. This is AIPAC to American politicians. This is how much, like, this is the kind.
Where's this from?
This is American Public Affairs. Yeah.
Is there any type of other I mean, when Russia was doing it, everyone thought they were doing it.
Yeah, as I remember, like, it was like, oh, the Russian interference.
Oh my God. Oh, please talk about what they actually found. Because when they were doing the Russiagate investigation, they found another country. They found another country that was suspiciously involved in interfering with American elections. Which country was that? I can't remember. Which country was it? They just kept, turning over these rocks. Was it Estonia? No, it wasn't Estonia. That's good. Was it Brazil? No. Was it Turkey? No. Maybe with the case of Eric Adams, but no. Japan with anime? No. You're getting close. Burkina Faso? Ibrahim Traore? No. It wasn't Greece. You guys are saying a lot of countries. It wasn't China either. You're saying a lot of countries except for one country that I'm thinking of. Moldova? Nope. It wasn't Hamas. Think tiny nation. Surrounded by enemies. Tiny nation surrounded by enemies. Also, third most commonly spoken language is Russian, by the way, in this country. Fun facts about this country that I'm explaining to you. Third most commonly used language is Russian. Has the highest density of Russian dual nationals, as a matter of fact, after American dual citizens. Tiny, size of New Jersey. Tiny nation. It's Transnistria? Yeah, it's Belarus. Yep, you got it. No, it's fucking Israel.
Russian interference, like, guys, like,
Enough.
you don't even need it. And people say it's a conspiracy, but like, you don't need a conspiracy. You have people opening, they're basically, we're giving you $100 million, give me back.
You all got it wrong. It was Israel.
$50 billion. That's the best. That's better than crypto, man. I mean, I would invest in AIPAC. If AIPAC was a Bitcoin, I would invest in it. Right?
What else does Israel do to influence America's government
Well,
in the past? I mean, this is like some deep shit. I'm kind of honestly scared to talk about it.
No, why talk about it? Don't worry. It's good.
Oh, I know. We're in a unique situation. Right?
Yeah, you are, right?
Yeah.
So what do you want to talk about?
No, just like, I mean, I've seen some of the documents you've talked about, like,
give me an example.
Blackmailing and.
Oh, the blackmailing. It's yeah. I mean, like, a lot of people are talking about the Epstein files right now, right? What do you think about the Epstein files?
I think it's not a good look. What's going on right now?
Why?
Just because I think the Republicans kind of ran on releasing it.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people feel the same way. I think there's clips of people in the administration saying we need to release it,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's not getting released.
Mm.
So it's not the best look.
Have you been reading about Ghislaine Maxwell, the one that was with?
Bro, this is so funny because he has to literally say, like, this is when he's locked in because he's a podcaster, so he has to obviously, as a podcaster on the right who knows Donald Trump, his audience is like, dude, come on, Epstein files, what the fuck? But also, he doesn't want to piss off Donald Trump, who is also going, Epstein files, come on, what the fuck? Stop talking about it, okay? So they're stuck between a rock and a hard place here, okay? With Israel, they can just be like, yeah, fuck Israel. Yeah, you're right, actually. Who cares? They're a foreign country. But you can't, you can't directly come after the big guy, you know?
Him, and then she was like a kind of like 100% Mossad asset, and then you have Kash Patel, the FBI director, who's saying like, America needs to wake up and prioritize Israel. And I said, like, why is the FBI, the deputy of the head of the FBI, telling me that I, as an American, need to prioritize Israel? I mean, where? I mean, you see the pattern. You see how fucked up this is, right? And then before he goes into the FBI, we're gonna release the Epstein file. After that, there is no Epstein files, and in the middle, we need to prioritize Israel. You connect
I think
the
they
dots.
need to release it because it's not a good look.
Yeah, but you understand the fact that you have a country in the Middle East not just taking your money, but blackmailing your politicians, including your presidents. You've seen that article that I sent you at the time of Israel about the Monica Lewinsky thing and the Bill Clinton thing. I mean, this is crazy. That's why it just like it drives me crazy when I.
Can you explain that to our audience?
Yeah. So there's a book.
The history to me is fascinating.
Yeah. There's like a book written by an Israeli.
Oh, I thought he was going to talk about One Nation Under Blackmail.
Author, and it was actually discussed. It was headlines at the time of Israel of how actually Israel have blackmailed Bill Clinton with the Monica Lewinsky tape in order for him to release an Israeli spy who actually stole our nuclear secrets and sent it to America. Yeah. So it is things like that which drives me crazy when people tell me.
He keeps asking, do you understand? And they most definitely do not understand any of this. I wonder how much of this Kyle retained. I don't know about Steiny. Maybe Steiny was just listening intently, okay? That's what I'm going to go with. He was listening intently. That's why he didn't want to butt in.
Israel is our biggest ally. An ally will not do that to you. An ally will not...
It's been 39 minutes and 26 seconds since Steiny has said something on the podcast.
Steal your nuclear weapons, will not blackmail your presidents with whatever files they have, with sexual files in order to release a spy, will not blackmail your politicians with a fucking Love Island with young girls. It's crazy, right?
Yeah. Why do you think they allowed him to campaign on that so hard then?
What do you mean?
Like why would they?
Okay, that's actually a good question. Damn, 39 minutes and 52 seconds. We finally get a Steiny question, and it's actually a good question. Okay.
Because Trump campaigned on that.
Yeah.
That he was going to release it.
Yeah, well,
yeah, that's a good
maybe he didn't know that they had something on him. Maybe they thought that like everything was on Clinton. Maybe he didn't know. And then
I think the real reason is he was always a little apprehensive when talking about the Epstein stuff, right? He still pushed it because I think he thought he's undefeated. And so he didn't have an issue with like talking about releasing it and whatnot. But I think he miscalculated how much his base does care about it. You know, because he would say maybe that one less so. Remember when he was asked on that Fox News interview when they were like, hey, would you release the 9/11 files? He's like, yes. Would you release the JFK files? He's like, yes. Would you release the Epstein files? He's like, maybe that one less so. He's like, because there's a lot of phony stuff in there. You know, he was a little hesitant on that. But I think there's two reasons there. At first, before Trump came out and basically started saying maybe it's not so bad. Maybe Jeffrey Epstein was misunderstood, you know, every day. Why are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? The list is fake. The list is real, maybe. Ghislaine Maxwell did nothing wrong. We need to pardon her, you know. Before all of that, I was of the mindset that perhaps he didn't want to release it for the same reason why the Democrats would have never released it, because there's a lot of powerful people involved in this. And, of course, as the president of the United States, your job is to literally protect their interests, and you're not going to fuck up the bag, regardless of ideology, right? Because there's a class-first politics there amongst billionaires and the super wealthy. Since his, like, desperate reaction every single day, getting increasingly worse and worse, I've begun to believe that maybe his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein was maybe a little bit more than what we previously thought it was. That's number one. And then number two, the other possible option is it's not just the financial elite that he is trying to protect, but it's also probably maybe espionage, both for the CIA, but certainly for Israel as well. You know?
Like we have Elon Musk saying, well, he's in the files. And Bear's like, oh, no, I'm not in the files. And that Pat Bundy's like, I have the files on my desk. And then suddenly we don't have the files. It makes you think, right? And you know, like Trump was asked straight up, would you release the Epstein files? It's like, well, it can destroy a lot of people's lives. Yeah, well, if they're pedophiles, yes, fucking destroy their lives. It's just like, it's, as in, like, I come from the Middle East, and in the Middle East, we complain a lot about, like, how the government is corrupt. And then I come here to the Western world where, like, everything is transparent. And I just, like, find the same exact attitude of gaslighting and of lying. And I found it's like, oh my God, I'm actually in a country that's being controlled by like horrible people in Israel. Yeah, here's a nice like a nice tidbit. Do you know that Israel has one of the highest rates of sex offenders in the entire world, and many of them are Jewish Americans who actually
Is that a fact?
Oh yeah. You can actually
like per capita.
Yeah, no, you can actually right now. There's a CBS report about sex offenders fleeing from Israel. These are people who get indicted in America. They have a conviction and they flee. Do you see it? Oh yes. How Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel. This is on CBS. You don't have to play it, but like I don't want to like kind of like stop the interview. I just want people that they reference it. So there's like tens of people who basically get
no high-end ads here.
Yeah, who get like indicted for actually like being pedophiles, and they go hide in Israel, and Israel doesn't bring you back because like they're protected by their Israeli passport. So this is the bigger picture that I'm telling you. When you are on, this is one of the things that we're taking against you. There's no two sides for it. One side is a genocidal, pedophile enabling, blackmailing liars who are starving people to death, who are killing women and children, and that is the side, right? So that is why it's like it's being very icky right now to even give a platform for them to spread their fucking lies. Right. Because this is the kind of lies that's...
I'm not seeing anything on Google about Israeli pedophiles. Brother, literally search Haaretz pedophile safe haven Israel. Actually, let's do it right now. Exposing pedophilia and legal failures in Israel. CBS News, how Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel. Tip of the iceberg from Haaretz, how foreign sex offenders find refuge in Israel. Jerusalem Post, Israel is trying to legalize pedophilia. Like, I know that like criticizing Israel sometimes takes this weird turn where it literally sounds like you're being anti-Semitic. Okay? I get it. I totally understand. Okay, last part. And this is the final thing that you need to know. Leonardo DiCaprio to open hotel in Israel. It's over. It's over. Lock it down. He had to find the youngest country. South Sudan is technically the youngest country. Okay, sorry. Yeah, y'all stole that. Y'all stole that joke from Twitter. But yeah, it's I mean, it's just like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I get it when you sometimes hear something that's like in practice in Israel, you go, what? Like, did you make that up? Like, oh, you're saying the Jewish state is doing this, and it's like sometimes it's good to just Google it, and then maybe you find out that they are doing this, you know? But I do understand why most people, when they first hear about it, go, yeah, like, Israel is an insane right-wing fascist country. So when you describe Israel as an insane right-wing fascist country, which it is, when you describe the things that Israel does, it comes across as insane, because you're like, there's no fucking way. There is no way that that is happening. What are you saying? And it's like, and then you look into it and you're like, oh my God, it's not made up. What the fuck? I thought you were a liar until you showed the ad for the Cum Brigade live. Oh my God, that was another one. Yeah. The whole, like, Israel has a semen extraction squad. Post-mortem semen extraction squad, specifically, where they go in and like extract the semen from fallen Israeli occupying force soldiers so they can give that semen to their wives so they can keep having Jewish children. That is a real thing that the Israeli government has in operation. The goon platoon. That's the type of shit you do when you are a eugenicist fascist country. You know, Jewish, Christian, atheist, doesn't fucking matter. If you have like a eugenicist, supremacist ideology, that's the kind of stuff you get involved in. Or, I don't know, the pro-rape January 6th riots that they did in Israel. But yeah, Israel is our greatest ally, of course. Just like ISIS is the embodiment of all the Islamophobic tropes with no support from most governments, Israel is the embodiment of the anti-Semitic tropes with full support from most governments. Yeah, Israel does do a lot of stuff that you would normally think is possibly blood libel. You're like, nah, that's not true. Get the fuck out of here. You're being ridiculous. And then you literally Google it and you're like, oh my God, that is literally true. What the fuck is going on? That's why I'm saying, like, my hatred for Israel did not fucking develop overnight for no reason. Many of you that have been in here for a very long time, know that I abhor anti-Semitism. I think it's disgusting, it's bigoted, it's fucking ridiculous. So why is it that I have this perspective on Israel? Perhaps it's because I do not actually consider Israel to be abiding by the Jewish faith or doing right by Jews in general, and simply a Jewish ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is exterminationist.
Been actually hurting and killing people over 2 years. So you understand? So if I told you, hey,
I'm not an expert still, but what I've even learned just
Yeah.
With the stuff you've sent and what I've learned over the last week.
So you understand, like when you, I'm all of that. I'm trying to make you understand the level of hate and anger that was directed towards you, because basically you're supporting a pedophile. You're supporting a guy that is actually blackmailing people. You're supporting a guy who's a killer, right? That guy, Netanyahu, who seems to be caring about women. There's a huge scandal in Israel that was unraveled in 2013, that for more than 2 decades, Israel gave contraceptive shots to Ethiopian Jewish women to prevent them from...
Yeah, there's also a tint of white supremacy associated with this as well. Early on, obviously, before Israel realized there simply wasn't enough like white Ashkenazi descent Jews to fill up the entire population of this area that they wanted to populate. At first, the whole, the idea was met with a little bit of negativity. Like, why are you letting in these fucking Arab Jews into the country? It's kind of crazy to think about now, especially because like Yemeni Jews, for example, or who were incredibly mistreated by Israeli society broadly. But like, it's not. But that's at the heart of fascism. Like, that's at the heart of all fascist ideology. Eventually, when you run out of targets to exterminate in the outgroup, you turn the crosshairs within. So there is also obviously the whole initial mistreatment and otherizing of Arab Jews, and the sterilization of Ethiopian Jews, the Yemenite children affair, obviously, the disappearance of Yemenite Jewish babies and toddlers of immigrants in newly found state of Israel from 1948 to 1954. The number of children affected ranges from 1,000 to 5,000. Majority of immigrants arriving in Israel during this period were from Yemen, with considerable numbers coming in from Iraq, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Libya, and the Balkans. According to low estimates, 1 in 8 children of the Yemenite families disappeared. Hundreds of documented statements made over the years by the parents of these infants allege that their children were removed from them. There have been allegations that no death certificates were issued and that parents did not receive information from Israeli and Jewish organizations as to what had happened to their infants. Israel does not acknowledge the Ugandan Jews and does not offer them citizenship. That's another one, because they were converts, and they're black. They're from Uganda. Not so fun fact, Jews from Yemen were stolen from their parents as babies and given to European Ashkenazi families to raise. Yeah, so they did a little bit of that as well. Like residential school style shit. Because the initial Ashkenazi, the initial Israeli society was also built around like making sure that Israel was European, right? It was a European colony, and that the fear. What was the term? What was the statement that Ben Gurion made about Arab Jews? Like that they're dust or something. Am I misremembering? Or was that Ben Gvir? Why would Ben Gvir say? Why would Ben Gvir say that? Ben Gvir is from fucking Iraq. He's Kurdish and Arab. What was the statement that he made? I can't remember now. He called them human dust. We Kurds don't claim him. Shut the fuck up. I mean, he is Kurdish. Sorry. It's just true. Kurds in the chat be like, nah, he's Turkish, bro. I swear. Nah, I heard Itamar Ben-Gvir was Turkish, actually. That's what many people are saying. Not me. Don't know where you got that from. Nah, he was not Kurdish, bro. He was actually Turkish, bro. Trust.
Reproducing. And this was
how? Like, how'd they like?
Yeah, they're gonna pull it up right now. So basically, they were giving contraceptive shots for them in order to prevent them because they were like black Jewish people. And Benjamin Netanyahu was in the cabinet, and they apologized. In
I wasn't thinking about that.
Apologize. How can you apologize for something like that, right? Did you have it? Yeah. Ethiopian immigrants in Israel received contraceptive shots without their consent, and you can find it also in Time of Israel. You can find it in
How'd they do that?
That well, they would kind of like get them into like routine gynecological, tests. And then they would just
bang?
Yeah, bang, yeah. And they didn't know what they were being injected with. And this continued from 1998 to 2013. And when it was found out, it was a huge scandal. And Benjamin Netanyahu was in the cabinet. So I'm just telling you, like...
Yeah, here is another one. Where is it? The Jewish Power Party lady. Someone in the chat brought it up, but... that said, like, I'm a racist. If defending my country from African migration is racist, then I'm a racist. May Golan of the Jewish Power Party, which is Itamar Ben-Gvir's party, by the way. Jewish Power Party. Interesting. I wonder why they named it that. That's crazy. That's weird. Okay. All right. Whatever. Nothing to see here. Yeah. May Golan, Israel's self-proclaimed racist politician, nominated as New York Consul General. May Golan has insulted Africans in Israel and disparaged the Reform Movement, the largest Jewish denomination in the U.S. This is from 20th of April, 2023. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has nominated a far-right politician who once boasted that she is proud to be a racist as his country's top diplomat in New York. The appointment of May Golan, this is under the Brandon regime as well. The appointment of May Golan was swiftly denounced by Israeli and American former diplomats and the head of the largest Jewish denomination in the U.S. as an affront to the U.S. and damaging for Israel. A group of former Israeli ambassadors said they were shocked by the move. Golan's appointment is outrageous as she is a racist and divisive figure, which is the exact opposite from what Israel needs in such a critical place. Golan, who is a member of the Israeli parliament for Netanyahu's Likud party and a minister without portfolio in the current government, is a supporter of the ultra-nationalist faction in the ruling coalition that is attempting to curb the power of Israel's courts in what has been described as a judicial coup. Golan made a political name for herself by denouncing African refugees in Israel, calling them Muslim infiltrators, criminals, and rapists. She said many have AIDS, suggested they were spreading HIV by working as waiters, and demanded they be expelled from the country. If I am racist for wanting to defend my country and for wanting to protect my basic rights and security, then I am a proud racist, she said at a political rally in 2013 as a member of the far-right Jewish Power Party, a descendant of the Kach party that was outlawed under Israeli anti-terrorism laws. What would you say if I were to tell you that she is not even in the top 10 of most racist Israeli politicians currently active? What would you say if I were to tell you that she's not even in the top 100 of all Israeli politicians, both active and inactive? Would that shock you? Would that come as a surprise to you? Yeah. This is not even a joke. The seventh most racist Israeli politician, both no longer currently active, literally idolizes Hitler. I forget his name now. That's not even a joke. There are Israeli politicians who have talked about Hitler in a positive way. It is not even a joke. You think I'm joking. I am not joking. Okay? Especially if you think about like the inactive, like former Israeli politicians that directly did actually collaborate with the Nazi party. you know? Because the early Zionists were way crazier, okay? I mean, Netanyahu himself is a Holocaust revisionist. He literally said Hitler didn't want to kill the Jews, which is an abject lie, okay? Like, that's just insane. These Watch Mojo lists are getting wild. Yeah.
If I start,
you know what it is? I think some of the shit's so dark.
Yes.
That you almost don't want to believe it.
Exactly.
I think that's part of the problem.
It's
like
that
when you say something like that, my initial reaction is like,
this is a conspiracy.
I don't want to believe it. Not a conspiracy. I don't want to believe it because it's like, it's scary how fucked up that would be if it was true. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And that's why I didn't want this interview to saying like, hey guys, you fucked up, you're terrible people.
Likud minister fires aide who praised Hitler, wished death on judicial officials. Oh, Ben-Gurion described them as primitive, the anti-Mizrahi racism in Israel. The founders of the state, Jews of Ashkenazi origin, raised on European ideas, viewed Oriental Jews as backwards and primitive from the moment they began arriving en masse on Israel's shores. There's also this guy, the former Israeli minister of the Knesset, quotes Hitler while discussing the Gaza war. As Hitler said, Moshe Feiglin said on Channel 12 News, I can't live if one Jew is left. We can't live here if one Islamo-Nazi remains in Gaza. This is, would it shock you if I were to tell you that this is not the first time that Moshe Feiglin has praised Adolf Hitler? Would it surprise you if I told you that he has a Wikipedia page and one of his tabs on his Wikipedia page is Hitler quotes, because he has a fucking paragraph full of times where he has said positive things about Adolf Hitler. Yeah, look, am I lying? Hitler comments. Controversy and criticism. Hitler comments. He has an entire paragraph dedicated to his Hitler comments. And then motherfuckers come in here and they're like, wow, I can't believe you don't want Israel to remain a Jewish majority ethno state. Like, what the fuck? You can't let them have a little bit of genocide? Anti-Semitism much? It's like, what are you talking about? It is a completely insane, completely unsustainable political worldview that they have.
Look what you did. And I didn't want to just chase every single lie that Netanyahu says because it's exhausting. I just wanted you to understand the level of psychopathy.
How did Israel get to this point, or was it always like this? I mean, Zionism was always like this. It was inevitable that it was going to turn into this. I mean, I think the early Zionists were much more honest about their intentions and how this was a colonial project. I think they're the last, like, I would say there was a period of time, I think after the 6-Day War, where this was like Israel got to revitalize its outlook, like revitalize its PR in the Western world, where there was a moment, there was an opportunity after that point to like make Israel this like technocratic, modern state. But like, if you go back early enough, there are people who literally were initially on board with the project of Zionism and then very quickly turned around and said, oh no, this is Nazi shit. What the fuck's going on? One of the people that I'm referencing is famous socialist Albert Einstein, who wrote extensive letters about how what they were doing over there, without having any sort of like binational commitment to living side by side with the Palestinians, was turning into a Nazi project. He was right. He straight up said, I know Nazis. Y'all are behaving like Nazis. This is fucking crazy. And he was actually originally supposed to be the president of Israel. Like, they literally wanted him to be the president of Israel. Albert Einstein today would be considered an anti-Zionist and perhaps an anti-Semite with his position.
Regime is, right? Because today's starvation, yesterday is killing, tomorrow it's going to be something else. And it's going to be the same exact loop of discussion. We didn't do it. It's Hamas. It's propaganda. It's like, dude, come on. These are professional
Can I
liars.
ask a question that I actually just want to understand? It might be a dumb question, but like,
No.
what, like, in your opinion, what role does Hamas play? Like, do they need to be completely removed from Gaza?
Well,
or,
again,
like,
this is the kind of again the questions that
Here
are
it is.
used in order to distract you from the biggest thing, right? Because
I'm just trying to learn.
I got the hiccups. Zin hiccups.
No, I understand, but again, we're doing bigger picture now, right? You have to understand that this all started by people coming from a different country, going into a different country, killing everybody, taking their land. There will have to be resistance movement, whether you call these resistance movement terrorist, whether you, like, I mean, Nelson Mandela was called a terrorist for 20 years of his life, right? He was called Nelson Mandela, who was like the beacon of liberation. He was classified by the American government as a terrorist, right? And people say terrorist because they don't want to get into trouble, because they are classified by the FBI and by the CIA as terrorists.
Pre-1967 Israel was widely unpopular with Western Jewry. The Holocaust wasn't even discussed that much before then either. Post-Six-Day War, they capitalized immensely on this renewed interest in nationalism. Finkelstein goes into detail about this a lot. Yeah. I mean, the entire reason for why there was even, Israel had to be in what is now considered historic Jewish land, and all of the other, like, biblical associations with with Israel, all of that is a part of the national mythos that is, like, relatively new. Theodor Herzl was a secular Jew. He did not give a fuck about Judaism, and initially when he tried to push for building a nation state for Jews, a lot of Jews were like, no, I don't want to do that. That's fucking bullshit. We don't do that. We don't do that. We're Jews. A lot of the original Orthodox Jews themselves were against the development of a nation state, specifically on religious boundaries. And there are still some sects of Orthodox Jews that consider it to be theologically unjustifiable. So it's a lot of this stuff. I mean, Israel is a relatively new country. There are plenty of people who are around that were around when Israel wasn't around. Noam Chomsky, for example. Joseph Robinette Brandon is another example. So there are sects, Haver, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. There are there were a lot of there was a lot of resistance from Jews. The only person that was immediately against the Balfour Declaration was the only Jewish person in the parliament at the time in England. I forget his name now. As a matter of fact, Christian Zionism at its inception was not exactly, and still to this day is not exactly pro-Jew anyway, but Christian Zionism was basically the idea that, you know, you got to send these guys to the desert. Get them out of here. Most commonly pushed by anti-Semitic Christians.
group, so people don't want to get into trouble. And then suddenly the conversation, oh, so you mean Hamas is not terrorists, so you support what they're doing. So you see, I'm just like giving you the bigger picture how these questions are used. And then now Hamas is not even an issue anymore. You went in and you destroyed a whole territory, displacing 2 million people, destroying every hospital.
Yeah. Fun fact, there has never been, at any point in time, there has never been on the planet a larger number of Jewish Zionists than there are Christian Zionists. Never. To this day, and even in its inception, there has always been a far greater number of Christian Zionists than there have been Jewish Zionists. Far greater number. Always. And there most likely never will be.
Every school, every house, and now people are saying Hamas. If there was no occupation, there will be no Hamas, there will be no resistance, right? And it's, I find it very funny that Netanyahu have openly admitted that he has emboldened Hamas in order to cause factions inside the Palestinian movement, so they will never have a Palestinian state. And you can Google that as I talk if you want.
So again, purposely causing chaos.
Yeah, you know, like how you kind of like, you know, finance people and other people in order to they have like an infighting. It's a very common technique, you know, like divide and conquer, you know. So, and this is why I don't want people to get reduced to asking smaller questions. When
I just know it's a question everyone asks.
No, of course,
Yeah.
but the bigger question is that you have a genocidal regime using your money to continue with the killing, using your money in order to buy the media to make you continue being ignorant and not knowing what's going on. Yes.
Explain this to us more.
So, so this is basically for years Netanyahu. This is from the time.
What
of Israel.
does it mean by it says Netanyahu propped up Hamas?
So basically, they would facilitate them having the stream of money in order to make them stronger, and to kill any other liberal opposition or any kind of opposition inside, to have like a different representation of the Palestinian people. It's very easy to have your enemy like and paint them as an Islamic terrorist, so you can, instead of trying to have a critical thinking of what's happening, it's like, oh, these are zombies, these are, you know, when you watch a movie of zombies, you don't want to understand about their motives. These are zombies, these are cannibals, these are like terrorists. So you don't spend time in trying to understand the conflict. And
was the eye roll? Because I mean, it's true. It's far easier to dehumanize a movement that was far easier to dehumanize a movement that is like Islamist in origin, and Hamas is, but that doesn't mean that there aren't like secular forces within Hamas, and that also doesn't mean that like they are oblivious to how they are perceived around the world. They are very aware of how they are perceived around the world. Like, they're not it's not just that like I don't think it blew up in Israel's faces, like them propping up Hamas just blew up in Israel's faces because of October 7, because it wasn't just Hamas that did October 7. It was the entirety of the Palestinian Resistance Front. But it was also, what blew up in Israel's faces was that Hamas wasn't Hamas didn't turn out to be the selfish, like self-interested, corrupt party that they thought it would be. Because if they were, they wouldn't have done any of this shit. They would have a long time ago ran away from the Strip, as Israel claimed they did. You know what I mean? Like Hamas has been incredibly conciliatory to any group that chooses to oppose Israeli sovereignty. They don't give a shit. They don't care about the Sunni Shia divide or whatever. Like, they don't give a shit about any of that. Obviously, one of their major backers has always been Iran, which is a Shia country. And not only that, but also they are invested in they are directly invested in the abolition of the Israeli apartheid. and creating sovereignty for Palestinians, even if it means that they don't get to hold on to that power.
You just say like, okay, this is just like fucked up, right? So, for example, when you were in interview and you were talking about New York, it's like, oh, Mamdani, that guy is like anti-Semitic, right? Where does this come from?
Just stuff I see on X.
Yes, stuff you see on X, but you don't question why is he anti-Semitic, right? What did he say in and that's the one video that I want to play, guys. Is it the people running for the position of mayor in New York, right? You are a New Yorker, right? You're from New York?
No.
Where are you from?
Colorado.
Colorado, okay. So let's say you are in New York, right? Okay, you're from Colorado. You want the people running for the governor of the governor of Colorado or the mayor of Denver to represent your interest, right? It would be very weird if people started saying, I'm going to travel to a foreign country as my duties as mayor, right? It doesn't make any sense, right?
Right.
So can you play this video, guys?
I wanted to actually say something about that because I think one of the biggest issues right now is like even that I made a mistake on is you see one thing posted and no one does a deeper dive. They just believe the first thing they see.
Absolutely. It's flooding the internet. It is like when you say on X, your timeline is very, very, very curated because like basically if you buy enough, if you spend enough money, that's what I'm telling you about Hasbro, right? Your timeline is full of the same exact stories about Mamdani being anti-Semitic, about Muslims are terrorists, about it's Hamas. So because it is,
Let's see this.
Yeah. Okay, play this, please. That's fun.
Oh, we're doing a little.
So this is just to give people context before you play it. This is during the primary election for the mayor of New York. So basically, you have a pundit saying, like, it is how come a mayor of New York doesn't travel to Israel, and then the other candidates talking about how they feel about Israel. Can you play it, please?
Who travels to Israel?
These are all the candidates of the mayor of New York. Candidates, yes. Go ahead.
Any mayor that can't say they will go to Israel someday as mayor should not be mayor.
Where would you go first?
The Holy Land.
Go to Israel.
Fourth trip to Israel. First trip to Israel.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
It is so offensive.
If you're wondering,
this is Unk talk, okay? This is so funny to me because this is literally Unk talk, okay? This video is straight up made for Unks in Bangladesh, okay? This is not supposed to be seen by white Americans. Don't look at this TikTok. It's not supposed to be it's not for your eyes, okay? This is for Unks in the global south. This is literally specifically crafted to be shared in WhatsApp groups, okay? This is a video that was designed to be shared in WhatsApp. No other format. It's for Global South Unks to look at that and go, oh, the Zoran guy, he's a good guy.
what kind of world considers putting America first as offensive?
Okay, stop that. So, you see, as an American, as a new American, because you guys were born here, I've been only an American for a few years, and I come to this, I have to ask myself, why is the mayor of a city in America have to visit a foreign country, and why is it frowned upon? It is offensive if you say, I'm going to stay in the city that I was voted for as mayor to serve its people. You understand the kind of like brainwashing?
I mean, that
here?
clip's crazy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
but I don't know what else he stands for. I heard he's like a socialist too.
Okay, we can discuss about how is a socialist. That's a different discussion.
Yeah.
And you can.
That clip's insane.
And you can say, I'm not gonna vote for Mamdani because of his economic view. That is quite fair. But
no,
to make it
it's not Bassam. Don't say that.
Point that he has to visit a foreign country, and if he doesn't, that is enough for disqualifying him, even from the discussion. That is
Why would
crazy.
a mayor need to visit a foreign country?
Thank you. And why is it like if you say
Like
that
a federal, that's different. But a mayor.
if you're staying to serve your people that voted for you, why are you being penalized? And it's offensive not to visit Israel. Why?
New York's got enough problems.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I think like he is trying to serve his people, but he's being called anti-Semitic because he doesn't want to go to a foreign country. It's crazy, right?
There's got to be other reasons they're saying he's anti-Semitic.
I mean, like,
correct, Bassem, or no?
What?
Is there other reasons they say he's anti-Semitic? It can't just be.
I mean, you tell me.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Why does Steiny think he's anti-Semitic? Apparently, he says so.
Either. Yeah. I haven't because it is the easiest thing is anti-Semitic, he is terrorist, he hates the Jews, and that's a conversation stopper. You know when you guys all about free speech, right? Imagine every time you try to tell a joke, that's racist. All right? Oh my God, that's so offensive. It's like, why? What did I say? And nobody will explain to you why is it racist. And nobody will explain to you why it's stupid. It's just like, and it's a way to intimidate people. If you start calling people anti-Semitic, it's just like anti-Semitism is dangerous, but it's not the only ism that matters, right? You cannot just like stop people's conversations like that's anti-Semitic. Where is that is anti-Semitic? And you have to understand like
that's not.
Yeah, exactly. That's not. When you have like, oh, he's a socialist, then let's talk about what do you mean he's a socialist? What is it? And when he say like he's gonna do like affordable prices in supermarket, why is that socialist?
I'd have to look into it more.
Yes,
Again,
exactly. So tell me, but if that would stop you from voting for him because he just say I'm gonna serve my people and stay for the country, for the city that voted for me, that is remarkable.
Well,
that is not anti-Semitic.
It's pretty basic, yeah. Yeah, it's not any.
Well, so what do you say? Yes. Yeah. So you understand? Like, if you say like socialism is like, so people basically almost stuff for like almost for nothing, healthcare and housing and education in Israel, and it's doing that with our money. That is not even socialism. That is like grand theft. You know, like why is my money going there to support the lifestyle of people staying in illegal settlements built on Palestinian land? That is fucking crazy, man. Right? Have you heard about something called Friends for the IDF?
Friends?
Friends of the IDF.
No.
So Friends of the IDF it's a very interesting piece of information. It is one of their biggest leaders is Haim Sabban, who is like a Jewish American who was in Egypt, by the way. He immigrated from Alexandria, and he settled in the United States. That guy is so huge in the Hollywood business. That guy owns the franchise for Power Rangers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He produced so many movies for Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone. That guy is big. You know that.
Well, yeah. If you own Mutant Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers.
No, he's huge, man. Do you know that the big museum for the Oscars in Fairfax? Like that's.
He's talking about Haim Sabban. Haim Sabban is the Democrat Party's Sheldon Adelson, almost singularly focused on ensuring that as a major donor, Democrats stay consistent on Israel. Sheldon Adelson's role as a major donor to the Republicans was that, and also, you know, their own personal financial interests as well.
Well, the Sabban building, right? That's how big this guy is. This guy is famously known for a very famous saying. He said, "I'm a one-issue guy, and my issue is Israel."
Yeah, I was about to say, you can't even say that's anti-Semitic. He literally said it, okay? Like, this is like Jonathan Pollard being like, every Jew has dual loyalty. It's not true, but Jonathan Pollard did say that, okay? And it's like Haim Sabban also literally said that. He's like, I'm a single-issue guy. I love Israel. I only care about Israel. Shut the fuck up.
America, Israel, right? Now, every single year, he throws a gala dinner for something called Friends for the IDF. And like celebrities like Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger and Gerard Butler come there Ashton Kutcher, and they come there and they raise somewhere between 70 and $100 million per night, tax exempt. So this is money that should have gone to charity in the United States, but it goes to a quote-unquote charity to help veterans of the IDF having like better health care, having better education, having like better retirement plan. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, like, you are actually doing tax write-off for celebrities who lived and got their money inside America.
Here's Nancy Pelosi beside Zionist billionaire Haim Saban declaring that if the Capitol crumbled to the ground, Congress would still fork weapons over to Israel. We don't need the FBI to tell us she's a vehicle for foreign malign influence.
I have said to people when they ask me, if the Capitol crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid. I don't even call it aid, our cooperation with Israel. That's fundamental.
I mean, come on, dude. I think one of the craziest things that's taken place in this past year has been like a lot of things that I knew about that I couldn't just like point to because I knew that it was only fucking Nazis that would bring it up, like USS Liberty. 5 years ago, if someone was like, do you know about the USS Liberty? That would imply that that person you're talking to is probably a fucking Nazi. It doesn't matter that Israel did do that, okay? But like, it's one of those things where there is like a permission structure that has opened up where you could just like be honest about how ridiculous this shit is. That's flawed logic. It doesn't matter. Human beings are not logical. Okay? They respond to stimuli. Some things you can say, some things you can't, even if it's fucking truthful. This is one of those things that you see in like, this is the type of shit that anti-Semites use in their anti-Semitism compilations, okay? Like this, just by virtue of like how 14p this video is probably in a compilation where then they'll interlace it with like some fucking rabid Kahanists that are talking about how like the Goy are cattle or some shit to be like, see, this is what they think of all. This is what they think of Christians. You know what I mean? It's like, that's usually what you would normally see this kind of footage interlace with. Okay? The conspiracy edits, yeah. Yeah, as Felix consistently says, one of the funniest things that Nazis think is happening is they assume that like the ultra-Orthodox community in New York is like the secret power brokers. They're not, okay? They don't even go to school, dog. They're not the secret power brokers, okay? That's not. He says they can't even do crack without scrutiny. Yeah, people being like, oh my God, they got tunnel systems. They got the Chabad tunnels. Like, yeah, dude, let them smoke crack, okay? Let them smoke crack in the tunnels. That's what the tunnels are for. The Chabad tunnels are for crack smoking only, okay? And possibly a little bit of sexual intercourse too.
I have.
Before 10/7, stuff like USS Liberty was niche info to know about. If you knew it, either you were a principled early anti-Zionist or you were a Nazi. Now it's widespread knowledge due to the genocide drawing attention and scrutiny to Israel in its past. That doesn't mean the Nazis won here. It means the anti-Zionists did. Yes. But Americans do have a tendency to believe, because of their lack of interest in like thinking about America's involvement in this, they have a tendency to look for some kind of secret conspiracy, and that, I'm fearful, pushes them in the direction not of like principled anti-Zionism, but instead of anti-Semitism. This is why I do what I do so consistently, regardless of how many of these supposedly Jewish advocacy groups consistently attack me and say I'm the arch nemesis of Jews in America. Because I'm very fearful that Americans, I know Americans, they're just like much more, they're much more easily duped by a narrative that conveniently creates a villain that they can point to. And it's much easier for them to think about it as like American politicians being blackmailed into this position instead of just being totally on board with this position, because America loves what Israel is doing.
To be
and they don't care about you. They don't give a shit about spending this money on you and your streets and your schools, and instead would perfectly fucking give it, would be perfectly happy giving it to the military-industrial complex and laundering it through the military-industrial complex to Israel.
And to support the IDF and to support illegal settlements, it is fucking crazy, man. Right? And you know what's so crazy? Like, you have people like Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger who made their whole fame be doing movies, being like saving America, supporting American soldiers, and yet they don't spend a penny on American soldiers, but they send it to a soldiers of a foreign country, an army that is now known to kill people on camera. It's crazy, man. It's like you feel duped. You feel that like, where's my money is going, right?
Well, a lot of Americans I see on the internet now are, really turning on Israel. I think people are really fed up with it. I mean, they don't like how we're sending money to Ukraine, and they don't like how we're sending money to Israel. It's kind of the same thing, right? Like, why are we sending our tax money to other countries?
Yeah, but you, first of all, you're sending far more money than Israel, and second of all, like, at least like, I don't like actually sending money to Ukraine too, but at least like, all right, you're sending it to Ukraine because they're standing against like a nuclear power like Russia, but like, you are sending money to Israel to kill civilians. There's the equivalent of 6 Hiroshima bombs that were actually dropped in Gaza since the beginning of war. The equivalent, the amount of explosive power. You finance that without you having any say in it. If this is not theft, I don't know what it is. So again, I'm trying to explain to you the anger that was directed against you far exceeds the fact that you just platform Netanyahu. You're basically siding with everything that this country stands for. And many influencers like you who are having a huge platform are being used every day with these free trips to Israel in order to put makeup on a fucking genocidal regime, and in the same time you like getting the most racist tropes for Palestinians inside. I mean, that video, guys, that you did, it has 7.5 million views on YouTube. Even if October 7 didn't happen, you unknowingly were used as a part to launder their propaganda and give people, and just like go into their heads and just like plant these horrible images about Palestinians, so people's like, oh, there's like a bunch of people staying in tents, it's okay to kill them. So you understand?
No, I'm just trying to digest it.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to digest. Yeah, so it's
fuck.
The toughest thing, like back to the starvation of the kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't more other countries getting involved and trying to do airdrops?
Well, let's talk about no. First of all, you shouldn't be airdropping.
You're right, but I'm saying like
yeah. But like okay, let's talk about other countries who try to involve.
Okay.
Any country like who would try to do it, it's very easy to. It's like they're terrorists, they're supporting Hamas, and they bomb the shit out of us. Just Egypt tried to force in. It's not to try to force, because nothing goes in without Israel approval. Because let's say, for example, Egypt comes, it's like, okay, we're going to put our stuff in. Israel was going to bomb the convoy like they did many times, like Hamas. Because you will have many people like, oh, it's Hamas, it's terrorists. Once it's terrorists, you can do whatever you want, right? And the fact that like other countries are trying and cannot do anything, it just tells you how much of a fucking bully this country is. They have already bombed Syria, Lebanon, Iran, Yemen. They have bombed the West Bank, where there's supposedly not Hamas. They have killed like thousands of people there and have already like have put 15,000 people in jail in the West Bank. Nobody's talking about the West Bank. Just 2 days ago, a settler went in and killed a guy who was featured in an Oscar-winning documentary, and then the IDF came and they intimidated the rest of that guy family. You understand? This is happening on a daily basis. Imagine being a Palestinian, waking up, having like a settler who came from New York and just taking your house, kicking your people out, and if you stand against them, you kill them. You want like other countries to get involved? Who other countries to get involved? America, the strongest country in the world, is being cocked. But they're being dragged by the balls. They can't do anything because their politicians are being openly bribed by that regime, right? This is the strongest fucking country in the world, and they cannot do anything. And every time and then you have a slap on the, oh, Trump, look, Israel shouldn't do this. And they do it every year. You know how many times Biden, quote unquote, like stopped their arms like shipment and then they continued? This is all performative, man. This is all performative. All of these like bullshit statements from politicians that doesn't do anything while the killing is happening. You understand? So this is where you're actually like, why is like other countries are not involved? They try to get involved, and guess what?
To be fair, it's not easy to come to terms with the fact that we are the bad guys in all this. It changed my whole world. I know. That's like the last hang-up. There's two hang-ups in this conversation that Americans cannot contend with. Number one, the scary Muslim barbaric rapist hordes are actually just simply operating on a totally understandable human desire of emancipation. And they're not just like reacting violently because they have like unlimited Jew hatred, okay? That's number one. Most Americans simply cannot go above that point. They'll say what Israel's doing is horrible, it's violent, it's monstrous, but then also they'll always turn around and go, but Hamas, but Hamas, but Hamas, but Hamas. Okay, which is always like giving Israel permission to behave in the ways that it does. Maybe if it just like scales back the atrocity, you can just kind of look the other way and it's fine, right? It's not fine. The conditions that set up October 7 is not fine, okay? That's number one. Number two is America's involvement in this. America's involvement in this is so significant that we are the bad guys in this. Like, we just are. If you consider what Israel is doing to be a genocide and you think it's bad, then you either think American politicians are being bullied into submission and refusing to respond to their own fucking populations, own voters, because like there's a Jewish mind control or something, or you recognize that American politicians actually like what's going on and don't care about the atrocities. I'm a believer in the second thing, not the first. I don't think it's a secret Jewish mind control or Jewish blackmail or anything like that. Jew this, Jew that, okay? No. I think it's America's own personal investment in the region and how much of a formative role Israel plays in that design. Have they allowed Israel to basically take over and direct American foreign policy in the Middle East? Absolutely. I would say that it accelerated after Barack Obama. I think Trump 1 was the definite kickstart of like Israel grabbing onto the wheel and just fucking moving the car around. Because people point to like George W. Bush, neocons, certainly, right? That was a lot of Israeli influence. There was a scale back from that in the Obama administration, but of course our commitment to Israel was still solid, make no mistake. But Donald Trump accelerated that process so dramatically. Like, I think previous Republican and Democrat administrations would have most likely pulled the plug on all of this a long time ago. Not even for, how are you so sure there isn't any blackmail element to this? No, make no mistake. There is a blackmail element to this, but it's not as significant as you think. If you think that Israel or Mossad has literally fucking piss tapes or sex tapes of every single American congressperson, you're out of your fucking mind. No. That's not the case. there is plenty of blackmail that takes place for one reason or another. I'm not even like, and bribery takes place as well. Lobbying is obviously significant, but it's a combination of everything. It's a combination of all of that. But the most important factor here is the allowance that we have given Mossad to even operate on U.S. soil, or the allowance that we've given Israeli officials to operate on U.S. soil with impunity. That is not because of the blackmail. That is because of Israel's position as an incredibly important asset in America's foreign policy. Israel's position historically as an incredibly important asset as an anti-Soviet destabilizer at a time when pan-Arabic nationalism was taking root in this region. A region that was very important for trade. A region that was also resource rich with oil. Okay? That's it. If Israel as a unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region was not such an important part of America's initiative for the resource that runs the planet, okay, then we would not have allowed the Israeli espionage agencies to like even operate inside of America, or we would not have allowed Israel to have a sophisticated propaganda network that operates with no repercussions, with no pushback whatsoever on U.S. soil and in the Western world in general. That's it. I've said this before with the NRA. People love to point to the NRA to say that the NRA is the most powerful lobby in America. It's like the NRA is the reason why we have, no gun control. It's like there's truth to this, for sure. The NRA, first and foremost, is interested in conveying the profit incentives that the gun manufacturers have, and making sure that American politicians never step out of line. However, the NRA or even other gun lobbyists are not the reason why American politicians are so pro-gun. Okay? America is pro-gun. And therefore, the NRA is there to kick in with donations in times of importance when politicians feel like they have to respond, like in the aftermath of Sandy Hook. Okay? I remember I covered it. Like, there was in the aftermath of Sandy Hook, Americans got together and there was a bipartisan bill that was pushed in Congress. Okay, it was, I think, Mike Crapo and the other guy, I forget who it is. Anyway, they put forward a bipartisan bill to universalize background checks. Okay, to just like stop some of these loopholes. Yes, in 2013, I was literally at the Young Turks. And there are videos of me from like 2014, 2015, and even in 2016 where I talk about this issue specifically. You can go find them if you want. Anyway, I was doing research at the time. But listen, when Sandy Hook happened, people were shocked. Okay? People were horrified. It was the closest that we ever got to any sort of reasonable gun control, or at least like moving in the direction of reasonable gun control. There was a bipartisan bill that was put forward that was supposed to expand background checks and close some of these loopholes for background checks. There was a lot of appetite for this amongst the population. Even NRA card-carrying members themselves wanted an expansion on background checks. But the NRA, with all of its money, went to every single congressperson and told them, do not vote for this bill. That's what lobbying is there for. At times when the public gets very angry about a particular thing and demands change, and politicians are forced to respond to it, but then lobbyists come in and say, don't do that. You're not supposed to do that. You can't do that. We gave you a lot of money. That's what lobbying is there for. It's there for that. It's there for writing legislation because politicians are lazy. They don't want to write it themselves. It's there for reading the legislation, you know. It's there to add additional provisions to legislation, like sneak it in. It's not universally there to like hypnotize politicians. And AIPAC works in a similar way. That's why you see sometimes congresspersons that don't get that much money from AIPAC that are still fucking firmly committed to Israel. Why is that the case? You know?
They were called anti-Semitic. They were called Hamas. They had like UN workers being killed because they will tell you it's UNRWA, it is Hamas. It's just like it's so fucked up, right?
It's very fucked up.
Right.
But what I'm trying to understand, and what, in your opinion, how do we solve this? How do we have peace? Like everyone wants peace, but how do we?
How do you get peace? Like, you need to get back to the root of the problem. This is a genocidal country who's like basic, who's holding your politicians who have the power with the balls.
So what needs to be? What needs to be done?
You need to vote those fucking people out. Right, that's the I know it's not, you don't have an immediate thing, but you have like a.
You're saying American politicians out?
Yeah. Do you need to vote them out because these? Like, why would you vote?
Every American politician's been loyal to Israel, though, right?
80% of
to the Israeli government.
What? Not Zohran. Yeah, no, Zohran. Yeah, Zohran is not. He's one of the few. Imam Dani. Yeah, like he's the few. Yeah, I mean. This is the problem. If you actually stand against the tide and you say, like, I'm not going to be loyal to a foreign country being called anti-Semitic, it's crazy, right? It's like, how do you feel as an American when 80% of your representatives, all of your mayors, most of your governors are loyal to a foreign country? In any other scenario, you will call that fucking treason, right? So you see, and I'm sorry that I don't have an immediate like answer for how to fix this because this is happening because other things has been happening for fucking years. If you have the strongest presidents in the world being blackmailed by fucking pedophile, this is crazy, man. This is crazy, right? So I understand like the heat that you got as kids. I'm sorry, you're not kids. As young men, like at least you are like, but you are not an American politician who have been paid to be a fucking traitor. Your biggest mistake that you were not prepared, that you were not informed, and you didn't do enough effort in order to inform yourself. That's a big mistake. But I honestly, this dwarfs next to the fucking daily treason that we see with American politicians. That allows this to happen, that goes into the media and launder Israeli crimes. This dwarfs next to those fucking media people who are just mouthpieces of propaganda like Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, Megyn Kelly, all of those fuckers, right? These are like 100% propaganda pieces for a foreign country. You have been betrayed by your politicians, by your media, by many of your influencers because they are being fucking paid. Right? So, as much of a stupid stuff that you have done, for me, in my book, you guys, like, at least you are now seeing what you're happening and you're trying to make sense out of it and you're trying to educate yourself. And I hope that after this, that you would go on. I don't want you to say like, oh, we gotta go back and doing stupid shit. Guys, you need to be more involved, at least educated. Right?
Yeah.
Right? And I think maybe other influencers will see this as like, okay, the next time I get this fucking invitation from Israel, no, I know what I'm stepping into. Because it's not just like an innocent trip. It is not just innocent propaganda.
Well, nothing's free, right?
What? Nothing is free, ya habibi. Nothing is free. Right? So it is so and again I'm not coming here. I told you before, guys, and I know I just like be straight. Like those guys were fucking scared shitless when I told them I would do it live. I gain nothing from destroying you. I gain nothing from dunking on you, right? I would actually rather deal with you as my younger brothers to understand what has been happening in front of your eyes all of that time. And maybe in the future you will make something out of it.
I'm glad it wasn't me that did this and it was Bassem Youssef that did this, because if I was this nice, my audience would be fucking stabbing me, and every other charlatan would be online being like, Hasan was so nice because he loves Steiny. He actually probably secretly got paid by Israel. Although I learned everything I did about this conflict from Hasan, I am far more radical than he is now, and therefore I know he should have went there. He should have went there and given Steiny a Hamas banner, and because he didn't do that, he's fucking morally bankrupt.
Whether you learn or not is gonna be up to you from now on.
Shit's dark.
That's just dark, man.
Do you ever get scared talking about this stuff?
Yeah. Well, I've got canceled.
Yeah,
I have many of my shows being canceled.
We need 24-hour security after this one.
No. Good. It's just know. Which is crazy. Also, you are American. You're Canadian, and you're living in the West with the free world, the freest country in the world, and you have to worry about speaking about a foreign country. It's crazy, man. It's dark. And listen, I need to address this because, like,
yeah, I was already harder than Bassem
was
was to them, and people were still like, you're not being mean enough.
Right. And I think we should, like, I want you to actually talk and talk about how difficult it is for you being, like, because I'm sure there are, like, friends from you've already been hated by one side, but there are people, like, from your friends, your immediate community, who are actually, like, or already angry. You said many times, there's nothing for me to gain from this. You said this many times. I want you to give you the space in order to just, like, talk about this.
Yeah, I just think the lack of education and stepping into something so serious was probably a mistake.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, even since the Netanyahu interview, like, just the amount of stuff I've tried to consume, like, it really drains. It's really draining. And the issue that I'm having too is, like, when you do your research, everything, it's just, like, so opposite.
Yes.
Consuming from both sides, and it's just like, which one do I believe?
Exactly.
And
so
I think that's a problem.
I don't think there's. I mean, to step in there with Netanyahu, it wouldn't have been even something that we could have prepared for in a week. I think in our position, like, that's you got to be super qualified to do that, and I understand that.
But also, you see, what you have said is very important, that the amount of information, that the conflicting information. So instead of going, that's why I chose this. I instead of telling you, this is wrong because, and this is wrong because there's evidence, instead of providing evidences, how do you deal with narcissistic psychopathic behavior? You block them. You know that everything that comes out of their mouth is a fucking lie. I just showed you that they have bribed our politicians, they harbor pedophiles, they have killed American soldiers, they have done so much bad, they have lied so many times, so there is no reason for you to believe anything that comes out of their mind, right? Okay, let me say this in the mic. So in order to provide this, and I think this is something that you can actually help in, there's going to be a button with click for people having sources.
Are we going to have it in the description?
Yeah.
Right,
including Jewish historians, Israeli historians, so people don't say they're biased, who talk actually about the conflict and what Israel have done to those people from a Jewish point of view, who were fair, right? So you wouldn't say, like, oh, just like the Arabs like doing, it's not Hamas propaganda, right?
Yeah, because no matter what, when you're Arab or you're Muslim, like, you're biased. This was really funny. Hen Mazik post, horrific. An FSU student was attacked at the gym for wearing an IDF shirt. A Jewish student at Florida State University was just working out when a woman saw his IDF shirt and snapped. She screamed in his face, called him a murderer, and got physically aggressive before getting kicked out. This is Jewish life on campus. School is where students should focus on their education and growth, not be constantly on guard to avoid becoming the next victim of a hate crime. It's a hate crime because I'm wearing a SS uniform to the gym. Oh my God.
Fuck Israel, free Palestine, put it on fucking Barstool FSU. I really don't give a fuck. You're an ignorant fucking son of a bitch. Fuck Israel.
Look how scared he got. Yo, this person said she beasted on him. God damn. She did. She went, fuck you, free Palestine, fuck Israel. Hey, yo, that's crazy. He's like, what do you mean? I'm scared. I was just wearing my fucking SS brigade, dude. I was wearing my fucking Nazi banner. What is happening to me? Yeah, is the Caleb Pitts?
Well. Guess who just got kicked out of Starbucks for, you guessed it, being white?
This is literally this is a 1-to-1. Straight up 1-to-fucking-1. Or you can do the Daniel Henschel a bit as well, where he like dresses up as Hitler, and then he's like, I got punched again. Top responses. That's a terrorist organization that protests for the right to rape people, shoots people waiting in line for food, and targets refugee camps. They should be shunned everywhere. Yeah. It's so funny.
Fuck Israel, free Palestine, put it on fucking Barstool FSU. I really don't give a fuck. You're an ignorant fucking son of a bitch.
Exactly. That's funny. Hold on. I'm gonna fucking post that. I'm gonna repost that. I'm gonna repost Hen Mazik for the first time ever. Bro, it's like, what is this? Y'all, I'm sorry. I thought I could do Joker Hitler today, but I can't. I thought I was better, but I'm not. I feel so scared and alone. Oh, it's so good. Dan has reached a different level of comedy where he will, I think for the longest time he had a bit where he had a separate account that was constantly talking about how Dan Henschel has fallen off and he's no longer funny. Codal Top, thank you for the 20 gifted. I go to FSU, they instantly suspended the girl from campus and are looking into criminal charges. I mean, of course. What did Randy Fine say? That he wants to eat her? I've worked with the university. She has been suspended pending expulsion and barred from campus. In Florida, we don't mess around. Of course. Like, this isn't like that one dude who was doing the fuck all Jews shit at the Barstool at the Barstool bar in Philadelphia. Like, this is a person that's kind of valid, you know? You're at the fucking gym literally repping IDF merch. Suck my dick. What do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry. People don't like that you're wearing the fucking merchandise of a Nazi army. Oh my God, what's next? Wow, this is really messed up. This is really messed up. They're coming after me, a 20-year-old Rear Admiral General of the IDF. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Thank you, President McCullough, for your leadership and prompt action. Anti-Semitism will not be tolerated in Florida or anywhere else. Oh my God. They got the Attorney General on this? Bro, I'm sorry. This is fucking insane. Oh my God, this country sucks so much dick. Oh my God, this is the fucking stupidest country on the planet. It's getting to a point where if literally someone screams in your face that they love the genocide that's taking place, and you turn around and you say, maybe that's fucked up, you go to jail, okay? Nope. Jail for you. You don't like Israel's genocide? What are you, anti-Semitic? You're going to fucking prison. Hope you like prison. This is ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous, dude. Oh God, this country sucks so much ass. It's getting worse every fucking day, bro. I mean, it's not even a hypothetical. They literally did that to the Turkish American student, the Turkish student on a student visa who wrote an article about how fucked up it is that Israel is doing a genocide, and she was black bagged off the street. It's so goddamn cooked. It is so goddamn cooked. This country is so fucking cooked. Wait, there's an essay. Oh God, I'm not reading this. What the fuck? Senator Elisa Slotkin. Last night I unfortunately missed a vote of series on 2 joint resolutions of disapproval regarding the sale of weapons to Israel. All right, I'm done with the Bassem Youssef thing. I want to listen to Elisa Slotkin now. The key line of the 3rd paragraph. What is this? I owe it to my state to make it clear where I stand. Had I made it back for the vote yesterday, I would have voted yes to block offensive weapons to Israel based on my concerns over lack of food and medicine getting to civilians in Gaza. Oh, great. Thank you, Elisa Slotkin. Oops, you couldn't make it to that vote, though, unfortunately. But if she did, she would have voted so hard. She would have voted so hard. It's just, fuck, I just missed it.
My next guest is a former Michigan congresswoman who served 3 tours in Iraq as a CIA analyst and was recently elected to the United States Senate. Please welcome Senator Elisa Slotkin. Welcome. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Lots to talk about. But before we get into it, I learned something interesting, that your family's farm was responsible for the Ballpark Franks recipe. Ballpark Franks.
Company. Yeah.
They plump when you cook them.
Yeah.
Dung, 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 dung. Ballpark Franks. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Were you allowed to eat any other?
I like that Colbert is, really calling to task these powerful elites that are taking his position away because of the interest that they have in, the interest that they have in moving in a right-wing direction. And in an effort to do so, he has decided to talk to a former CIA analyst and yet again one of the more conservative congresspersons in the Senate. Fucking fantastic. Thank you, Colbert. Yeah, tonight is Kamala Harris. It's great.
Yes, we were allowed to eat other hot dogs because we helped start Nathan's Hot Dogs, so a different type of hot dog.
Wow.
New York audience usually.
So this is a hot dog empire.
Yes,
you came from.
So
just hot dogs or all cased meats?
Other cased meats and other
sausages,
products
brats?
and other things. No, not brats, not brats.
Okay, that's Wisconsin.
Right. And but yeah, my great grandfather emigrated here through Ellis Island and started a small meat company and became a big meat company.
Well,
we're very proud.
You even hosted a Senate hot dog party for National Hot Dog Day.
I did.
Which is what day?
It's like the 3rd.
Oh my God. Breaking Points really dropped the ball by not asking Senator Slotkin about her opinions on hot dogs versus sandwiches. Ha ha ha. In January 2024, she signed a letter criticizing South Africa's genocide case against Israel, calling it grossly unfounded. She clearly went on Colbert to do a cleanup job, but this comment section actually introduced me to the fantastic Breaking Points interview, which I never would have seen otherwise. Nice job. Shame Slocum wasn't asked about hot dogs on Breaking Points. She could have shown that bold energy of hers. Amazing. The fact that this is one day later than after her train wreck interview on Breaking Points is such a jarringly clear example of why legacy media has record low trust, and you'll still get consultants paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to go and ponder with each other. Why is trust in our institutions failing, and what can we do about it? Shameless. These guys are not Hasanabi heads. These are YouTube commenters. This is crazy. I don't even know if I'm like that interested in what she has to say. Did she get asked about Israel or not?
You said in your intro, I go into the field. And so my job was to understand the terrorist groups and the militias that were shooting at U.S. forces and plotting against the U.S. homeland.
Okay.
So who are their leaders? How do they move money? How do they communicate? What's the hierarchy? So that we can make sure they don't attack us, right?
Did you wear a disguise?
I did not. I carried a weapon, but I actually, in my first tour in Iraq, bunked with a woman who was in charge of disguises and kind of kitting out different outfits so that a woman in full cover could have like a place for her weapon. It was just, she was like a CIA seamstress, and it was a really very cool job.
When you were doing this kind of work, when you were over there in country, did senators and congresspeople come over and you would have to like tour them around and stuff?
Yes, actually, including some of them that are still there that I serve with now.
So you were the person saying,
I was like the baby analyst.
You'd meet them at the airport and bring them like, wow.
And give them the update on the field update on what was going on.
So what did they do that you will never do? Because
Senator Slocum missed the vote on banning arms sales to Israel yesterday. Instead, she went on the Colbert Show where she called for aid to Gaza.
People have been losing for years, right? But to me, the responsibility...
I don't know. Are people drones? I feel like they are, right? There's no like unified front where people can just like gather information. So I guess like when they hear someone like her say like, oh, we really got to take care of the Gazan children, they go, oh, that's great. I'll remember that. She's a positive force. They don't know her background. They don't know her actual opinions. They don't know that she has been in direct opposition to any sort of like meaningful ceasefire. I mean, she literally did not. She skipped out on the vote. She skipped out on the vote to deny weapons transfers to Israel because she was doing this fucking bullshit puff piece.
To get humanitarian aid in is not an open question. We know what that answer is. And just this literally today, we put out, like, you know, Michigan is a state that has the largest Arab and Muslim American population in the country, a very large Jewish population. A ton of people feel this at a very visceral, personal, family level. And for the first time in the past week, I had a rabbi and a Muslim leader come to me and say, we want to do something together. We will pay for all of it. We'll buy all the formula, baby formula, and all the clean water. Please, can we just green light that aid always getting in, no matter what's going on with negotiations, no matter what's happening? We put that out, pushed it with Rubio today, Secretary Rubio. But that to me is like people of many different faiths understand that humanitarian aid getting into children is an American value, a Jewish value, and a Muslim value. So that to me is, so it's a requirement.
Ultimately,
it's cool to hear this from a literal girl boss drone pilot. Yes. Also, Kamala Harris is to appear on the Late Show with Stephen Colbert tonight. This could be an adversarial interview with a very powerful person that gets to the heart of the Dems base, deep disgust with their party and the failures that led here. But he's probably just going to ask her stuff like, now is bacon really a spice? Come on now, while she cackles maniacally. He's just a late night host. What do you expect? Well, this is the one and only interview she has done since losing the presidential election. Do I wish she was getting interviewed by 1955 Edward R. Murrow? Sure. But this is who she chose, and we play the hand we are dealt. This was the other relevant clip from the Colbert interview. Oh, is this where she says they're corn-fed?
Minded people out there like to think that some of the trouble the United States has is because of what they call the deep state.
Right.
Okay, and as a former...
Dude, Colbert Report, like Stephen Colbert literally doing PR for the fucking deep state is, or not the deep state, but like the CIA is insane. Like, what is happening, dude? What is going on? Of course nobody fucking listens to this shit anymore. What are we doing?
Is there a deep state? What do they mean by deep state?
Yeah, I wish people could understand that a lot of the guys that I serve with, guys and gals at the CIA or at the Pentagon where I served, first of all, a lot of them are former military. So, you know, if you can't be like pro-military and then...
Why is she doing this media campaign? She's hailed as like the moderate champion of the future Democrats. That's why. She is seen as the #1 candidate for like the future direction of the party. If the Democratic Party had its way, and there wasn't this like pesky democratic process involved, okay, they would have a million Elisa Slotkins, like former CIA girl bosses who can at least like speak, you know what I mean, who can like speak at least somewhat convincingly. That's it. It's that's the reason why they're propping her up. They're propping her up as like the girl boss that will lead the Democratic Party in the new direction. Why? Because she's younger, and she is at least like somewhat telegenic. They are terrified of more Zorons propping up left and right. They do not want that shit. They do not want that at all.
Anti-intelligence community and deep state. But a lot of the guys are also like wearing mom jeans and white sneakers on the weekends. Like, these are good corn-fed people who just want to help their country.
Eating ballpark franks.
Eating their hot dogs or doing whatever. And this idea that there's some network of people that are running the world, it doesn't really match reality. And these people in the dead of night are doing things to protect this country and make sure things don't blow up here. And for me, you know, the way...
Yeah, we had to do a coup in Chile. Otherwise, things would blow up here, okay? You don't understand. You don't understand. We have to topple people voting for socialist candidates and democratic socialist candidates, or even social democratic candidates in countries that we have grand designs for. Otherwise, we would blow up. We would literally kill ourselves if we don't topple yet another fucking country, okay?
That Trump is going after them is just, first of all, it's nasty. Second of all, it's completely counter.
She's like, we had to torture Iraqis. Otherwise, America would blow up. And that's what I did. Y'all, I'm screaming, K-Hive, we are so up. Your Secret Service code name is Pioneer. You were the first woman in history to be elected Vice President of the United States. On July 21, 2024, your running mate Joe Biden announces that he will not be seeking re-election. The presidential election will occur on November 5th, 2024. You have 107 days. Y'all, I'm screaming, K-Hive, we are so up. That sounds like the opening to a freaking thriller. Former VP Kamala Harris announces new book called 107 Days about her failed 2024 campaign. By the way, Patriots, trust the plan. I told you this is exactly what was going to happen, and it's happening, okay? I told you she's going to be quiet until she comes out and fucking does a book announcement, okay? And there it is. Classic. For the record, during the book announcement tomorrow, you will hear stuff from her that is very convincing, if you want to be convinced, that is, about how she thinks what Trump is doing in Gaza is unconscionable, okay? For months on end, she did not say a single damn thing. Now she wants to sell the book. She's going to come out and she's going to say some pro-Palestinian shit. If you fucking fall for it, And I know a lot of liberals will. They're going to turn around and they're going to say, hey, Hasan, fuck you. See, we told you she was pro-Palestine. I'm letting you know right now. I'm getting you. I am getting you geared up for all of the liberal wave. The liberals are going to be relentless. Not the loser manual. Anyway, very excited to see what this girl boss has to say.
Just over a year ago, I launched my campaign for President of the United States. 107 days, traveling the country, fighting for our future. The shortest presidential campaign in modern history. It was intense, high stakes, and deeply personal for me and for so many of you. Since leaving office, I've spent a lot of time reflecting on those days. Talking with my team, my family, my friends, and pulling my thoughts together. In essence, writing a journal that is this book, 107 Days. With candor and reflection, I've written a behind-the-scenes account of that journey. I believe there's value in sharing what I saw, what I learned, and what I know it will take to move forward. In writing this book, one truth kept coming back to me. Sometimes, the fight takes a while, but I remain full of hope, and I remain clear-eyed. I will never stop fighting to make our country reflect the very best of its ideals, always on behalf of the people. So thank you for being in this fight with me. I am forever grateful, and I cannot wait for you to read this, and I'll see you out there.
I'm telling you right now, okay? I'm telling you, here's my lock. Can't wait for Kamala, who has been noticeably absent from the convo on Israel's genocide, to say something subtly pro-Palestinian for all the blue MAGA folks to immediately scream at the left for being right. Blue and On is going to go crazy tomorrow. Step 1, go on the Stephen Colbert show. Step 2, say something subtly. Say something like a little bit pro-Palestinian, more so than usual, more so than you ever said. But then you also still obviously talk about how Hamas is responsible, and Hamas is the reason why there's some problems with aid distribution. Or, she'll say something like, Hamas can just end this by releasing the hostages, something like that. And then every single liberal is going to be like, this is crazy. This is, Kamala Harris has once again did it. She girl bossed it. She actually fucking was pro-Palestinian all along. And you guys didn't want her to win because you're racist or something.
She can't talk. She can't do an interview. Nobody knew who Kamala was. Nobody knew her last name, Harris. I thought she was a terrible candidate. Look, don't forget, she didn't really get the nomination. I mean, that whole nomination was strange.
Talking about presidential physical...
I can't stand the 5. I hate them. If this is true, Hasanabi a Fed? No. I mean, I've been locking this from the jump. Abundance failed to win over the Atlanta aunties. Do you think this will work, bringing that liberal core base? I don't know. I think there's a lot of love for some of the most loyal blue and on Fedayeen. So I think maybe. I think they'll be annoying. People will yell at them, and then they'll say, oh, you're racist, and there'll be more infighting. That's what I think. I think you're too harsh on liberals. We'll see. I was a total liberal at the start of the elections. Now I can't believe I was doubting you and dick riding her. I mean, you're in here. You're not the annoying pests that are going to be in here tomorrow when I'm reviewing the Kamala Harris interview. I hope I'm wrong. I'm just so cynical. I don't personally believe that liberals have a tendency to learn their lesson. Like, this is, I think, marginal. The people who think Kamala Harris is the rightful president of the United States are not happy about the prospect of a Harris 2028 run. Girl, you won the 2024 presidential election. Should have fought for it. A 2028 run? We don't want the old guard. I think she would have done a good job if she won, but I'm too disappointed by the lack of follow-up on election discrepancies. So, Stephen Colbert, 2028. Yeah, you'll see. Dude, I think the broader liberal audience, when I look at those like approval polls and shit, I see a lot of craziness. Liberals still have like Kamala Harris as one of the top contenders for 2028. I'm mixed about it because racism and sexism does play a huge part in why people don't like Kamala, but I see your point because co-signing genocide is wild. Yeah, I mean, I'm not discounting the fact that racism and sexism has played a role. It's just that she was also objectively not the type of person who could overcome it. I mean, guys, Zohran Kwame Mamdani, okay? Zohran Kwame Mamdani. He has no roots. Like, at least Kamala is a black woman. She went to a historic black college, okay? She has a built-in demographic to pull from that is still a very important voting bloc in American politics. Zohran is Muslim. In fucking the city where 9/11 happened, okay? And on top of that, was anti-Israel. The reason why I'm mentioning that, but not a woman, of course. But the reason why I'm mentioning that, but AOC is a woman. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because these are real hurdles, okay? These are real hurdles. The problem is, it takes a profoundly charismatic person to be able to overcome said hurdles in a country like the United States of America, okay? Kamala Harris did not have the capacity to overcome those hurdles. That was the problem. Because, like, you're already starting on not equal footing. You're a black woman, you're Asian, you're black. Like, there are a lot of Americans who are racist, there are a lot of Americans who are sexist, okay? So that already is working against you. You have to be incredible with your messaging, you have to be incredibly charismatic, and on top of that, you have to have a solid message, right? Another example I always used with Kamala Harris was Claudia Sheinbaum. Claudia Sheinbaum is Jewish and a woman in Mexico, okay? They're doing femicides over there. It's not like Mexico's more woke than the United States of fucking America. I mean, neither country is great when it comes to women's rights, but come on, right? And Claudia Sheinbaum, on top of that, is Jewish in a profoundly Christian country, okay? Overwhelmingly Christian country. And she had incredible popularity. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because she was following through on already pre-existing policies on a campaign from AMLO and the Moreno regime that was already incredibly powerful, incredibly popular. And she said she was only going to expand on the already expanding welfare state. I think you're underestimating white people. No, I'm not. My point is, I recognize that America is incredibly misogynistic and also incredibly anti-black. It's incredibly misogynistic and it's incredibly anti-black, 100%. So you have to fight extra hard. You have to overcome all of those issues if you want to win in spite of those qualities. Kamala Harris was not capable of overcoming those hurdles. Don't you think the polls where no one is running yet are useless? No, they are. They are useless, but it still annoys me that she's still like the top candidate. Not only that, but the former administration that she was a part of was dead weight that she refused to fucking cut off. It was crazy. It was a spectacular L. It was an L fest. L after L. She went to the right on issues. She refused to acknowledge one of the most consequential foreign policy decisions that was ongoing, Israel's genocide and America's continuation of Israel's genocide. You can't win if you're literally saying, I'm going to be just like Joe Biden, perhaps the least popular president at that point, and also go against some of the key policies that Joe Biden ran on and won on, like being pro-immigration. Look where the immigration polls are at now. Thank God it flipped as I predicted it would. So now I can tell you, shut the fuck up. It would have always flipped if people were actually counter-messaging adequately. As I said Kamala should do, that she did not. That's it. Anyway, we'll get to that more tomorrow. I'm gonna do the podcast now. Austin's here. Want to come say hi, Austin? Bro, she didn't listen to you? Yeah, she said, I'm speaking instead of that.
I had so many things to say about that book.
All right, wait, here, let's hear it, because we're just talking about it right now. Hold on.
About the book? You're covering the book?
A little bit. Here, pull up the chair from over there.
Oh, hi, Kaya. Oh, I was going to say, first of all, hello, good afternoon. No, what I'm saying is I saw the book come out this morning, and first of all, and then she drops this TikTok. Okay, did you see the TikTok?
I did. Hey, I'm coming out with this book.
Oh, like she said, hey, whatever, you think that I've been not doing anything, but I've been writing a book. Like, who gives a? Why is she writing a book or releasing a book about
America's on fire? America's on fire. America's on fire. Nobody cares.
Why do we want to read a book?
We're no longer literate, Kamala. The Department of Education is being bombed. Okay.
I don't understand it.
We don't know how to read no more.
Yeah. Well, okay. So here's the deal. I'm boycotting the book. Okay, I'm not. But here's the tricky part. I lost a bet in your Discord, and now I have to I have to read the book. So I have to steal the book in order. I don't know how to do this ethically, but I have to figure out
reading.
No, I haven't read. I swear to God, I haven't read a book in 15 years. But I'm reading the book. I'm reading the book, and I'm gonna do a book report on the book. But to be honest, I'm actually looking forward to it because I'm a hate read it. You know what I mean? Like, instead of hate watching, I'm a hate read it.
You don't even know how to read, bro.
I do know how to read. It's been a long time, but that's me. That I parked there.
Is that your car?
Yeah,
it's literally alarm is on.
Wait, really?